I've heard that there was yeah, I heard that they released a little white text on black background apology.
I suppose to rewind a little bit, people don't even know this is a thing, which I think is hilarious. It's like, so
Well, yeah,
Gollum.
I didn't know this game was, like, coming out until it essentially came out,
Yeah.
and, uh,
So
it
I can't
has
give
the
you
most it
why.
has the most absurd recommended or in minimum specs I've ever seen, and it's this random fucking
Yeah.
Gollum
So
game.
rewind like years, and when I found out this thing was even remotely like started up in terms of production, it was like you're gonna play as Gollum running around, I guess Mordor, and it was like, why? Of all the Lord of the
Well,
Rings games you can make, I mean, I'm not gonna say that there's no potential there. Sure, there is
I guess if you
something.
wanted to make, like, a stealth game, having Gollum be it would be appropriate, you know?
There's
Or
something
why not
there.
play as Frodo and Sam, I guess, you know?
Why
So
not?
what's the controversy around this?
Oh well, we're getting there, right? So that
Okay.
they do that as like their outset. They're like, we're just gonna make a Gollum game. It's like, okay, and every once in a while there's been updates, and it just looks terrible. Like not just looks terrible, but like the whole situation looks terrible. And I've been keeping an eye on it with a friend, and we've been going back and forth sharing things about how funny this game looks, and now it just I didn't realize it was coming out so soon. I thought it had another year or something. Um, and. It comes out well before it comes out. The requirements came out for PC, which Rags, you read them out a couple days ago. Do you remember what they were?
Let me grab them real quick. I think they're in this chat up. Do scrolly, uppy. Give me a second here.
It's a miracle in terms of gaming, and a lot of people have heard about it already. But we will elucidate some of the grander events that relate to it because it's feckin' funny. I'm not even sure who
Alright,
made it. I wonder what their history is.
Daedalus? I don't know who Daedalus is. I do not know
Yes.
what this company, yeah, I
There's
don't know
like
what
some
that
shitty
company is.
third-party job.
I'll have to look it up.
Daedalic or Daedalic? Entertainment GB
Daedalic?
Daedalic. Yeah, I've never heard of them, but
Alright, here, I'll get it for you. Alright, so, behold. This is insane. Let me draw your attention to, if you want to play this game at 1080p, frame rate of 60, at medium settings, then it is recommended that you have an RTX 3060.
that's insane.
Which is fucking nuts. There is no way that you should need a card of that oomph in order to play a game at 1080p 60 FPS on medium settings.
In 2023 as well, because like part of this is that if you look at the game, maybe it could be justified by like a huge, complicated blah blah blah. This is a little goober running around in caves.
And this is like with ray tracing off. Like with it on, yeah, the recommended is like an RTX 4070.
It's
It's nuts. Like I have a 4090. I wouldn't touch this game. I'm like, no. There's just no way I'm not doing this. This is madness.
and the funny part is I think you got the Can It Run Crisis. Maybe Can It Run Gollum will become a new
Can I run Gollum?
I don't know how it got to this point, right? But so this is already a thing, and it's like, whoa. The implication here is optimization is fucked. Like they've not done enough work to really to say the bells and whistles aren't sorted out would be an understatement. So it comes out, and is it the worst reviewed game of the year so far already? That's
I think
the
it's the worst one. I think the PS5 one is the worst, and the PC one is the second worst of the year. I think that, or it might be the other way around. I can't remember.
it's looking bad. I saw clips and different pieces of review. It's filled with bugs, definitively incomplete, and the missions. You're like Gollum. I don't even know if you're in Mordor, but like one of the missions I saw Skill Up trying to explain it. It's like you have to go and find eggs and then put them into like a thing and then find different materials to make the eggs grow until you finally hatch a bird, and then the bird will be your helpful, like, Navi type
You know
thing.
how Gollum
This
would
sounds
never
like
do.
this sounds like the mechanics of like an Atari 2600 game. Like the
Why would
simplest.
Why would Gollum do that?
I don't
Oh, yeah,
fucking
hey,
know why they
Gollum
do
would
anything.
like hatch birds and shit.
Well, I read some of the reviews, and like like you're used to playing role playing games with complex moral decisions. So Gollum doesn't always need to do this. You are given moral decisions, like for example, squash the creature or let it live. They don't actually impact the plot or your character particularly, because your character, as I understand it, doesn't grow or gain new skills or alignment. So it's just, yeah, do you kill animals for fun, or do you not kill animals for less fun? And that is storytelling, apparently. My favorite one, I think, for the optimization thing, I was reading one of the reviews, and one reviewer was trying to get through it, and it was crashing like every 5 seconds. They went into the settings and found a specific setting for something like Gollum hair animation, and if you turn that off, it makes his hair look slightly less greasy, but your game will run 40% better.
But is it worth not having the grease?
Don't
Well,
we
yeah,
need
It's
the
integral
grease?
to his character.
I think it was definitely worth it for that just slight extra hair movement that you'll get. Like,
Absolutely.
his not so luscious locks.
So the game is awful, and if not the actual running of it being the biggest problem, it's just terrible. Like, in terms of if it was working fully functional with no bugs, it would be awful too, right? They've got like big issues, to say the least. Now the team behind it, they've followed suit with a lot of the standard sort of approach that terrible modern gaming has, where they release a giant wall of text right on cue. And a lot of people noticed very quickly one of the things in this. Like, this is already bad enough news, seeing something like this, right? But if I just read out
The Lord of the
first
Ring.
sentence, it says, "Dear players, we would like to sincerely apologize for the underwhelming experience many of you have had with the Lord of the Ring Gollum." I keep adding the verb. It's Lord of Ring. It's so bad. How did
Lord
you
of
fuck that?
Ring.
I thought it was Lord of the Ring.
I
No,
keep
you're right.
instinctively
Yeah,
adding
Lord
the
of
the. It's Lord of Ring. The Lord of Ring Gollum. Do you think when they realized that was there, they were like, "Oh fuck, we can't repost this"? Like,
They must just
They
be
might-
like, we are digging ourselves deeper with every passing minute.
The devs
Apologize for
decided
the
to, like,
apology.
instead of retyping it all out, they just reposted the image, but they got like a little, like a doodle line from Paint, and they
Yeah.
marked it out and added a little squiggly S in red or something like that.
Like a little the above with like an arrow pointing down into the like where it should go.
it's so fucking
prob-
funny. And it's so sad too, right? Because like everyone's just talking about how in my day games used to release complete. That was fun. It's like, yeah, you still get some games that release completed, right? That Zelda game,
Mhm.
that's complete.
Yeah.
That those remakes,
Big
Resident
game.
Evil, Dead Space, and Ragnarok, they all came out complete.
Well, I mean, there was patches and stuff, wasn't there?
Well,
Usually.
I can forgive patches if you've got something they didn't expect, something like a great game-breaking bug that someone found, or like a duplicate. I think the Zelda got a patch recently to stop people from duplicating items. That's kind of par for the course, especially with millions of people playing a game. But when your game doesn't even you're updating it so you can add a campaign, it's just like, damn, dude. So yeah, it's God, do you remember early access? That's still going, isn't it? That's just like, I was just
That's
thinking,
still a thing.
it's like that quickly just became standard instead. Because
I guess at least with early access stuff, it's like labeled as such as like work in
labeled as
progress.
that's true. Didn't there was another wall of text that came out for The Last of Us, right?
Oh, it's because I think there was like recently a Bloomberg report that the TLDR, as I understand it, was they'd been working on it for a while. Bungie took a look at it. They had concerns, so now the project is it's kind of like it's kind of in a weird place apparently.
Which is the
Last of Us
multiplayer,
faction,
yeah.
multiplayer, yeah, that they've been working on for a while. But yeah, so who knows if that's what's going on there. But yes, they also posted the text thing of like, but I guess that's just different. It's like, yeah, we're still working on it in another game. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens on that front.
Well, you had a couple relatively recently that came out full of bugs and issues. So Cyberpunk, didn't No
Right.
Man's Sky have like a huge amount of potential, and then it was just crap on launch. But both of them
Yeah.
sort of recovered because even though they were terrible on launch, you could sort of look at them and say, "Well, I see there is some potential here. It's just, if it worked, it might be okay." Whereas,
I think
from what I've
yeah.
gathered from Gollum, no one so far who's played this game says I can imagine it being
No.
worthwhile,
Yeah, like
Yeah.
even
what's
if
the
it
good
worked.
version
I
of this
think
game?
No
I
Man's
can't
Sky is
even imagine it.
one of those legendary redemption arcs where like they actually just like
Yeah.
knuckled down and like went radio silent for like 6 months and then just released a massive patch that fixed like 90% of
And
the
they're
issues.
still updating it to this day. And I think that game came out in 2016, but I'm pretty sure they're still actively updating
Yeah,
it
they
and adding
went-
new stuff.
Yeah.
They went ham on it. They just kept updating it, kept adding shit, kept fixing shit, kept listening to the community.
I mean, to be fair, they did kind of make this problem for themselves
Oh,
because
well-
it's like they started promising insane stuff that they could never possibly deliver.
I'll always recommend the Internet Story video on it for like getting loads of context. But you're not wrong. There's loads of mistakes they made along the way, but they've done, I think, the best they can. I'm not sure what else they can do at this point, which is good. Hopefully, the Gollum team will show similar resolve, and we will get
Team Team Gollum.
I can't wait to play the Lord of Ring Gollum. Personally,
Lord of Rings sounds like I don't know, the name of a gay porn movie or something.
or a sumo movie.
Ooh, yeah.
it's maybe just
gay
like
sumo movie.
you get those knockoff movies like the Asylum release things like
Lord
Titanic
of
2 and
Ring.
stuff like the Lord of
Lord
Ring,
of Ring.
like done on a budget of like $500.
I could see it.
The cheap Chinese knockoff
Yeah.
film that's poorly translated. I
So
guess they
anyway-
got the license from to make a Lord of the Rings movie from someone. So I suppose obviously it's an officially licensed Lord of the Rings product.
That's something.
Do you think they just got the rights
Awesome.
to Gollum and like nothing else in the world?
Oh,
They do-
yeah, that's right. That might be a thing because that's like with Rings of Power, with Amazon's money, they were only able to get the rights to like some appendices of
It's about
whatever.
30 pages,
Um,
appendices versus.
So, yeah, that's
thousands.
why we ain't seeing Morgoth, guys. I don't think it's happening. All of you Morgoth fans out there, you might not get to see him.
They're called Gothers.
Well, it'd be like Gollum sneaking around like
Or
unnamed dark
authors.
like desert land. Like, you can't say Mordor.
I think they have got Mordor. I think you travel all over Middle Earth. I think they've got some location rights. I don't believe you're going through like the dark land of Blordor or somewhere like
You're
that.
not going
Well,
to
that's right.
Bilbo's house with Ian Holm there.
I doubt
Oh
it.
boy, I
Probably
sure
not.
do love being a hobbit in the Shire at my house. I
Well,
sure miss my friend Gandalf the Grey.
There's lots of potential there. We'll check in 5 years from now, see if Gollum team have come through. Who knows? I have faith.
Hang in there,
Anyway,
Gollum team. Don't give up.
we are gathered here
It's like
today
Gollum made a game, maybe.
to.
Gollum is the developer.
Hell yeah, I can see him making some games. See what his imagination can
It's
bring
just
us.
like smacking fish against the keyboard, trying to code.
No, that kind of explains how we ended up with this. Then, not a bad try for the first. Anyway, we're here to answer a simple question that has been plaguing the world of I don't know, Star Wars for centuries, or rather, as long as Andor's been out. There's lots of this is one of them kind of controversial topics because Andor was enjoyed. We are 5 Andor enjoyers right here. It was enjoyed by several people, but it was also not enjoyed by many to the point of abandoning it as they started it up or close to. And so there became a question of whether or not it is considered Star Wars, because whether or not it's good, it's kind of a conversation that got moved past because everyone either says, yeah, it is good, or I don't know, I didn't think it was that great, but I didn't watch all of it. And so it kind of feels like the goods have it. But is it Star Wars? And it's a fair question, kind of in the same vein that gets asked in like how many Indiana Jones movies are there?
3.
Little Platoon, how many Star Wars movies are there?
7. I'm
7.
including Rogue One.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. I feel like chat might have different answers on all of this. I don't think
Oh,
anyone.
it's good to ask that question to a bunch of people because a lot of the times you might get. I guess if you want to get super purist, you could say 2.5, and then maybe you could expand that to 6, and then someone might throw in like Rogue One, or a lot of people might stick to 6, or they might say 6 in Andor.
Some people
Or
might just
me,
say 3. They might say only the
well, I
sequels.
just count. Yeah, that's true.
There's people out there
Actually,
who
for a
might say
moment there,
that.
as I was running through that joke in my head, I actually forgot the sequel sort of existed.
Wow.
Holy fuck. I think I actually forgot the sequels existed for a second.
Well, let me
This is
bring
my
you back.
job, and I forgot about it. Oh my goodness.
How many
Uh,
Jurassic Park films are there?
Oh,
One.
There's
One.
one.
Because like, I would say 3, and I hate 2 of them, but I would still acknowledge them as Jurassic Park films.
well, you know what? That
Okay.
kind of gets us into a position where we can start figuring out the answer to that question. But instead of doing it like we could do, where we have us all discuss it extensively first, we can have someone else set the stage for us, can we not?
Yeah, I
guys seem on
suppose so.
board.
I think we have that kind of power. Yeah, why
So
not?
this is a video called "Why Andor Isn't Real Star Wars," and it's made by a gentleman in November of last year, and he's got a
Actually,
follow-up.
let me
This is not my first encounter with this conversation. I do have a little bingo sheet of
Oh.
arguments like this,
Well,
which includes things
Oh,
like,
okay.
doesn't feel like Star Wars, it's
Can you
boring,
post it for us to
no one
see?
asked for it. I've written it down on pen and paper because I'm really old-fashioned, so I
Yeah,
can't.
no old-fashioned bingo sheet does it like that. That's not how bingo started. Bingo requires that you do 5 things in a row. You can't just make a list unless they have to be 5 consecutive ones on the list.
Oh, yeah, you have to have, like, a
arrange it into
grid.
a grid system. That would be easy enough to do.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because that's what we call bingo.
Well, so
You just said I have a checklist. Just say checklist. Don't say
No, it's
bingo.
a bingo thing because you can play bingo with a checklist. If you rearrange a bingo board, you can turn it into a checklist.
You
and
can
then you put
only
it
in the
into a
sense
grid
of
and it
you have to
becomes
get
How do you
bingo.
know-
5 consecutively up and down.
yeah, how do you know when you've got bingo other than the?
Because you do the grid. Isn't bingo like you do the grid and then if you get
Well, yeah, but you get
row,
the
a grid,
down
but you
line-
put a list.
You get
That's
a line
just a
in
checklist.
any one
But
direction,
if
right?
you rearrange it, it becomes bingo, and then you do like if he does 3, that's a line of
How
grid
the thing
in
is,
3.
This
Bingo.
is what I
is
missed
generally
about EFAP. It's like we started off talking about Star Wars, and now we're getting
Well,
into a deep and meaningful conversation about bingo.
it's generally considered against the spirit of bingo to rearrange all of the things in such a way
Against
that
the
you can
spirit of
manufacture
bingo.
for. Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think
normally
old
how
Platoon
it
cares
goes
that much.
is you
The noble
arrange the
goals of
board
bingo.
before you begin. All right.
Do
I'm
not upset-
genuinely tempted to go and turn this into a bingo game live so I can just prove my
Our-
point, but I don't
Look,
actually
our
care, though.
7 viewers who are above the age of 74 are going to be really upset at your butchery of
It's
It's
bingo.
like one guy listening right now. He's like,
Like,
they better be playing
That's
that
not how
bingo
it's
properly.
done. I've been playing bingo for 47 years, and that's not how the game's played.
Oh, there's a good
Then that's
suggestion.
Agnes over there, and she's got like 7 cards and her 18 stamps, and
Recognized
everyone
bingo
fucking
champion
hates
over there.
that bitch. But man, she's
Makes good
she's,
cookies.
Oh, she's very good cookies. That's why people keep inviting her. It's like, well, we might not win bingo, but
You'll
those
get
are
the
some
cookies.
pretty good cookies.
So,
Agnes makes a mean batch of cookies.
are you guys ready for whatever this may entail? I would obviously on the list. I assume it's there, little Platoon, but it'd be on mine. Would be doesn't contain lightsabers.
Yep, that's
Mhm.
that's definitely on the list. No Jedi. No one asked for it.
Which
the main character dies. We already know what happens.
No
etc.
force powers.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be there.
No Jedi, no Sith, no lightsaber, no Force, no Yoda, no Boba Fett, no Sarlacc pit, no no goofy ass little puppet, no
You just like name
no
every single
Lando.
creature in Jabba's palace one by one, really
no
slowly.
Salacious Crumb,
Make sure, yeah, you got his middle
no-
name right.
no Salacious B Crumb.
That's it. B Crumb.
Oh, nice. It sounded right.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded right. That's what they say. Yo, Salacious be crumb, and he's like,
Salacious be
word.
crummin'.
Or actually, he says, because that's just how he talks.
It does sound like
the
him.
Salacious.
Okay,
that's the
gotta
how
give a
Salacious
warning.
supposed to speak.
The way this video starts is very 2008-ish era-wise.
But this was
right?
made in November.
Yeah, well, some people.
So it's like a movie Bob video.
Kinda, yeah. So, you know,
Like
have
a
you
time
have you
traveler.
mouse over your volume control. That's all I'll say. In fact, I'm gonna
Alright.
lower it right now. Ahead. There we go.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Yep.
Ow.
Woo!
Someone pause it to spare us the incredible tunes. Why would you do that?
No.
Do you remember all the videos back in the day that would just begin with something like this and had dubstep and shit?
Yeah, really
Yeah.
loud
Yeah.
dubstep, 009
Yeah, I remember.
sound systems, YouTube
I remember.
library.
Ideally,
And
make
then-
it as obnoxiously long as possible as well, like at least 30 or 40 seconds of just pure intro.
Oh well, he's cut
Then
it down
cut
first.
to
So.
guy in room.
Cutting guy in room. Come on.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Guy in
Alright.
room.
It's just like, yeah, this bombastic, super cool kind of intro.
Well, that's the thing,
and then
right?
it's
You'd
just
be like, I
I
don't
don't
think that really grabs the vibe of, the
Him?
video. You don't. Why not go for something a little more chill instead? What do you with an intro like that? What would be the suitable video? And it's like a guy in fucking full decked out like robot
It'll
suit
be like a
with lights
30
shining everywhere, being like, "Hello and welcome to my."
34-year-old
Andor
guy in like a
breakdown.
Twitch setup video, and he's got a whole bunch of nerd cred behind him and neon lights, and he's like, "Hey everyone,
You'd
what
expect the
is
neon,
up?
yeah.
It is me, the Nerd Way, coming at you with another video. This time,
It's not
You'll
what
be
it's not
so-
what's up, isn't it? What is going on, isn't it?
Also, please don't say "coming at you." I hate when they say that. They always say that.
Coming at you.
coming at
yeah,
ya
that's right.
No.
live through the power of the internet."
No.
No,
What?
Definitely not that one.
no.
Not that.
But hey, we got Doctor Who, Spider-Man, X-Men.
True. Yeah, we got the TARDIS.
Ooh,
We've got
Funko
the
Pops.
comic books. You got the comic books on the wall.
I would
They're
say
not,
certified nerd. So maybe
definitely.
getting some.
Wait,
I
Strong
definitely
Yeah,
trust
you
his opinions now.
We
Yeah.
got Star Wars. We got a Funko Pop. It's okay to have a couple. You know,
It is
I've
okay, but
got
yeah, because
two.
someone
I
may have
have
bought it for
two.
you, and it's like,
Just to be
okay,
clear,
okay.
I've got two.
I have, I think,
Acceptable
one, and it's the
way to
Mr.
own a
Freeze
Funko
one,
Pop.
and someone did buy it for me. It's not my fault. I didn't
Oh,
buy
that's
it.
a good one to have. I have.
It is a good one to
Gridlock,
have.
Brimstone and Palawa Joko. So we've
Yeah,
got
see?
there's a couple that I have there. You know, you can have a couple, but once you start hitting 3,
Hmm.
oh, okay,
Be
watch
careful.
watch
That's when it
it,
becomes a
watch
habit.
it.
As soon as you can make a
That's
pyramid
when
out
we
of them,
might
it's
have
like,
some
uh-oh.
problems. Yeah.
A little while ago, I put out a video talking about how Andor was doing so poorly on Disney Plus that
Why is he really
Disney
confused
put
by
it
his
on
own
free
admission
TV.
there?
I don't know. Andor probably did do poorly, right? Unfortunately.
Poorlier
imagine so,
than they
yeah.
thought it would be.
Poorlier.
Um,
Poorlier than they needed it to be, I'd imagine.
Well, do we have figures for it? Or are we
No,
just talking
I
about,
don't,
but-
like,
I don't think we
which
need
is
figures.
kind of its own-
Yeah, going from the
Disney-
general
Disney Plus,
enthusiasm of
yeah.
promotion of the whole show, right? It's gone from being like Andor to being like, yeah, we'll get a season 2 sometime.
Well,
I think,
I
oh.
guess it would be more so that I'm pretty sure it was like definitely not the plan that season 2 would be the end, but season 2 is the end. And it's like, why is that happening? Probably because not enough people watched it.
Not
Yeah.
enough people. Yeah, I guess
Well,
not many people watching it, which is
You know, if someone wanted to honest, like, do you think it's because it's bad? It's like, no, I don't think it has anything to do with it being bad. It's to do with how horribly delivered it was. It came after Kenobi,
Maybe.
Boba Fett, and 2 seasons of Mando.
it's
which,
just it's to do with the rest of Star Wars being shit.
Yeah.
That's
Do we
pretty
need
much
to
the reason.
state, I guess, at the beginning, what our opinion is on Andor for anyone who doesn't know?
Well, I think a
I
lot
think
of us think
Andor's-
it's good to great.
I think it's really
correct?
good. Yeah, I think it's really good. I think it's the best Star Wars content since, I guess, The Empire Strikes Back / a few parts of Return of the Jedi. It's really good. What a fucking shame.
Yes.
But yeah, we're very pro Andor. I am, at least.
Well, and we've even talked about how even we didn't watch it as it came out. We had to be told to go back and watch it. I had to get recommendations from several people and it's not because it was a shit show. It's because I just fucking burnt out on Star Wars, burnt out on shit Star Wars. To be fair,
Yeah,
because like
I still remember us
also-
watching that first episode, and we were like, "Oh, this is a thing." That
Yeah,
they're
no,
doing.
we were
This is
surprised.
I remember when
this is
Mauler
new."
and Platoon and I covered it on open bar one evening. I think we'd seen like the first 3 episodes dropped,
You get it, you got friends.
and yeah, like pretty much every time we covered a Disney Plus Star Wars show, it was just laughing at how comically inept and ridiculous it was. And in this one, it was like, wow, we were starting to pick through some interesting character arcs. There was interesting stuff to discuss. You know, there was this weird dawning realization of, wow, they put a bit of thought into this, and there's quite a lot to work through.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
were really
there's layers
surprised.
to this.
like opening scenes with several characters had a lot of characterization, and it was consequences of like an original action, which was with when he kills the two guys. A lot of things spring from that.
It's really
We were
cool
like, huh.
scene, yeah.
It just felt weird because we were so used to everything else. And I was even going to say, like, why would you watch Mandalorian almost religiously compared to dropping off of Andor? And it's like, well, that's the thing. Mando's like cringe, and we do enjoy a bit of cringe. We find it amusing. It's
We're
like
cringe connoisseurs.
it engaging. Andor was good, and then we just like had stuff to do and just fell off, and we're like, oh fuck, it's just like a TV show that's waiting to be watched. And that combined with people who didn't want to watch any Star Wars anyway, combined with the people who don't care about Andor, because why would you care about Andor? I understand that as well. And it's just like, yeah, the show just had fucking zero coverage almost. It's really sad.
Is there rules so that slight aspect of it being fundamentally closed-ended? So it's not something you need to watch to understand any subsequent Star Wars thing. We already know it's the argument you often hear. Well, we already know how it ends. We've already seen
Right.
Rogue One. It's not got a huge amount of open space in front of it. It doesn't mean it can't be really good in its own right, because I agree. I think it is. But unlike something like The Mandalorian, or certainly any new Star Wars sequel film, you sort of need to watch those to understand where the universe is moving to in the longer term, whereas Andor is just kind of, well, if you're really interested, you can see it. You don't have to, though, to understand Rogue One.
It's true. Though I'm hoping by the time we finish season 1 and 2 of Andor, Rogue One will be better for it. We'll be able to watch it and be like, ooh, that's better now.
To get more eyes in front of it. Now, Disney was saying, it wasn't because it was doing poorly. They just, thought since it's the holidays, they would put it out there. So, people who might not have seen it will watch it and then move on to Disney Plus to finish watching it.
I mean, Disney are never going to say that anything's doing poorly.
Yeah, they'll never say
they're never going to go like
poorly. It's like if they don't say what the numbers are, the numbers weren't good. I mean, come
when
on.
they're asked for
You know how this works.
an assessment of Echo when that gets dropped, I'm sure they'll say like, well, it actually it did break several records. I'm like,
It
wow,
overperformed expectations. We won't tell you what those are or
We've
what
had
it did.
all kinds of reviews saying it's one of the best TV shows I've ever seen. So
Wow,
I
that's
like the
incredible.
creative ways they go to do it. It's when HBO says of Velma, it was the most watched HBO original animated content ever released on HBO Max. It's like qualify.
Yeah, the 17 asterisks that come along with the no, it was great. It's great.
And what would you say if it came out and they just went, yeah, it was bad, people didn't watch it?
Yeah, we're not doing that again.
Wait,
Oof,
wait,
boy,
It would be so
that was
refreshing though to just
experimental.
get a studio that was super honest about all this stuff and be like, yeah, we fucked up there. It
You guys
sucks."
didn't like that, huh?
Well, okay, we'll write that down in our notes. No
You could
more.
do the white text
bad
background. We're sorry for the
Scooby-Doo shows.
inconvenience we've caused. We're sorry
Yeah.
that our work didn't live up to the expectations of the audience, etc.
We had no idea you guys would fucking despise it.
Oh, and someone just said, chat, rip Willow. Yes, Willow has been torn off Disney Plus.
Oh yeah,
Has
that
it?
is
It's-
right.
it's
Did you
no
see one of
longer,
the
like,
writers behind
26.
it, like just losing his mind about it?
Ron
Yeah.
Kasdan. Yeah, he went to Twitter. He's like, no, guys. Season 2. This was back in March. He was like, no, guys. It's not canceled. We just said the actors can go off and do their other stuff, and we're not going to be like
We'll
keeping
team
them
up
on
again
retainer
someday,
for the next
maybe.
year or so. And I mean, it's so bad that less than 5 months after the last season we're removing it from our streaming service. No, it's fine. It's not canceled though, right? I mean, there's hope for a season 2.
Well, there's this one of the writers on it was a guy called John Bickerstaff. And there was an article from Forbes saying it's your last chance to see how bad the new Disney Plus Willow show is before it's gone for good. And he just
That's the
replied to them saying, he replied saying, "Hey Forbes, get fucked."
It reminds me of that Simpsons moment where Homer's trying to get the pig, and it's like the pig being Willow in this case, and it's like getting hit by mud and water and all these different equivalents. He's like, it's still good, it's still good.
Yeah.
You can still watch it. It's still there.
I did find Willow highly entertaining, though. It was one of my favorite things to watch, just for the
Quite
sheer-
abominable.
I don't
It
think
was
I've
so
ever
bad.
It was
I don't think
stunning.
I've gritted my teeth so much in a TV show like ever. It was so insufferably annoying. Like I just found all the characters so 2022.
I was just
like,
giggling
yeah.
all the way through.
Couldn't believe his acting.
It
That
is
was really
really
shocking.
bad.
How dare he?
What do you mean?
I wish I knew more lines because it's fun.
He's a nice guy.
You
He's-
are a
he's
Laura
nice guy.
Dannon. The
You are a
greatest
Laura
sorceress
Dannon.
that has ever lived.
You're the chosen one, here to save the world. He's
That sounds
I'm
like it's got
sorry.
too emotion in there, right? Too much emotion. You
Yeah.
got to bring it down a bit.
Slightly.
You are Laura
Lawrence, you're a nice
Dannon.
guy, I'm sure, but fuck me, you cannot act worth a shit.
Or he can, but he knew what he was
Or you
doing.
can, or you knew what you were here for. I don't want people to confuse this with my actual famous role, so I'm gonna make it really shit so people don't associate it.
Well, he did say
Will
he was
or
channeling
explain that
Mark
4D
Hamill's
chess.
Luke Skywalker from the TLJ era, which you can kind of
Oof.
see in the complete absence of hope in his performance.
Oh,
Absence
Yeah.
of anything looking like a human being. He's just like, I'm just dead. All over.
Yeah, that's not why they did that. They did it because it's doing poorly. No real Star Wars fans are watching this.
Oh,
whoa,
cringe.
no
But all right.
real Star Wars fans are watching this. Well, I watched it, and I guess, all things considered, I guess I would consider myself a real Star Wars fan.
No, fake.
Do you consider yourself a real Star Wars fan?
What does that mean?
What do you what are you? You can't ask me the question because I asked you the question.
I am a fan of those 3 movies that came out ages ago. I'm a fan of the prequels. I like some of the things that Disney have done from that IP called Star Wars. Does that make me a Star Wars fan? Yes. I think I'd have to go with yes. Though I hesitate because of what Star Wars is these days is a horrible mess. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not a fan of that, but that isn't all of Star Wars, right? Right?
I guess. Yeah, I guess it depends what you mean.
What do you reckon?
I
mean, would you consider yourself a fan, drinker? What about you?
I would consider myself a fan of Star Wars. Am I a real fan? It's hard to say. I mean, I'm kind of in the same position as you. As like, I like the OT, really good. Got fond memories of that. Kind of enjoyed the prequels for what they were, and felt really disillusioned by what Disney have done with it. But then I don't have that encyclopedic knowledge of all the expanded universe stuff and every obscure TV show that they've put out. I just don't have that. So am I a real Star Wars fan or just a casual? I don't know.
Well, we watched
don't know,
Andor,
like-
so I guess we're ruled out.
I guess so, yeah. It just seems like a pointless argument to make on his behalf. Like if this video is predicated on Andor's not real Star Wars, like get into that argument. Don't start talking about like how successful it was with the viewers. That's not important.
I mean, I don't necessarily blame him for mentioning it. I just wish that he would include. I have a feeling we're going to be heading toward like it failed because it's not real Star Wars. We're just like, no, come on. The factors that involve the failure for this are a lot more. It would coming off Boba Fett and Kenobi. Why would you watch any Star Wars after that? Like, I don't blame people being like, I ain't gonna fucking watch the Andor show after those 2. I actually like Boba Fett and Obi-Wan Kenobi. I don't even care about like Cassian Andor. But the thing is, like,
frank,
it's all
and it's not like
backwards.
Disney cares if real Star Wars. They don't want, a view's a view. A subscription's a subscription. They don't care if real Star Wars fans watch it or it's just random people tuning in to see.
I think at this point they'll just take fucking anyone.
Well, let's
yeah,
let's
anybody.
get the real test going. How many of us are real Willow fans? And we saw Willow, so
Oh, me. I love it.
I
It's
am
great.
a big Willow fan. Yeah.
I love me
every
some
couple of weeks I
Willow.
watch the original movie.
Weeks, man. You have big
Willow.
gaps between it. Oh, yeah, I
I
gotta.
do, yeah.
It's a daily drug for me.
I have to
It was
enjoy the
a-
afterglow of it before I get onto my next fix,
It was a more charming time.
I watch it in
wasn't
slow motion.
I mean, why would you watch a show about a side character no one really cared about from a meh movie?
Because the story in and of itself can be something worth appreciating, and it can be well written.
I mean,
It doesn't have to
his
be-
argument is not unreasonable, right? Because we all felt the same way. It's like, why would any of us be interested in Andor?
Well, if I
We
remember,
know how his story's going to end. We he's not a particularly interesting character based on the movie, so there's not a huge amount to draw us into this one.
yeah,
So,
I think when we
fair
talked
enough.
about it before it released, we would mention this as a reason why it's probably not going to get much engagement. It doesn't stop it from being good. It stops it from dragging people in to see it. I mean, this is the opposite of something like Boba Fett and Kenobi. Like, a whole show about Boba Fett? A whole show about Obi-Wan Kenobi between the OT and the prequels? It's like, there you go, I'm hooked in. And then it was shit. It's like, oh. So I guess what this portion of the conversation is about hooking people in with premise. And it's like, yeah, this wasn't the greatest hook. I don't really deny that at all.
But it's a slightly paradoxical argument to say, well, I'm a real Star Wars fan. Why would I watch anything that doesn't have the most immediately and obviously recognizable people in it? Like, why would I
So
be interested in the backstory
I
and the
th-
world building of parts of the galaxy I haven't already seen? I'm a real fan. I only
Well,
want to see characters I already know.
I think Disney has unfortunately sort of trained its audience in a way to expect certain things and want certain things. I think you look at like The Mandalorian and the kind of show that
yeah.
is, and you're like, oh yeah, this is shit, and
Yeah,
this is what people
that's
sort of expect now.
true. And, the sequel trilogy polarizes the audience. Having seen icons destroyed, people become sort of reflexively defensive of icons and they don't want any departure from the known and the familiar. It's a kind of reactionary element of the fan base, which I don't particularly like or agree with. But I just don't really like being told that I'm not a real fan by somebody who has an incredibly limited idea about what Star Wars production's scope could possibly be.
And that's the thing, at this point, I would prefer it if they said, new movie coming out, brand new characters, different part of the universe, and it's this era that's vaguely between two things that happen, but has nothing to do with either of them. You're like, wow, alright. I'm more on board with you creating completely original stuff in this universe at this point, because you've absolutely fucking butchered almost everything that I liked about it so far.
The irony is, like, this, like, Andor, for as much as it's tonally quite different from everything else we've seen from Disney Plus. It doesn't contain the familiar Star Wars elements that we'd look for. Like all the things that Platoon and Rags have listed. It's far better connected to the Star Wars universe than any of the other shows that we've seen,
Yeah, oddly
because it
enough,
actually
yeah.
like references things going on across the galaxy. You actually get a real sense of like what the state of play is in this world. It's almost like it has a world that it builds. That's what none of the other shows bothered to do.
Also, is that the hot take, that not only do we believe this thing is Star Wars, that it's more Star Wars than most things Disney have made, if not all things Disney have made?
It's
I can believe it's
better
more of a real
connected to
sci-fi
this.
world than most things.
Yeah, it's better connected to the Star Wars world than anything else that they've created, TV wise at least.
Yeah, I think so.
You can link it to like individual little lines. There's the line in is it A New Hope or is it Empire Strikes Back, where they explain that the Imperial Starfleet can't be everywhere at once. The Empire can't be everywhere, so the rebels strike them where they're not. And that invites the question: what does the galaxy under Imperial rule look like when the Empire doesn't have the resources to manage and administer and enforce law and order in that particular region of the galaxy? And Andor answers those. They seem like really slight little world building questions, but actually it's packing in an awful lot of depth to something that was previously just sort of invited and you could speculate about it. The old expanded universe showed a lot of it, but that's no longer in existence thanks to Miss Kennedy. So Andor actually is doing probably more than any Disney Star Wars show has done to rebuild all of that stuff, and I quite like it for that.
And rebuild it in a way that's actually believable as well. Like it kind of makes sense, the structure. You've got these like low level corporate security guys who just handle the day-to-day stuff, and it's only when things get really serious that the Empire actually shows up physically to deal with it. That's pretty cool, because it feels significant when the stormtroopers show up.
Oh yeah, it actually elevates them to a meaningful threat as opposed to just the goons of the Star Wars universe that they've become. But yeah, the private security thing was honestly one of my favorite things about it, because it's a very historically and psychologically astute show. There's clearly a lot of work that's been done sort of researching the sort of the takeover of previously peaceful countries by sort of tyrannical fascistic regimes, and the kind of person who always existed there, who's elevated to a position of power and authority, tend to be these low level sort of inconsequential little grunts who've suddenly been given absolute power over their local districts, and then it brings out the absolute worst megalomaniacal tendencies in them. And Andor sort of shows all of this. It's kind of it was just really fascinating to watch multiple times, in fact, because like the more times you see that stuff, the more little bits of character that you pick out from it. Unlike Mando, where the more times you watch it, the more glaring the whole seem.
Yeah, the
That
worse it gets.
that first scene with Cyril was actually like very persuasive in terms of like, this is not like anything I've seen from Disney before. Like, whoa.
Yeah. And you've got that great sort of dichotomy between the ideological sort of convert in Cyril and the sort of physical grunt type person who really is only in it for sadistic reasons. And that clash in personality when Cyril comes there all sort of bright and starry-eyed, with no real idea of how the imposition of power actually works, and he's stuck with this sort of burly Scottish, no offense, drinker, burly Scottish, very physical man who shows him sort of the darker side of power. That's very effective.
Well, and I love the guy he's reporting to, who's like this. He's just been there for so long, knows how to get by without making too much noise, put things in the right place, and just everyone can keep on going and be happy. That sort of it makes everything feel a lot older and experienced. Convince you this is a real thing that's happening in this world.
A
And again,
lived-in world, you know.
Yeah, it's just, and if could that not be what Star Wars is? Did it not feel that way? But hey, we'll let him get some more points on here. What else we got?
But needless to say, I got a lot of comments saying how I was wrong, how it's the bestest show ever. It's the most Star Wars show ever.
Really good.
It's
Pretty
even
good.
more
I
Star
mean,
Warsy than
yeah, it's
The
really
Empire Strikes
pretty good.
Back.
I'm not saying it's more Star Warsy
I'm
than
not-
Empire Strikes Back.
I'm not saying that, but I
think
mean,
you might be making a bit of a straw man here.
I
Yeah,
think
I-
there's some. I think you get some strong Empire vibes from it.
I can't see many
But,
people ever saying that. Most people who like love Star Wars love Empire. It's unlikely
Empire
people.
Strikes Back it's got like 40 years worth of time to develop this, this
Love.
thing. Yeah, this love. It's just been marinating in classicness for that long. It made Star Wars. It just took it into an incredible direction. It's. I mean, I don't even know how to say if it could ever be unseated. Maybe, but I doubt it. Especially at this rate.
It's very difficult to unseat something like that. But anyone saying it's better than Empire, I mean, it's bold, but not impossible.
That's what
It's
they
the only
said.
thing
They
that has a
said this is-
chance at this point.
Except
I don't
New
I
Hope, I
don't
guess.
need it to like draw that comparison. Like it doesn't have
No.
to be better Empire in order for me to consider it a worthwhile thing to watch. You know?
no, absolutely.
Okay.
That's the thing. It's clearing all of Disney. As people say, that's a pretty fucking low bar, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll just say it's good then. That obviously clears all of Disney. It's like, oh okay, yeah.
It does, yeah. It makes it easily the best thing Disney's done in terms of the Star Wars, yeah. And
Better
also,
than
this
the
guy, tell us what a real fan is. If you're gonna,
He's not gonna
that's a
do
strong
that.
statement. Yeah, no. If you're gonna make a strong statement like that, then let us know what is a real fan when it comes to Star Wars. What separates the real fans from the fakers or the trenders or something like that? Just that's the kind of thing you should let us know. It's important.
better than The Empire Strikes Back. Well, I was confused as to why these people would love a show
Looks
so
like
much.
he's still confused.
And then I was watching another YouTuber today,
Hmm?
and he
first
brought
mistake.
up an article from Game Rant from back in September when the show first aired, or before the show aired.
All right.
And it all made sense.
Oh, okay.
Tony Gilroy doesn't understand Star Wars.
Uh-oh. So that's the
Does he
showrunner,
not?
if anyone didn't know.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
see where
well,
this
if he
goes.
doesn't understand Star Wars. I wonder what that show looks like if he does. It'd probably be shit at this point.
Well,
he
if
understood
someone said
Star Wars,
Favreau and
yeah.
Filoni understand Star Wars, I'd be like, oh.
Yeah, because they do, I guess.
I guess.
Filoni and Favreau, I guess they understand Star Wars a lot. And look what it's produced. I mean, those shows are Star Wars through and through. Mandalorian, Boba Fett, 100%. They're very Star Wars, and they're crap. They're awful. So what does it even mean to understand Star Wars? Maybe Star Wars needs, fresh eyes and a new perspective and a new take. Because boy, we can't keep going down this route.
Well, I'm
Maybe
curious. What did
someone-
he say that disqualifies him from being a Star Wars understander? Sorry.
Pretender to the throne.
What were you going to say, little Platoon?
Oh no, I was just gonna say not even necessarily a fresh perspective, but somebody whose love for writing is at least 50% of their love for iconography would be a good start.
That's a new perspective.
That is wow. I guess it kind of is actually. Yeah. Well, no,
Where's
you could say
Boba
it's an old perspective that's being brought back as opposed to a completely brand new thing to the franchise.
3,000 years ago.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
let's read a bit of the article ourselves, shall
Let's
we?
do it.
All right, let's do it. I love reading.
Gilroy didn't mince words when he flat out said that he's not a fan of Star Wars.
Wait, no, I want the full quote. What do you say?
Well, I'm more than happy to tackle something out of context. I just want to, because we can imagine some stuff on top of it, but I want to know what it is. Like, because not a fan. It's like that could mean a lot of things.
Yeah, because the thing that this guy said was not a fan. He said not a fan. That's a funny sentence now.
Well, I mean, considering our conversation earlier, right, where I was like, oh, I'm not too much of a fan of, a lot of what Star Wars is now, but I'm also a fan of it.
Well, so my first read of not a fan, if somebody said that would be, yeah, like I like it, but like I'm not, like it's not like my most favorite thing like ever in the world. Like I'm not obsessed with it. That would be my impression of somebody saying not like that you're a casual enjoyer of something. As opposed to not a fan, which kind of tells me like, oh, so you don't like, you're not very familiar with it at all, or potentially that you don't even like it.
And none of it precludes you from being able to write a really good Star Wars story.
That's true.
Like, if you're talented and you've got good ideas, and you're also willing to do the research so that you can make sure it doesn't conflict with the world, then there's nothing to stop you being perfectly good at this. You don't have to like love it as the best thing in the world. It's okay.
This may indicate that while he enjoys it well enough, it's probably not on any of his top 5 lists, though he didn't elaborate on this meaning. He even went as far as to admit he consulted Wikipedia, the online encyclopedia for any and all Star Wars lore.
Good.
That's
good.
That's kind of good.
Like,
yeah.
Okay, so is he expected to know like the most obscure details of Star Wars lore just off the top of his head?
The fact that he looked up stuff, like that's cool. Like he double checked his references.
Listen, okay, like
I'm willing to bet Ryan Johnson did not consult Wikipedia when he wrote TLJ.
No, fuck that. See, because if you're sitting there with the director, right, or whatever, and they're like, "Oof, I'm gonna have to check Wikipedia," and you're like, "For what?" And he's like, what was that guy's name? The main guy from the original ones, Luke Skywalker. That's it.
Luke. Yeah, Luke.
You'd be like,
one,
you have to Wikipedia that. That's not reassuring. However, if he
I
said
wanted
like,
to get
what's
his name right, you know,
what's the name of the fucking shipping containers they use, and like blah 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 blah, like, and what are we? Because I need to refer to it in this dialogue, but I don't know what they're called. Like something like that, I'd be like, yeah, it's totally fine. I would even extend this to like, can you name all of the Jedi on the Jedi Council? It's like between the 5 of us, we could probably name some of them, but we ain't naming all of them.
There's Yaddle and the fucking useless ones.
Of course, there's Yaddle, yes. Kiadi-Mundi, other weird head creatures.
Plo Koon.
Yeah, that's one.
Ocloon.
Locloon.
I don't know if his first name's Pooh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to just call him.
I can give you Yoda and Mace Windu, and then I'm all right.
And so
Anakin's on the council, but he's not the rank of master.
Doesn't have the rank of master.
From what I've heard, yeah, that's what I've heard.
Kit Fisto, of course.
Kit Fisto, yeah.
Kit Fisto on the council?
I
can't remember.
Yes.
Why not?
Why not? Chalk T.
Why not? Ooh.
Long neck
what's
one.
The
That's
guy
a good
with
one.
the really long neck. Yeah.
Max Rebo, hell yeah.
Max Rebo.
That guy survived the Jedi Purge. He was out getting pizzas.
Absolutely.
And ironically, he hated being the guy who had to go out and get food, but it saved him.
It's a robot chicken joke, I assume.
I was about to ask about if anybody knew the deep lore, if they were just pretending they know the deep lore. Rags,
yeah,
you know the robot chicken meme?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I might have seen it years ago, but
he went out and got pizza, and then he worked on the Death Star in the cafeteria.
Oh,
I had no clue. Oh yeah, that's one I must not have seen, or it's just been so long I've forgot.
I sense a disturbance in the Force. You didn't give us any crackers. And then he just hands him like a bag of biscuits and then walk away.
Does anyone who orders pizza, do they eat the crackers, or is that just like a symbolic gesture?
Wait, pizza with like
people order crackers with their pizza?
Yeah, like the cheap saltine sort of things that they just sort of like give you to eat, and you're just like, oh, does anyone ever actually have this?
They give you those with pizza?
I don't.
Yeah,
Maybe
like
it's
I'm
just
baffled by
maybe
this.
it's an
Like
American
takeaway
thing. I
pizza.
don't know. Some people just do.
No, I've never. I don't think I've ever gotten a pizza and they're like, "Here are some crackers with your pizza." Like that just.
Prawn crackers with Chinese.
Well,
I
you
never
wouldn't
eat
say
those.
that to them
Yeah.
if you know, but
What brand? What chain you thinking of when you?
Yeah, like
I don't
everybody
know. I
is
just think
calling
like
you insane,
generally.
Rags. They're all calling you mad, except for a couple.
I'm not saying I agree with it.
No, they're
No, but
questioning whether it even happened.
I think it does happen
sometimes.
sometimes.
You don't sound very confident,
Normally,
Rax.
it can happen, but generally what you get is you get the pizza, and then it has sometimes they have like peppers, a couple green peppers maybe in there, like on the side.
Well, crackers.
If you want those, and
I-
they have 2 packs, one of which is like even more fucking cheese if you want to put more on the top, or like the little red pepper.
What?
See,
yeah.
I do consider myself. I consider myself a fan of pizza. In fact, I had pizza before I came on this stream, and I will
had
go
pizza
so far
before
as
I
to
came on this
admit that
stream.
I'm currently googling this and looking up to see any
Crackers and
place
pizza.
that gives you
Yeah,
crackers and
I've-
pizza.
I've
Haven't
never
found one
heard
yet.
of
but-
Crackers
I
and
just love
pizza
the
would
idea
make
of like a
great
takeaway. It's like,
thing.
oh, we got to throw in some other shit in this
Throw in
pizza.
some
What have we got? I don't know, a pack of crackers. Fuck it, throw it in.
Like what what are you talking about? Like that you get like a box with extra like I've never.
No,
gotten
you
pizza
get
with,
like packets
you
of
want extra-
cheese.
I've never
Like Parmesan
never,
cheese.
And that's
I don't think
yeah, like Parmesan
No,
Zan
what
cheese. Yeah.
unmelted just cheese. to
Yes,
put
like
on your
dust,
pizza.
like cheese dust
Oh,
in
yeah, yeah,
packet,
yeah, yeah.
and you
Okay.
sprinkle
Okay.
that on top of
Seasoning.
it. If your fat
What?
fucking face doesn't have enough cheese on your pizza already, you can
I-
sprinkle
so-
more
so
Parmesan
what-
cheese dust
Wait,
on
so
your pizza.
help me out here. What does that look like? You get the pizza and like, you want extra cheese for that pizza?
Well, generally, what they do
That
is
makes
they
more
stick because you have
sense.
the
The
that does
crackers.
make more sense than
Box.
the crackers. Yeah, but
well, you have the pizza box with a pizza inside of it, and sort of the packets are sort of put inside the space between the top of the box and the bottom of the box where they meet.
what? Like by default, or you got to pay more for that?
It's been default to my experience that it
so
comes
that,
with those
okay,
things.
that's foreign to me then. Yeah, I've never.
It is-
I've never
it
ordered
may
a
be
pizza
totally
In the box,
foreign.
right, with a
That's
hot
fine.
pizza as well. Isn't
Maybe
it
it's
going
an
to make the
American
crackers
thing.
go like
All
all
right,
hot and sweaty?
Drinker, God
must be an
damn it,
American
I'll
thing.
say it again. The box has the pizza inside of it, and the design of the pizza box is such that the top of the lid fits inside the bottom part, right? So when it closes, there's a little gap between the bottom and the top, sort of where they meet. And along that little space, that's where they stick the packets in.
Someone
This is
in
not
chat
an
saying-
unusual thing. This is not
Sure,
an
man.
enchanted
Sure,
magical thing.
Sure.
This is what
100%.
they do. I'm not saying that I
Rags.
approve of it
We-
or that I think it's a
we
good
believe
business
you.
strategy.
I believe
That's what they
everything you
do.
said. Yep.
This
Yeah,
back
I
me up
believe
on
that
that.
you
This
believe
is
it,
what
Rags.
they do.
Rags knows how it feels when you explain that in Australia there's a toilet and a bathroom. Now he knows how it feels.
Now
Except
you know
his is
how
more
it feels.
Yeah.
Anyway, Andor.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I hit play.
Man, these background noises.
So you got a guy
Okay.
who admits he's not a fan.
Ooh, careful there.
No,
he said
no,
fan
no,
fan.
Ted.
Not a fan.
Fan.
Nobody
He
says
might be a fan
then-
1. He might be level 1 fan.
Nobody says they're
That'd
not a
be
fan
fun.
when all they mean to say is they're not a fan. Obviously, he means something else.
Of Star Wars.
Presumably, the words are on the screen in front of this guy as he's speaking. How can he not remember
don't
what
know.
he just read?
I would say that it might. Oh, I don't know if I want to jump the gun yet, but it's like, damn, man, feels a little uncharitable.
I would say so too.
Like, because again, when somebody says, "I'm not a fan," like that tells me, oh, you like it. You're just not, but you're not like super duper. Like, this isn't like your favorite thing in the world. You're not like really immersed.
alright.
Admits he
well,
doesn't
maybe
know
even more than
the
that,
Star
right?
Wars
Like,
lore. Doesn't know
maybe.
anything about Star Wars.
no, it
No,
doesn't
I
mean he
get
doesn't
that.
know anything
No,
about Star Wars.
actually,
Well,
he
he's gonna get
knows
the
about
Funko
Star
Pops.
Wars
Also-
because he looked it up on Wikipedia.
If he's gonna know, he knows all the stuff everyone knows, of course. Like,
Yeah, he knows the normal stuff,
But
he
even if-
probably doesn't.
even if he fucking looked up Wikipedia to find out how to spell like Yodel, for example, I wouldn't blame him. Be like, yeah, good, double check, good stuff. You know what I mean? Like, why shun that?
the
That's a
first
good
step
thing.
to become. That's the first step to becoming a fan.
Yeah,
It's learning how to spell Yodel's name.
I think that we should not discourage any fucking showrunner from considering looking up facts about the actual IP on a fan-made Wikipedia. Are you kidding me? That's like that's a godsend. We need more of that.
Well,
Although
I
it
mean,
doesn't-
basic research, yeah, should absolutely be encouraged because, as you know, Mahler, what's his face Sam Raimi, who directed Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. He didn't watch WandaVision. He never finished WandaVision.
No.
Michael Waldron didn't watch WandaVision.
Michael
either.
Waldron.
Well, both of
Yeah.
them, as far as I know, yeah.
Both.
But
Oh,
it was
Jesus
recently
fucking
found out about
Christ.
Michael Waldron definitely not doing it right.
And also, we've been finding out more. Apparently, Elizabeth Olsen just stopped like reading rewrites of the scripts while production was happening.
The actress from American Chavez tried to defend Michael Waldron by saying his script was torn to pieces and reshot all of the time and stuff. It's like,
and yet he's coming back for Secret Wars. So like, I don't know, man. Like, if you're gonna come back and keep working for Disney, then you gotta own the nature of the way that
it's
work
not
was
like
created, right?
it's not like it was a series of incredible scenes that were out of order. The individual lines were cringe too. So what are you going to tell me, that they tore the words up and rearranged them like individually? I don't buy it.
Doesn't know Star Wars well enough to at least go on his own, that he has to consult.
So I'm going to be honest with you. If I was showrunning an entire Star Wars TV show, I don't think I would be able to do it from memory alone. I could probably get away with it, but I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, I would be reading that Wikipedia like a fucking Bible.
Hell yeah.
You should be willing to double check and just make sure, like, that you've got all your stuff straight. Don't just rely on your own memory. Like,
No.
I don't know why we're shitting on somebody for like doing research.
Well, the people rightly shat on Ryan Johnson for not doing research.
Yeah.
So now, again, have one or the other, but not both.
Well, it seems the complaint is the fact that you have to even look it up is bad enough, which is bizarre when you don't know what he was looking up. What if he was looking up like really obscure shit? Like, what is the name of this specific ship? Or like, what are some like key locations in like this one planet that people might not have heard of before? Like, I don't know. Just seems pretty
Wikipedia.
normal.
Yeah. You can't devote all that to memory. And if you
The guy doesn't like Star
did, like, I
Wars.
don't know, man.
The show is
Right.
being the show Andor is being made by someone who doesn't like Star Wars.
Not what
That
he
doesn't mean
said.
Right.
it's not
Whoa,
like
you
that
didn't say-
doesn't like
You didn't
Star
say that,
Wars.
and I'm sorry, but you watch Andor, you don't conclude the person who made Andor does not like Star Wars.
Sounds
No,
like they kind of
absolutely
love
not.
it, actually.
And I
And I
gotta
love
assume
the way that they see Star Wars, too.
Mm-hmm.
that the people with him in the writers' room, the people, the people surrounding him and stuff, they probably don't like Star Wars either.
That's not a
You-
real
you
assumption.
don't
Like,
need to make
that's-
that assumption.
But why?
That's
Yeah, why
not-
have we?
that's-
He even said
yeah, that's
probably.
like-
It's like, where have you got this from?
It's just you put like where'd that come from? Like that doesn't logically follow. One guy said that he's not a fan, which you concluded means he's not a fan and doesn't understand Star Wars. Therefore, the people who were also writing with him probably also don't know what Star Wars is. That's not like there's no logical connection. Like
feels
that's
like
a non sequitur.
Looking for an excuse to shit on Andor, I guess. I don't know. It's getting weird.
I have precedent for this.
Oh,
A couple
okay.
weeks back,
Mm-hmm.
another producer in the Disney conglomerate, Nate Moore, Marvel producer, said that they don't hire writers or directors or anybody who actually enjoys the source material, who likes it.
So this isn't precedent
That
because
throws up a
that's
red
Marvel and this is Lucasfilm, and they are separate, even though they are both under the Disney umbrella. They have different leadership.
This is such a stretch.
Flag.
Yeah,
They
this
would
is-
rather hire people who don't like the source material.
Yeah, that's some
Oh, they
3-4-3
made a mistake with
shit,
Tony
isn't it?
Gilroy then, because he didn't say that, did he?
It's,
Wanna hire
it's such
people
it's such 3-4. It's do you guys 3-4-3 where they're like, yeah, we hired people who hated Halo. It's like that's just excellent, guys. Good job.
Awesome. Glad that's paying off.
No, no way I'm denying, by the way, that there are people at Disney who seem to not either not give a shit at all about Star Wars or actively
Yeah,
hate
it's
it.
just a product to them. Yeah,
I'm
that
sure
makes
that's the case, but I don't see why we're saying that about the people who made Andor. This feels like a reverse argument where he's like, Andor's not good, but I can't say that, so instead I'll say the people who made it hate Star Wars. I'm like, okay. You didn't draw that from the show, though.
Who don't like the property,
All their quotes.
so they can come in and not write what the character actually should be, but they take
what
What does that have to do
character
with
should
Andor
be?
that is filled with lots of characters who are like original?
What should they
I'd be curious
be?
what Andor characters are
Well, it's just like,
incorrect.
what should Luthen like? Did they bring him in to write him how he should not be when they made him? Like, you know
Is
what I
it? Does
mean?
Luthen need like a Mandalorian helmet and
Or is
jetpack?
he specifically referring to Andor and
This
Mon
is the
Mothma?
way.
Are those the two characters he's talking about that he feels were out of character in Andor, or is this, I guess, maybe still on the Marvel point?
I guess we'll find out. Hopefully.
The character, strip everything away, and then they fill that character in with their own.
Yeah, this I don't see
Agenda
how this has
bias.
anything to do with Andor. With
They
Andor,
filled in the
how-
character
that-
with their own agenda and biases. Please just tell me what ones. Give me an example.
Also, who doesn't?
I can't think. I'm
To an
thinking Frankie was
extent.
right. The only two I can think of are Mon Mothma and
Andor and
Andor.
Mon
Mon
Mothma,
Mothma in,
yeah.
in the established cinematic canon, excluding the stuff that Disney has done away with, has about 3 lines of dialogue at the end of or toward the end of Return of the Jedi, and a couple of lines of dialogue in Rogue One. That's it. There's actually not a huge amount of character to remove from Mon Mothma. She has a position. That's the role she serves in the plot. She doesn't really have a huge amount of material currently written for her
Mhm.
that forms a part of this information. So, like, this show is building toward the depiction of Mon Mothma as we see her in Rogue One, and then as we will eventually see, or it will change our perspective perhaps of her as we see her in Return of the Jedi, but it's not taking anything away from the established depiction, what I'm aware of.
Like, it shouldn't be controversial to say Mon Mothma's greatest moments in the Star Wars canon as it stands right now is in Andor.
Obviously,
Easily.
she's one of the best
she's
characters
pretty great.
in that show.
She's a really excellent character. She's definitely top tier.
That's where you get Wakanda Forever.
What?
What?
So
Wakanda forever.
That was a leap.
Wait, what?
I got to theorize that the people surrounding Tony Gilroy and Tony Gilroy himself.
No,
don't like
this is
Star
not.
Wars.
This is just like not a logical.
Just
Like
theorize it, I guess.
conclusion. Yeah, yeah, but theorizing implies that there's like a
Something to work
rationale
with.
behind it. You've got nothing. You've got a producer for Marvel said something that was lame, and then you
And-
just sort of applied it to a totally different production. And it's also worth keeping in mind as well, right? Like that Andor doesn't have a lot of the same people sort of involved in terms of producing it, because Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, I don't believe that they were involved really at all. It's totally separate from them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're writing this with their own biases and their own agendas attached. It is
Such as
The thing about it is, I'm fine with that because most humans do. It's how it infects the work, right? And how it makes it break apart or how it strengthens it. I need to see, because there were values
example
from
would be
George
nice.
Lucas poured into Star Wars, right? Certainly the prequels and the OT, you can derive messaging in those films. But I think that they're done in such a way that it's in line with the world and the characters and stuff. And then you can get it really clunkily and bad, and it's like preachy and stupid. Just tell me where in Andor that it all fell apart. How did it all get broken by a writer being shit, you know?
I mean, I have these arguments with people occasionally when I'm doing anything on sort of old school Star Wars. You know, when you say that Star Wars is not itself political, you can read Star Wars politically, but Star Wars itself is not preaching political manifestos at you. And people will say, "What are you talking about? George Lucas was clearly writing a metaphor for Vietnam and the American Empire." So yes, that's your read into it. That's how you read art politically. But Ronald Reagan also invoked Star Wars against the Soviet Union at the time. Communists and capitalists alike liked Star Wars, and they could both read their own preferred metaphors into it. The same thing sort of holds true with Andor. Andor's a bit more tricky to completely separate from the politics of the thing because it is overtly revolutionary. I think what it does quite well is it does abstract sort of the political revolutionary aspect from identifiable political trends in the modern day. Again, it's not doing allegory in sort of a political party political sense. So it's not really cramming biases in, except insofar as you think that fascistic empires are bad and should be opposed.
That's the thing. I think that the allegory to be drawn from Andor are both enjoyable and interesting to talk about, but fundamentally, I saw the whole show as just sort of a look into fascistic systems, how they rise, maintain power, and how they fall, what it takes to topple them. I found that really interesting. I found the ideals from individual characters and what their goals are and how everything, so many different individuals within this entire system getting shaped to complete opposites or dying as a result of a very strict principle, or someone like two of the characters I would pick, right? Like Luthen is just one of my favorites easily. Someone who basically burns his own soul in order to make a difference in stopping the Empire. But then you have that guy from episodes, I want to say 4, 5, 6, who plays himself the sort of a heroic character who has a tragic backstory with his brother having died and blah blah blah, and it keeps him going and stuff. But then we find out later that it's all a lie because he's relying on the sort of aesthetic of fighting against fascism when really he just wants money. Like, what an interesting character to have in there, and how true that would be to real life, that some people are just trying to get their own shit sorted out. So yeah, if someone was to say like, yeah, but that's preachy, I'd be like, tell me how.
I think you could make that argument if, say, you had a system of government in the Star Wars universe that was previously portrayed as like relatively stable and good and fair, like democratic, and Andor tried to flip it and recontextualize it as like an evil empire that had to be struggled against and overthrown. That would be preachy because it's like you're trying to completely reshape the world in order to fit the sort of whatever political manifesto.
Yeah, like
that
arguing
you have.
Luke wasn't a hero or something crazy like that.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like
Someone would do that.
you're trying to apply this to like the modern view of America or whatever. Like, we've got to overthrow all of it. But like, no, this is an existing empire that we knew was evil anyway from the OT. You're simply given expanded detail on how this revolution against them began. That's fine. It's not.
If anything, they're making the
biased.
Empire. They're adding a little bit more humanity in there, with a lot of workers who are just normal people trying to get jobs done, maintain laws.
I think they refer to it as the banality of evil. I think that's how this is seen. It's like, because it's like even the most evil of empires and everything. Like, it's ultimately just composed of normal people who have lives. They have to do all the same things that we have to do day to day. How does that work? How does it look? How do we get to see things from their point of view? It's good. It's interesting stuff.
Tony Gilroy's worldview disguised as a Star Wars story.
What's his worldview?
Just tell me, give me an example of what's wrong.
What is it? Because his worldview makes for good Star Wars, whatever it is, I guess. I don't know.
This whole thing is based on one quote from the guy where it's like, "Oh, I'm not a fan of Star Wars," and it's like he's just gone off on this crazy rabbit hole of complete supposition.
5 words in quotes, and then just some broader descriptions of what he was referring to, and then it's like, yeah, Andor is just Tony Gilroy's worldview masquerading as a Star Wars show. Can we please expand on that thought with some references?
Because half the quote
from
was speculation.
Example.
Show us some scenes. Show us some footage.
That'd be great.
Here's why it's wrong.
For any of this, that'd be nice.
Here's what he did. This is why it's tainted by his worldview, and this is why it's wrong.
But no, it's easier for me to just sit here in front of my webcam and just give you my thoughts without anything to back them up.
I think describing them as thoughts at this point would be generous.
Yeah, opinions. I guess what we've got here.
So that made me think about these fans, the ones that are, commenting. Maybe they never liked Star Wars either.
Oh, don't pull that card, please. Maybe the people who like Andor are people who don't like Star Wars. Like,
I don't know, man. If you were in charge, it makes me think that we wouldn't have gotten Andor, and man, that would have sucked.
Explains why they keep saying that this is better than The Empire Strikes Back. Maybe they...
I don't know who's saying
that.
I just don't... It's not a sentiment I've seen very often, if at all. I just don't see that.
Seems to be...
People saying it's the best thing since Empire I've seen, but
I could absolutely see why someone would say that. I think you could put some gas into that. And...
this is like the definition of straw manning right here. It's just like, I've perhaps seen one
comment
to this effect somewhere, and I'm just going to apply that opinion to like anyone who supported this show.
In his head, he's like, people out there saying it's the best thing Disney have. It's like, well, that's kind of reasonable. Best thing since the prequels, like, oh, that could be considered reasonable too. Fuck. Best thing since Return of the Jedi. Well, the Ewoks and some of the Goofies. Best thing since Empire. Yeah, there you go. Now they look crazy.
Didn't like Star Wars, but when they see Andor, which apparently is nothing like Star Wars.
What do you mean apparently?
Did you watch it?
What do you mean apparently it's nothing like Star Wars?
Is he saying... Is he drawing that from the quote?
I think he's appealing to Tony Gilroy saying that he's not a fan of Star Wars. So, which therefore means it is apparently not Star Wars. I don't understand. I don't get it. What's the through line?
They can like that because it's nothing like Star Wars. It all makes sense.
No.
It all makes sense.
No.
It really does not.
Andor is written and directed by people who don't like Star Wars for people who don't like Star Wars.
And you pulled this.
You're just saying that.
Fairly
just-
bit of logic there, sir. Well
It's just
done.
funny, right? Because if he was here right now, I'd be like, but I like
Yeah.
Empire and Andor, now what?
Mm-hmm.
What happens to me?
You which way, Western man? I mean, like, what are you
You
gonna
gotta
do now?
pick
You
one,
gotta
you gotta have both.
choose, you know?
Seems
Bugsy
like
is
he's proud of
very,
this as well. This
say that.
conclusion that he's reached, he's like, yeah, I nailed it there.
Based on a quote.
Star
5 words of a quote. And
What's
then
the
he
thing?
said he looked up Wikipedia.
I'd go back to it, but there was like 3 pieces of quote, and 2 of them weren't even quote. They were speculation on what the quote meant, and then the other piece was like, he also said this before about this. It's like, it's barely anything. You've got like barely anything from
Oh,
Tony
not at all.
Gilroy.
Feels like it was a conclusion you already drew, and then you found one reference that for some reason you thought like
That's the
backed up
thing.
that claim. You ran away with it.
I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like, I guess it's not as fun if you just said I don't like Andor. If you just say that, it's like, well, I want it to mean more than that. I want it to go further than that.
Sure.
I mean, there's a part of me that wonders, does he mean he hasn't seen it with the whole apparently line? Because if he hasn't even
seen it, right?
Because if he hasn't seen it and he's making these very strong statements about it, then you'd be a fucking fool to do that.
Well, I mean, because references is like you need examples of what you're talking about in the show that you can point to. Because like
well-
being really vague is not helpful, especially if you're talking to people who like it. Like, what specifically would you be referring to in terms of it being like you had the characters, you stripped them bare of who they were, and then you inserted the traits that you wanted to fit your like whatever your perspective on the world is or your agenda as a writer. Like, what do you have as a point of reference to support that, or are you just going to throw it out there? Because again, it's just perplexing to somebody who likes it, which presumably is somebody you're trying to appeal to, right? Like people who like it. Because the people who don't like it, they already agree with you anyway, right?
He must know this is incendiary. He basically just said, like, you only like it because you're not a fan of Star Wars. It's like, oh.
Right, which again is that's really lame.
Listen, if you want to like Andor, that's fine.
Thank you.
But you're not a Star Wars fan,
I'm not
right?
taking that away from anybody. Please
Okay, but
enjoy the
with
show.
this video.
Enjoy Andor.
Where's that big
We'll
old butt?
ramp
Come on, give us that butt.
That butt.
Give us a show us a butt. Do it.
But call yourselves Andor.
Oh, he said
Hey!
butt so fast. He went butt.
Oh yeah, he was. Butt call.
It's like
He said
He
that was
knew
the
that
fastest butt
butt
call I've
was-
ever heard.
You know, do
Yeah.
you think he was thinking about that saying, like, nothing means anything before the word butt? So he was like, I'm
Well,
gonna get out real quick.
yeah, like you're just thinking about you don't want that butt to be really strong. You gotta be like you gotta soften it, dampen it up a little bit.
But call yourselves Andor fans. Because apparently you're not Star Wars fans.
Ugh.
So
If you like
can be an
Andor,
Andor
you're not a Star Wars fan.
That is a pretty funny sort of sentence, isn't it? When you strip away a lot of it. If you like Andor, that's okay, but don't call yourself a Star Wars fan.
You ain't a Star Wars fan if you
Wow.
like Andor. You
What
can't
if I like
him
all
both.
of it, though? What am I? What am I? What does that make me?
Well, what does he say to somebody who it's just like, yeah, I like Andor, and he's like, really? And then just did like sort of a Star Wars trivia quiz, and they got 100% right. Then what?
Well-
It's like, well, you know, call yourself an Andor fan. You must have gotten all of that from Andor, I guess, somehow. Like, how does he square away somebody who like earnestly, passionately likes basically everything from Star Wars, including Andor? Like, they're not
They've
even
gone mad.
they're even the kind of person who likes the sequel somehow, but they also
By the
like
way,
Andor, you know?
I think he's using the word apparently a lot, I think, to avoid it sounding like it's his perspective. He's basically saying,
Even
like,
though
this is just the result of the Tony Gilroy quote.
Oh, so some nice weasel words then.
Well, I'd be curious to ask him, is like, do you believe I am not a Star Wars fan if I consider myself a fan of Andor?
No, I'm just saying apparently, based
It's
on
just
the
I'm
logic
just
that
saying.
I created.
I'm just using
Well, it's
purely
a problem.
deductive logic here. It's not up to me, really. I just look at the facts and I make my assessment, and I mean the cards fall where they may.
It's just
They're
it's
chips.
it's a
they are.
problem when he gets a bit trigger happy with apparently, because when he's describing like whether or not it's good or not, he's like, well, apparently it's not a very good show. You're just
She's like the kid. Well,
You're just creating
apparently
the impression
it's not
that
a very
you
good show, and apparently, you can't like them both, as far as I know.
I just think it would be really
Apparently.
funny if he hadn't even seen a single frame of it, and he's just purely speculating on all of this stuff.
This is a man.
I'm
You
sure
know what?
he's
I
seen
like
it.
it. This man's a gambler. All right.
Mm.
This man likes to take risks. All right. He's a risk taker. This man right here. He's willing to just to take that risk. It's probably, he throws caution to the wind. Something gets into his head and he goes for it. He doesn't piddle around with details and facts and information.
He doesn't go to Wikipedia.
This ain't a Wikipedia watcher looker. This man is balls to the wall, high octane, pedal to the metal, opinion assertion having. This is a proper YouTuber right here. This is the 21st century. We don't have the time to fuck around.
To quote Kathleen Kennedy, I don't think, I just do.
Oh, that's a great quote.
I think, yeah.
It's also every time you pause it, it looks like his face is realizing that his mouth is speaking bullshit. He always looks slightly surprised and perplexed and confused by what he's just said every time you
He's
pause.
maybe just freewheeling, like he didn't even know what the point of this video was when he
Well,
started.
the camera seems to be pissing him off. That's my impression.
One thing I want to say, it's a good camera. He has a good camera and a good mic, which is far more than I could say about a lot of people who sit.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say thank you to the guy who made this video for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
A lot of people don't pass that.
You've managed to do with your 781 sub channel what Movie Bob could not do in thousands of subs and years of Patreon.
You're going to say
thousands
thousands of years.
Thousands of years.
Probably.
Yeah, I can believe that Movie Bob is some primordial force, like some Warhammer Chaos Lord.
He's like the It Clown. He's just the negative force of
Always
the universe.
Existed. Yeah.
Be a huge Andor fan. Be the biggest Andor fan you can be.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to enjoy Star Wars.
All right.
Oh shit!
Oh.
Would you do that too?
I want
Am I
to
off
ask
the mark?
him,
Yes.
what is?
Yes.
What
I'm
does
gonna
he think
get you
Star Wars
guys-
is? I want to know what his starting premise is. Like normally, pro forma argument, you begin with, let's say, my thesis is people who like Andor don't like Star Wars. You begin by saying this is what Star Wars is to my conception. This is how I believe it is constituted. This is what makes it up. This is what Andor falls short of. This is why, therefore, the people who like Andor cannot be said to be Star Wars fans. I want to know what he thinks Star Wars is supposed to be to begin with before he goes around saying that people who like Andor are not Star Wars fans.
I
See,
mean,
the
the
fact that you
problem
would
is
have to
doing all that
ask-
stuff that you're talking about, Platoon, that would require like research and scripting and time and effort and editing. And it's like, why do all that when you can just sit in front of your webcam for 5 minutes and just
as we know as well, because
7 minutes.
he would defeat himself if he did the research to make that argument. By his own argument, he would not be a fan, so he can't do it.
You can see how this video came to be, right? He saw that quote and was like, he's not even a fan of Star Wars. So no wonder people who like Andor think it's so good when Star Wars fans don't, because Andor's not even Star Wars. It's made by
I
someone
would
else.
be curious of is
Mullah, just out of curiosity, like what's his his upload rate? You know, is he putting out like several videos a day, or is it pretty?
I'll have a look.
don't know.
I don't know.
I know that this 7-minute 3-second video took him 7 minutes and
Got-
3 seconds to make.
'Cause I'm just
One
there was a
day-
tiny bit of editing there, Rags, where he put in that quote.
Yeah.
that must have
Oh
taken an
yeah,
extra
that's
few
true.
minutes.
And also that wasn't even a screenshot. He manually typed that all in.
Yeah,
that is his artistic
He
creation.
formatted it and he highlighted the relevant sections.
That's true. That's the man cares. This is
There's
a
no
real,
fade
this is a
transitions or
fan of
anything, and no
English.
little sort
About
of zoom
three-
ins or
Nah,
anything.
that's-
three
that doesn't
videos
fit
per
the high
week.
octane lifestyle. All right,
Okay.
that's a pretty decent. That's a good upload schedule. 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Andor stands. Tell me how
one every couple days. On the 7th day he rests.
I am, but hey, let the let other people comment. Let real Star Wars fans comment, and let me know what you
Let
guys
real
think.
Sar Wars fans comment.
Okay, so
do you real Star
essentially,
Wars-
if
Stop
you like
being
the show and
cringe.
you disagree with me, don't comment on my video.
Yeah.
You agree with me to it.
What's interesting is that there is there's a comment here that he has loved that says Star Wars ended after Return of the Jedi, Anything made afterwards constitutes leeching off of the original 6 movies.
Careful with that. Wait.
What?
Yeah, you caught it. You caught it.
Let's check our thinking on this one, gentlemen.
Wait.
I don't know what
second.
that means. I don't know what that means, but
wait, maybe there was 3 other movies that were made before
the Lucas
before
the Lucas
OC.
Vault.
We just don't
The
know about it.
Lucasfilm vaults.
Only real Star Wars fans know about those other 3 movies.
Only
Okay.
the OT is good. All 6 of them.
First fans think I'm off the mark, or you guys, or are you with them?
Are you with
Let me know in the
them?
comments.
Are you with,
With
them?
them. Those
think I'm
traitors.
Did we learn nothing from Andor? Gosh.
Subscribers, you guys are awesome. I tell you that every time because I mean it. You
Thank
guys
you.
are great.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not a
Thanks, man.
subscriber, but I'm, you know.
I'll see you guys in the next video.
So loud.
I love it. All right, so it's safe to say there wasn't a huge amount of arguments in that one,
No.
but he made a
No,
follow-up
one
one.
Oh
Okay.
god! I
Now-
can't wait.
Now he's going
This
to
one-
give
this-
us.
Is this the real meat of the sandwich, Mauler?
This one's called "My Case Against Andor." Why it's
Ah.
not true Star
Ooh.
Wars.
Might
Nice.
explain.
So
All right.
all of you were like, "Oh, he's not
Quality.
going to give arguments." Is he?" He's like, "No, he will," and you are going to be red in the face when you realize that maybe you'll be concluding, "Oh, maybe Andor isn't Star Wars." Huh?
My body is ready. My pizza crackers are prepared.
As you can tell, time has passed because his beard has grown out a little there.
That's true. That's true. And he's
got
got
a
a different
TV.
shirt on. Oh, his
Mhm.
TARDIS is gone.
No,
It disappeared. His TARDIS. It went to another time and place. The TARDIS
Wow.
is traveled through space and the universe, and now it's having an adventure.
So
Where did it go?
I would say it is time for us to understand the argument now, because that 7 minutes was him presenting the sort of the title of the essay, so to speak. This is the essay.
Okay.
This is the
Okay.
definitive
Ooh.
why Andor isn't Star Wars video.
Ooh.
Let's get into it.
Sweet.
That's all right.
Oh no, he
Definitive.
changed it. What happened to the burrito? I missed
He's a
it.
changed man, Mahler.
He's
The TARDIS
evolved.
is gone,
That
the
cold
shirt is
opening there
changed.
to lure us in.
It's better because it's quieter.
Yeah, it's quicker, I think.
Hey, everybody. Steve
Hello. Hi, Steve.
here. Since the last video I made about Ahsoka,
Mm.
I brought up Andor again.
Okay.
And I've made some other Andor videos.
Yeah, we've seen one of them.
And I've got a
Yeah,
lot
it
of
was
people
bad.
saying that Andor is Star Wars. As a matter of fact, they're saying Andor is the best thing since The Empire Strikes Back.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
That is
that's
a
fine.
different claim than the one you made.
Uh-oh.
So what I think is happening with Andor, which is inevitably just that was always going to happen, is the people who didn't watch it stop talking about it and stop raising criticism of it because they're less and less familiar with it. You know what I mean? It's like sequels, we all remember why they're so shit, but people who don't
Yeah,
like
I'll
Andor
speak to them.
or kind of didn't watch it aren't going to bother, like in the average conversation, to be like, no, Andor shit. They're going to be like, yeah, Andor. Yeah. But the people who like Andor, they will raise it every time it's mentioned. Andor is really good.
Okay.
Andor's really
Okay.
great.
Okay.
And so if you casually in the middle of a video are like, oh, that Mandalorian season 3 was bad. Yeah, which, you know, that just means we've gotten duds all around with that, Andor, and blah, blah, blah. And then someone comes to me like, whoa. Andor wasn't a
Whoa.
dud, you know. And so eventually,
Andor
if
was
you're someone who
fire.
thinks Andor is shit, you will get a lot of pushback just randomly. And you just be like, what is going on? Why are people being so nice about Andor? And it's like, well, maybe check it out. Me and
Could be good.
Drinker have been trying to push it on Az and Gary for forever, basically.
One
They
day
should
they'll
see
break.
it. They might really
One
like it.
day.
I say nay.
Oh my.
Nay.
I say
Sounds
Andor.
like Smack.
and Rogue One
Mm-hmm.
are not true Star Wars.
Okay.
Now, I have 2 points that I think make my case
2 whole points.
and will prove beyond a shadow of a
I was kind of
Hey,
hoping
I'll
we get
take
more
'em.
than. I thought we were going to get more than 2, but that's all right.
Hey,
Yeah,
the amount of
expect
points
5
you
or
have
10 at
is
least.
how good the points are, guys. Stop poisoning the well. This is disgusting behavior.
Maybe within the point there will be like 5 supporting points. You know what I mean? Like first
It's true,
point.
they could have
Best
sub
points are
points.
like because one, only true Star Wars fans would understand what this is, and it's not Star
And
Wars.
two,
and
Andor
two,
isn't true Star Wars. So there, I mean,
yeah,
like,
exactly.
I nailed it.
following basic logical structure and argumentation, it is, while not a sound argument, a valid one. So that is something. We are progressing towards, it's a good video.
Without
Piece by piece.
that Andor is not true Star Wars.
Just to refresh my
Now-
memory, in the last video, was the claim that Andor was not true Star Wars, or that Andor wasn't Star Wars full stop?
Oh,
It wasn't
think he's
true
a-
Star Wars. I think it was almost, if not the exact implication. Of
So-
what was being
so
said.
the last one was called "Why Isn't Real Star Wars?"
Ah,
This
Real,
one's right. It's not
true.
true Star Wars. These are different
He's
things.
evolving. He's evolving his thinking. You see.
There might be a subtle difference that I'm not keen on, but I'm sure
He's
he'll
gonna
let me know.
explain it, I'm sure. Why would he make a 17-minute video that doesn't explain it?
For the Andor
That's
fans
true.
that are watching this,
Hello.
Hello.
I'm not
Hey.
trying to stir up trouble. I'm not trying to make some
sometimes
clickbaity.
trouble
Well, you got
finds you,
trouble
my
here,
man.
buddy.
I'm gonna get
Call me
you.
Dr. Trouble. I've got
I-
a prescription for some arguments.
I'll be honest, if someone said, could I convince you that Andor is not true Star Wars? I'd be like, I'll give it a shot. I'll see if you can.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Now,
d-
it's not been unknown, right, for us to do these EFAPs, and the guy who's getting the video made about him will hear about it and will come on. I would genuinely be interested to have this guy on. Just to
Sure.
hear his-
Absolutely.
Out with
He
him.
seems-
I would just fully recommend
Yeah.
Andor to him. Assuming he hasn't seen it, maybe he has. I mean, he's made this video. so-
Surely he has. That would be like the that would be the that would be the kicker here, so to speak.
Oh wait, apparently he's in the comments. Is he?
Oh, nice. Hello. We're
I
covering.
haven't
Hey.
spotted him yet.
So far, not great video.
This video's had an
I'm here for
excellent start.
points.
Free
Yeah.
video.
He said he's got 2 points.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Mahler,
I-
you and I both know that if
Mhm.
every video we covered had 2 good points,
It
what
would
a
already raise to like
magical
top
world we live
10.
in.
It would be in top 10 territory.
it would be in top 10 territory, unironically. Yes, it would.
and get clicks and likes and watches and stuff. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
I'm simply trying to express why I don't see Andor and Rogue One as Star Wars.
All right, that's a
Okay.
bit of a rollback, but
Oh,
that's
I
don't
okay.
know.
Well,
And
Is-
also that
I
people
don't
who didn't-
see
that
why-
people who like it aren't fans of Star Wars. Let's not
Indeed.
forget that one.
Yeah, that was another thing that was said. That's true.
Other than it being by Disney. Everything Disney puts out so far has just been garbage. So,
not
Except
Andor,
this.
but I guess that's what we're here to.
Hey,
yeah.
listen, if he's saying Mando
Cover.
season 1 and 2 are also garbage, I'm with this guy, okay? Finally.
setting that aside, I'm making the case as to why Andor and Rogue One are not Star Wars.
Oh, and Rogue One.
So I'm a little bit frustrated there because it sounded before was much more. What did he just say like 15 seconds ago? Wasn't it like I'm just saying like in my opinion? It's just like my perspective, and now we've just we're like already back to like a more definitive kind of claim.
Yeah,
mean,
man,
it
he's
could
a
just
bold
be-
person.
I mean,
it
Favet
could just be
Fortuna
like-
Fortibus.
Yeah, clumsy language use, I suppose, but yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to get comments. And I love to hear your guys' comments about this.
Oh,
I
good.
love a good debate.
We came to the
I
right
I was
place.
gonna say,
I've got a feeling you're going to get a lot more comments after this EFAP episode.
hey, constructive comments, everyone, okay?
Constructive comments. He's a nice gentleman.
Yes.
We learned that in the
Be
last
nice.
episode of EF. Was it the last one, the constructive criticism thing? The criticism guy?
All criticism should not be negative.
Yeah, he
Except
said
it's okay
no
if
negative.
it is. Except
Yeah,
it's okay
unless-
if it is.
Except
Yeah,
when
and
it's
I
really
assumed
shit
it doesn't
movies.
pass the Hitler test, but
So, after you watch this video, please feel free to leave comments. I will try to respond to as many as possible.
it's the spirit.
I'd appreciate it if we can keep them all.
Come on, get to
classy
the 2
and-
points.
We got it.
so
We're
we can
getting
have
there.
Good debate.
Stop teasing
Can't rush
us.
good point.
about
You can't
why-
rush good points.
I feel the way I feel, and you can tell me the way you feel.
Sweet.
In the last video, didn't he
So-
say that he wanted real Star Wars fans to comment because he
Yeah.
was tired of? So did he not receive enough of those?
I don't know. Well, he said that the reason he's making this one is because on his Ahsoka video, I think people were annoyed at him saying that Andor was not real Star Wars.
Hmm.
Let's go.
Do
Point
it.
number 1.
Yes.
Now, I've made this point In the last video
Ah,
that I
fuck,
Oh,
we're
that's
just-
no,
okay,
No, not the no,
No.
no.
Okay.
made, I'll put a
It's the Tony Gilroy quote.
little box thing up there to check that video out.
Oh no,
But-
apparently
Oh,
it's
different video.
It's regarding Acolyte. Okay,
Star Wars,
Okay.
the
I think he's
original
probably right about that as well. Though. Probably the worst
Acolyte
one
looks
yet.
like it'll be shit, but yeah.
trilogy, Star Wars, is a timeless story. From the
Okay.
moment it came out in theaters till this very second, you
Yeah.
can watch any of those episodes 4, 5, or 6, and
Oh, poor prequel fans left out in the cold.
Poor prequel fans.
they resonate with everyone.
Well, I mean, you know,
Yeah, most
I
people.
don't want to
Yeah, most
nitpick, but
people.
sure, most people, sure, yeah.
Yeah, the vast
Everyone loves
majority,
these
yeah, sure.
stories. George Lucas took the best of.
I can see. Wait, I can see where he's going to go with this one as well. It's like
If he's
everyone
gonna
loved
say-
the OT, but I didn't love I didn't love Andor, and so that proves that
No,
it's not
a
universal.
timeless classic. It can't be timeless.
mythology and religion and storytelling, and he put it all together and he distilled it down into, dare I say, the perfect 3 stories.
Man,
See,
really?
okay, so I like the
No.
OT a lot, but all 3 of them perfect. I don't know about that.
The thing is, as well, like if his argument is just going to be like, well, Andor doesn't cover the same breadth of, intellectual, universal themes that the OT covered. Like, you can make that argument, but then it's not designed to do that. It's exploring a specific facet of the Star Wars universe. It's not trying to be this grand epic that encompasses everything. You know, it's seen from the eyes of like a limited group of characters doing a very specific task. Like you're very much made to feel like these are small pieces of a much larger puzzle,
And
and that's
I,
fine. Like,
I'm wondering if that's where he's going, but I'm almost holding off in terms of like I'm tempted to see what he's gonna say about Andor being different and why that's bad.
the thing
he's
about it
like,
is,
he's going to try and make the argument that it's like really clunky contemporary political allegory shoved into
If-
this TV show.
if he creates a sort of way to categorize that excludes basically all of Disney stuff, but includes the OT, I think that'll mostly be fine with a lot of people listening. But it's the prequels that are going to be a catching point there, because he's not including them, I'm assuming. When a lot of people who don't like Disney stuff love the prequels, so I don't think it's going to be what I would call an intuitive, like, sort of agreeable argument. Got to be careful, got to sidestep around them. Even
Let's
even we have to be careful what we mean to the prequels,
Yeah,
'cause they're quite
sometimes.
beloved.
There's nothing today that didn't happen then. There's nothing then that doesn't happen today.
Hmm?
You can watch this in 100 years
I
from
mean,
now.
I guess he means like messages or.
Oh,
like,
right, like the fundamental appeal
concepts.
of like growing up,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And,
Yeah.
yeah, the Star Wars appeals.
just-
The OT appeals as a story more fundamentally than any other Star Wars story, probably. I don't want to say definitively, but probably.
And it still will be a great story. Unfortunately, we are now getting stories that people want to make for a modern audience.
um
And when you make it for an audience like that, you
You're
now
copying my
take
Like
bit.
away.
modern or.
I mean, that's why I didn't pause it. I'm like, go on. Like, 'cause where
Yeah,
we go with it?
That you now take away the timeless aspect. It is no longer timeless. It is now stuck in a box.
This is an argument I
want an-
could see. I'm gonna need references though. I need
Yeah, I
to
want an
know
example.
why.
Yeah. The thing is, like his basic premise of like how Disney have handled Star Wars isn't wrong there, but I think it kind
I'm
of
getting
gets
it.
To give a great
The thing is,
example,
you said these shows, which is already kind of like we're talking Andor, so let's not talk about these shows. Let's talk about Andor specifically.
mhm.
There was
Because like
not like other
it's
shows.
real easy to shit on like Mando and stuff, but I don't want them all lumped together when we're having this conversation. Like specifically Andor. So we need references to Andor. But yeah,
To take what he just said and apply it somewhere I think it actually works would be someone like Rian Johnson. He can't resist having very up-to-date political, social discussions in his films, and they age it, like, horrifyingly. Glass Onion especially is going to be a film that if you watch it in 10 years, you'll be like, wow, this is a time capsule. This is fucking, look at all these references to shit that I completely forgot about. You get that with like particular music or trends. I saw a thread discussing it in MCU projects, like the amount of times they do. Do you remember Black Panther where they did the "What are those" meme?
Mm-hmm.
And people, I don't even know if people know that's that meme. I don't know. Was that a Vine meme, or was that newer than that? I don't even.
I'm pretty sure that meme was already old when the film like did it as well.
Yeah, I feel like it was pretty
Probably
old. Yeah.
would be.
So
when
it
you
was
think how
kind of-
long it takes to get films made, yeah, memes date in
Exactly.
like 15 minutes.
Yeah, and so if
Yeah.
you appeal more to fundamental values and experiences, you age really well. So I'm on board, but I mean, I
then
know
the
which I would put
question is-
Andor in. It wouldn't be the ages badly
Yeah,
camp.
exactly. Does Andor appeal to like fundamental sort of aspects of human nature? Or
Absolutely.
is it,
Yes.
is it
Well,
a bundle
again,
of,
it's the
of
same.
contemporary references, you know?
Yeah, it's a plucky band of rebels joining together to rise up against an evil empire and try to overthrow them. Like, it's pretty universal stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Andor's appeal probably is more intellectual, whereas the OT is more sort of intuitive eternal truth. So the OT focuses a huge amount on the importance of family, loyalty, trust, and the inevitable triumph of goodness over evil, basically. These are all sort of like preternatural moral values. And it's incredibly universal for that reason. It doesn't really try to do too much to layer on top of that extensive amounts of world building, say like how the empire works and things like that. Whereas Andor is more concerned with the intellectual propositions of, well, empires rise and empires fall. How are these things constituted in the real world? And it's it still touches on very timeless themes. The prison sequence is still the one that stands out to me because that's it's one of the perfect encapsulations of sort of Jeremy Bentham and the panopticon sort of penal philosophy that you can probably find on the screen, and it actually invokes Foucault's response to Bentham as well, when Andor is basically shouting, "No one's listening." That's Foucault saying that no one in the panopticon is a participant in conversation, though everyone is heard. That's still a universal theme, but it's on a more maybe sort of cerebral level than the OT is, which might make it seem a bit less approachable or universal. But I would still argue that it is a very universalist show.
I think part of his gripe seems to stem from like Andor isn't a space opera in the same way that the Star Wars OT was. It's more of like a political espionage thriller set against the Star Wars framework. That's the difference. And like kind of going back to what you say, it doesn't deliver it in the big, grandiose, emotional moments of family tragedies and betrayals and epic adventures and stuff. It's not that same style, and it's almost like you can't reconcile the idea that you can do a thriller, a kind of political action thriller set in the Star Wars universe and still have it be part of Star Wars. It will work if it's well written, but it's like you can't compute that idea.
And I would even say it's got a place to fit in. It's like when we join Luke in the Star Wars universe, the Rebel Alliance is going strong. It's there. It's been doing different. It's like we've come into it, second act almost. Meanwhile, like Andor is trying to argue, like this is how it started. This is all the individual players that pushed the pieces that made eventually lead into actual wars, like huge wars. And that place has been waiting to be, utilized, and I'm really glad they did it.
You're bringing in modern day politics, political agendas, identity politics.
Where?
There really wasn't any
at Andor.
I don't think there was any identity politics in Andor.
Any other thing that might be going on in society today, and you're trying to make that your story. Excuse me. That's not going to work. 100 years from now, people aren't going to, they're going to look back on this and go, wow, those guys were dumb. Why in the world did they even put that in there?
What are you
I would posit to you, like, as long as they had some knowledge of Star Wars, like if they'd seen the OT, they could probably watch Andor and get a pretty good insight into how this all started.
We keep referring to this nebulous thing that happens in Andor, but I don't know what it is.
What is it? Can you give
Give me a
an
character, give me a
example?
scene,
Just
give me a
one.
message or a
One
theme.
example.
Just tell me what it is.
Nobody's going to care about a political agenda.
Well, this is a great argument as well, because like you're appealing to 100 years from now, so like there's no way to
even
prove or disprove what you're even claiming. Like,
well, we'll just give it a sec. We'll wait and see if it's still viable in 100 years. We can test this argument.
No one's going to care about identity politics. No one's going to care about what it,
Maybe.
I mean, this is the thing. I don't know. It's not like there's probably stories you can tell that relate to identity.
well, you know what? Actually, though, Muller, explain yourself. Glass Onion will age badly. How can you verify that when that's in the future?
Shit. Well, I'm gonna go by everything else that came before it that references things of its time in a very superficial and substanceless way, aging horribly bad because we look back at it, watch them go, ooh, I forgot that was in there. Ew. I expect that to be the future for Glass Onion. But you're right, I can only do a prediction. I can't know it'll happen. But I think that film's already cringe. So, like, the idea that it'll be cringe in future. The Among Us reference, that's true. Among Us is in there.
Did they reference?
Yeah, but
Among
that's
Us in
time.
Glass
That's a
Onion?
timeless. That's timeless.
Yeah, Among Us is
to be
timeless.
just to be clear.
queer-coded characters.
Who?
I-
I mean,
what-
I.
There's
If
like
that's
one
okay.
lesbian relationship, and that's
Yeah,
all you get.
what?
So for anyone who doesn't know, queer-coded means that they're not overtly, but they definitely seem as though they would be the thing. Like,
And
you
that
can be
will date
quote-coded.
the story. That will date the story. What? I am
Yeah, 'cause
lost.
Gay
I
people
don't
won't exist
know
100
what-
years from now.
Well,
Don't
that's
you?
what I'm very
We're all gonna
confused about.
disappear.
Who are the queer
They'll die
characters
off because they don't
in Andor?
reproduce. It's pretty obvious.
Mon Mothma, lesbian sister?
Oh,
Is
it was-
that...
No,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, and then what was the name of the? She was also with the rebel group. Damn, I can't remember her name.
Oh yeah, I know who you mean. It's that she was like undercover with the Empire when they had to do the raid on the base.
No, she wasn't undercover with the Empire. She was with the group. It was the Oh yeah, no, she was in the base during the mission. That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was those two
Yeah, her.
characters because they had a relationship.
Lesbians isn't exactly like some kind of newfangled, you know...
I don't even understand it. It's like, that's pretty political. It's like, what? People who love each other.
There's barely
Like,
any attention
what?
given to the fact that they're... But why not? Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not... it's not done in some, like, clunky as fuck way. It's just two girls who like each other a hell of a lot who are trying to do really important and high-stakes missions. One of them is more
Balance their
about the
own
mission.
personal
The
interests.
other one is clearly
Yeah.
interested in maybe starting a life.
Mm-hmm.
This is all modern day jargon that should not be in a timeless story.
Were there any lesbians in the OT?
More specifics. Yeah,
Was
you
Jabba
gotta
the
be
Hutt a
more
lesbian? I don't
specific.
know.
It's
might have
it's always
been, I don't
it's
know,
interesting
or
to sort of
she or
see
whatever.
as well the similarities in people who have what I'm presuming are this guy's political persuasion and people on what he would conceive of as the opposite political persuasion, and how they basically say exactly the same thing as each other without realizing that they are agreeing with the enemy, or they come at it from a very different perspective, but they both read these weird little messages in. So I was looking up, like, just as he was speaking, to try and find that this evidence of queer coded characters, which he says are in there but can't really provide the evidence. BuzzFeed's counter take is that Andor's lack of queerness undermines its entire message. So,
Right.
like, somewhere in between those two positions is probably the truth, which is that there's a couple of characters in there you can read as being romantically attached. That's kind of it, and it doesn't date the production because gay people are as old as time.
Well, but yeah, I mean, this is what's talking about. It's like lesbian is not a new thing. That's quite old.
I bring you more examples.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, more.
More examples.
Shut up. He
more,
said
yeah,
more.
yeah,
He's giving us more.
That
Shut
is-
up.
Implying that there was even one.
And there are several articles from Bounding into Comics, which I will link down below.
Okay.
Here
Gonna check
is
and see if he did.
one of them.
Yeah, he
Oh,
did.
all right.
Okay.
Andor actress Fiona Shaw made it abundantly clear that the upcoming Star Wars series will be a political commentary on Donald Trump rather than a Star Wars adventure.
That's the thing is that's a fucking actress. She didn't write it.
Well,
Like the
and
actors
this is
and
cringe,
actresses-
Also,
right?
what
For the
did
record,
she
this is
say?
cringe, but if you watch Andor, where is this?
Well, yeah, like if you never heard anybody make this comparison at all, would you watch and be like, I see, this is a commentary
give,
on Donald Trump?
The thing is, I don't give a fuck what the actors have to say about this. Actors are dumb as fuck for the most part, and they say whatever they think will make them more popular.
Well, I'd want to argue as well, like, they do this with good movies all the time. They'll say, like, they'll go back to, like, classics and be like, did you know that was all actually about this brand new thing that I want it to be about? You're like, oh.
Yeah.
I don't agree. And they're like, oh, okay, well, fuck you, it is. Like, even if creators say it, you're like, nah, that's fine. You have, that's...
I think it was the actress who played Dedra Mira, the Imperial Security Bureau officer, did a quote as well, which was roundly sort of picked up on before the show aired, when she was saying it was something along the lines of, this character is a strong woman who is in many ways more competent than the men, and everyone's immediate response was, oh god, girl boss character, and then she appears on screen and she's a Nazi. And then it's like, okay, so doesn't really matter, does it? She's very competent. She's also evil, and there are competent female villains. That's a good thing.
She does fuck up here and there, but the right things happen the right ways, and she's desperately trying to climb that empire ladder. Be interesting to see. That's who you're talking about, right? The blonde lady, yeah.
That's the one.
Remember her in the last episode, getting terrified by the trampling armies of the Resistance. It's like, oh, lots of interesting ideas
behind every powerful Goebbels is a strong Aryan woman. So, I guess.
This individual says that the current Andor show is a reflection.
By the way, the animated stuff and the sparkles behind the text don't do that. I don't know.
I think it's fantastic.
It adds
Rags.
flavor,
Really-
Rags.
It definitely adds flavor.
It's like adding crackers to a pizza.
Flavor. It's like adding
You know what's-
crackers to pizza, yeah.
You know what's great though is like what he's reading out is completely different than what he's putting on the screen.
Andor actress Fiona Shaw made it abundantly clear that the upcoming Star Wars
I already
series will be
read
a
it.
political
Yeah,
commentary.
yeah.
on
So
Donald
like
Trump
now
rather
listen
than
to what
Star
he
Wars
says.
adventure.
Okay.
On the Trumpian world, and how Tony Gilroy wrote.
Sure.
I feel like my head wants to tilt.
By the way, I despise this form of video making where you say things that are different than what's on screen, as Drinker just pointed out. It fucking kills me because I'm like, do you want me to read it and then let you talk?
Or listen to you, or like what's more important? If assuming I only watch your video once, which by the way is more than most people on Earth will do, which thought shall I attach my attention to?
Shaw, who plays a character named Marva, spoke with Empire about the upcoming series, telling them Tony Gilroy has written a great scurrilous take on the Trumpian world.
Scurrilous.
Scurrilous.
I'm sorry, I completely fucked up that word.
Scurrilous.
I was just
Making or spreading scandalous claims about someone with the intention of damaging their reputation.
So this is just the result of people on Earth being, they're so subsumed by the current culture-y things that whatever they're currently in, they'll try and argue it's about that to get people like, ooh, or other people being like, ugh. So
it seems like, yeah, despite the Trump references, it seems to be a really good show. So
because
I don't
I'm
know how to
starting,
say,
it's
man.
unlocking memories for me because I think that we heard about this too before we'd seen Andor, and it was like, ugh, great, it's
yellow
gonna be fun.
flags are being raised,
And it's more so because it'll mean that they'll have really just they'll have commentary that is not subtle at all and cringe, and there's a lot of things that do it, and you're just like, yeah, great. But then you watch it and you're like, oh wait, I didn't see. Where was this? And if they were like, couldn't you tell that Partagaz, he's Trump? I'd be like, what?
Yeah. Now compare
I
this
really
for a
didn't
moment.
see
And I know most of you guys are not familiar with Star Trek, but you know what the Federation is in Star Trek. It's the very nice utopian governing body for all of Starfleet. They're the guys who go out to explore the universe. Great stuff. They've always been portrayed in a positive light throughout Star Trek history.
Almost.
When Picard came along, this is an example of bad writing where they suddenly had to deal with a refugee crisis and they turned into a bunch of xenophobic fascists who didn't want to have to deal with it. They were extremely suspicious of anyone who was outside of their borders. That was a clumsy, shitty allegory for, current day refugee problems at the southern border in America. But that's not what you're dealing with in Andor. It's not awkward like that, and it doesn't intrude upon the story. The story feels natural and developed as it should based on the Star Wars lore that we have and where the universe is at that point in time.
I'm inclined to agree. When you take something that currently exists in the storyline, add to it, but completely change it in order to match something that you want to talk about, feels disrespectful. Well, and just shit, but there was no changes to make the Empire a bad guy in Andor. That's already a thing.
Wrote
John
a
Empire,
scurrilous
they ruined his character.
story about Trump. Now, so
Do you have any
basically,
show references, not what people said in
Yes.
interviews?
I want to know
Can you appeal to any references in the show?
what would he do if Mark Hamill said the OT is really about Trump, and then someone says in response, Trump wasn't even fucking. What do you mean? And he's like, no, it is in retrospect about Trump. What do you do with that? Does Star Wars the OT become shit?
Or do you just disagree / disregard the take?
Yeah, you just be like, that's retarded.
this is telling us that they're taking modern day politics and they're using the modern day politics as the bad guys.
It's not. It's
Not-
it's telling
The
you that
modern
the
day
actress is
politics
doing
is the bad
exactly what
guys.
you're doing, which is to read your own political opinions or political opponents' opinions into the show that you're watching. It's really easy to do precisely because Andor doesn't actually preach political perspectives at you. I could, for example, say, well, the Imperial Security Bureau represents the risks of untrammeled intelligence gathering on behalf of a private state nexus. And Mon Mothma, who is literally a Republican, is a brave right-wing campaigner against the state's accumulation of your private personal data. I could make that allegory
Oh,
of
that's true.
that if I
Yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to, but Andor isn't actually telling me that that's what it's doing. That it's allowing me to say, well, if I want to apply my own imagination, this is the lesson I can derive from the show. It's not the show telling me what the lesson I'm supposed to take from it is.
I think Partagaz isn't Trump, he's Hitler, and that Andor is Churchill.
Mhm.
If you think about it, it kind of makes sense. All of it. The place he came from, that's Britain. Friends there, they're all European countries. Still represent. That's pretty neat.
The Empire,
Hmm?
Trump and conservatives in these people's eyes are the Empire. That was never.
Can we
In
talk
the
about the
original
show, please?
I thought that's what he meant when he was going to give us points, not like,
That
Like
was
these
never-
general
lame.
loose
It's just
political
It's
related.
just lame. It's just talking about weird, like people talking like in interviews about shit and like sort of vague political. Like, can we just
Yeah,
talk about
the show? Why is the show bad? Tell me why the show is bad.
Well,
Give
it
me
sounded like
references to
his
the
position
show.
isn't that it's bad, it's just that it's filled with
Not
modern
Star
woke
Wars, or
politics. Where they talk about
Yeah, because an actress in an interview said something.
yeah,
It's a has bad take. It's a 6-minute video. Yeah, okay.
there was no one government or one entity that was taking the place for the Empire. The Empire was just evil. I think evil's not a new concept. We've had evil ever since,
Yeah, so Andor's a
Almost-
timeless story, right?
Like, is it not a bit of an upgrade to have them be a little more complicated than evil?
Yeah, because generally it's not like, oh, they're just black and white, evil and good. It's that simple. People are just evil. They're just devils and demonic, and it's as simple as that.
Literally controlled by Satan.
controlled by
I
Satan.
guess that's the Emperor.
Yeah, I guess he's pretty evil, but but like generally, all of the little
there's
cogs in
people-
the machine along the way are not just, ooh, I'm fucking evil. I just love
Yeah,
being evil.
there's going to be people at every level who are just doing their job day after
Mhm.
day, like either
Don't
because
rock
it's
the
like
boat,
it's a way
just
out
do
of their
the
Trying to
current
make
life,
money.
or they're
Just
obliged
make
to
the
do it.
money,
They've been
get the
pressed
job
into
done.
service. There's all kinds of things.
You know the angle of people like isn't Cyril when we first meet him? He's like interested in upholding law. He's like it should be
Yeah,
that's important.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with rebellion and empire. It's just someone killed these two guys, and I need to figure out who the hell did it. We can't let them escape justice.
I can't imagine.
There's nothing political about it, really.
I can't imagine being presented with that, and then the reaction being, ugh, I prefer it when the Empire is just evil, man. I don't like this whole, like, oh, he's kind of a person with, strong values that believes in the rule of law. Fuck that. Make him evil. Give him horns.
Yeah, like Darth Maul. Decided to have a fight. We've had evil. So none of this is new. And then we have another article from Bounding into Comics, where
what are your thoughts?
Tony Gilroy himself says that he believes the Mon Mothma character is kind of like a Nancy Pelosi.
What does he mean by that,
willing
though?
to sell her daughter into an arranged marriage to obtain funds for a rebellion again. Okay, that could mean a million things. I don't see it myself. If that's his inspiration, okay, I guess.
Even if it was again, can we just have references specifically to the show itself and what happens in the show rather than what somebody said in an interview?
And if you're going to bring it up, please tell me what he means by it. This can't be as simple as... There's got to be more to it than that line, right?
He mentions Nancy Pelosi, therefore. I would be willing to put money on him referring to Nancy Pelosi as, incredibly shrewd, almost to the point of amoral political operator, someone who is incredibly good at what they do, but what they do is kind of complex and morally nuanced and occasionally devious in service of a higher cause. That would be my sort of read into the analogy of the Nancy Pelosi as Mon Mothma character. Nancy Pelosi was a very shrewd political operator, as Mon Mothma is. Has to, orchestrate political maneuverings in the Senate, as Mon Mothma does. So she's quite a useful character archetype, I suppose. You can take inspiration from that. That's not to say that he thinks Nancy Pelosi is, God's daughter, or that, she's this moral paragon of virtue.
Well, you know what's crazy? If the quote continues, Nancy Pelosi is the greatest person of all time. I love her to pieces, and that's why I made Mon Mothma the best person ever and said that that's who that is. It wouldn't make Andor a bad show. It would make Gilroy cringe. That's all that means.
Again, why are you bringing...
Do you want the full quote of that Nancy Pelosi thing?
Do it.
Anyone who follows the canon, she's sort of a Nancy Pelosi character, isn't she? She's kind of trying to do good or whatever she's trying to do, and she's losing. I mean, I don't know. She's a powerful presence in the Senate, but she's facing defeat after defeat after defeat as the Empire is taking over here. She's always presented as very proper and sober and perfectly put together all the time in canon, and it just seemed like that was such a perfect opportunity to say, well, what's really going on behind here? It was very exciting to take a sort of still portrait of someone and throw it away and build a real life behind it.
Well, the only thing that's going to be disagreeable for people in there is whether or not you believe Nancy Pelosi is trying to do good. But that's, for everyone to fight over. I think the more interesting part of what that quote is just the way a person is presented at the higher echelons of politics and what's going on in their life beneath
what
it.
What their real life is going on. Yeah, behind the scenes when the cameras aren't on.
Figures from today and trying to connect them to a character that has absolutely nothing to do with any of this.
I mean, you can easily connect any political leaders to other political leaders. There's going to be something there. But again, tell me how this made Andor shit.
We just have references in the show again. Can you elaborate on how this damaged the story, the integrity of the story?
The only reason you do this is so you can connect them to modern day politics and try to get everybody.
That is circular.
If you're making a science,
if you're making to connect them to modern politics is to connect them to modern politics. So it's a nice circular kind of a line of logic.
I mean,
but it's the sort of thing you'd catch in a draft, but
But how effective is it if nobody knows anything about modern politics after watching Andor? Do you understand what I'm saying? If you have a fucking 15-year-old who knows nothing about U.S. politics in any way, watches Andor, in what way does it push them to any particular place?
Don't be authoritarian.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's come on, dude, what?
I mean, Tony
It's not even like
Gilroy.
left or right at that point. It's just
It's
it
not.
just don't be authoritarian.
Pretty
Don't
much.
be
Wasn't Tony Gilroy a consulting
tyrannical force.
producer on House of Cards? And Frank Underwood is of course a Democrat, and Frank Underwood doesn't exactly come out of that show particularly well.
Neither
So,
did Kevin
like,
Spacey.
neither did Kevin Spacey, admittedly. But how to what extent can you really read Tony Gilroy's political opinions into the fact that, well, here he's being blamed for associating a prominent Democrat with a hero figure in Star Wars. In House of Cards, is he to be blamed for associating a nasty, nefarious, evil, fictional Democrat with villainy? I mean, like, he's what he's doing is he's taking inspiration and applying it to his art form as opposed to propagandizing, which seems to be the charge leveled against him.
Buddy on the left to come over and watch the show. They want this show to be one big right-leaning bash,
based on 2 quotes,
and they can
nothing
look
that
from
were
the
given in
show.
interviews. but
Nothing from the show.
That's actually present in the show.
go, oh yeah,
And this
yeah.
is
from the
this
show.
is one of your 2 just definitive pieces of like proof that this show is not Star Wars.
Tell you what, that bingo card's probably empty, huh? Little Platoon.
Yeah, how's your checklist going?
It's going well enough. However, you choose to arrange the words. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, that's good. That's good. That's good. What do you get if you win? You gonna give
I
yourself
think
a prize?
a vague sense of crushing disappointment that critics of Andor are so predictable.
Little bit.
Oh.
That reminds me of Trump. Oh, that reminds me of all those right wingers.
What the? You know the show you need to shit on for that? It's The Boys, not Andor.
Oh, talk about shows that no one fucking talks about anymore. Forget
Shows that are hyper
existed.
cringe and overinflated just because they're edgy. Ugh.
Mhm.
Did anyone see The Boys season 3? Drinker, did you see that yet?
Yeah, I got through pretty much all of it. I think I had like 1 or 2 episodes left or something.
Did you feel anything?
Nah. I mean, I laughed a couple of times, I guess.
There you go.
Yeah, they're evil. Those people are
Highest of
horrible.
accolades.
Yes, we are the rebels. We are the rebels.
So is it safe to assume he hasn't actually seen Andor then?
I don't. You see, here's the thing. Like, surely he has, but it doesn't sound like he has.
It doesn't sound like he has, because you feel like if he had, he would just be able to, like, it wouldn't even be a matter of deliberately doing it. He would just be drawing references to the show.
Yeah, like
You know what I mean? Like,
automatically he'd be like that
Yeah, like-
stupid thing with the guy who did the thing. Like he'd be saying that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You'd be appealing specifically to like moments that happen in the show or characters and their motivations. You wouldn't be just strictly referring to like meta information.
None of this should be in a story like Star Wars.
None of what?
is-
References to modern politics?
Well, none of what? People in interviews
not
saying
even-
things that you like without any references to the actual substance of the story.
If the prequels doesn't work because he didn't seem to consider them Star Wars. But if if it was a quote from fucking whoever that said Palpatine in the prequels is supposed to be a reflection of Bush.
Well, how does he swear away like what George Lucas has said?
Exactly.
about,
There
like,
is a
his
lot of things
inspiration
Lucas said about it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
George Lucas made specific like references to real world events and how they like influenced the way that story took shape. So like, what about that?
As Platoon was mentioned earlier, right? Vietnam was an inspiration.
Yeah.
Is that okay or is it not? Are we allowed to do
He
that or
was
are we
allowed
not?
to.
Has that story? Has that
He took heavy inspiration as well from Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, and the prequels are sort of an attempt to take contemporary concerns and map them onto the gradual decline of the Roman Republic, and then present that in a brand new sort of totally separate fictional realm in Star Wars. But it's still taking inspiration from past and present. The trick to making it non-allegorical, though, is that you try and identify in, say, modern political conditions what the timeless causes of those things happen to be. Like, this is not the first time empires have risen or fallen. You look at the mechanisms that underpin that. What does it say about us sort of universally throughout our entire history as a species, and a social species at that? You take the universal aspects of that and you simply use the modern political thing as kind of momentary inspiration to inform the structure of your story. That doesn't make it allegorical, that just makes it inspired or innovative, depending on how you choose to interpret it.
I'm now just thinking about what about like a historical drama, like a drama that is based on historical events? Is that dated? Is it dated to tell a story that's like based in the medieval era or like the Viking era, or ancient Rome or Greece.
Pretty clear that this character was based off of Charles the 16th, which means it's not a very timeless story because it's inspired by it.
I mean, it feels like it's got to become more complicated than that.
Completely out of place. Out of place,
Allegedly.
100%. So, no modern audience garbage in a timeless story. That is point one. That is
Wait,
why.
are we working forwards or backwards when we talk about
No
what makes a
modern-
story timeless?
I don't know with this guy.
I mean, I will say I'm unconvinced by your arguments that this
Because I have a
that
feeling
it's
if
point one of two that it is not Star Wars based on the things that you've said.
I bet if we went back to some of them their Shakespeare plays, that there might be a lot of references to modern politics that we just don't quite think of or are aware of today. Events going on, characters who might be in charge, praising of certain monarchs, things of that nature. I'm pretty sure that those stories are going to have a decent amount of references to.
On,
Henry V
contemporary
is actually
politics.
crap because it's very firmly dated around the time period of Henry V. Yeah.
Someone just mentioned
that's exactly-
Tetris. It's like, yeah, there's plenty in there for the era it takes
Yeah,
place
the
in. For
USSR and stuff like that.
and arguably a lot of messaging about what is right and what is wrong when it comes to the clashing of cultures in that one. But that's okay
Well, the
because
thing
we all
is
agree on it.
When it comes to like the setting, it was something that Platoon was talking about before. Like if you were to like what I would say at the core of Andor in terms of the characters is you've got a bunch of different people who we have like, a clearly defined like traits or goals that they have. And it's like, how do people react when placed in like a really stressful situation? And then you get to see the different ways that people maneuver through that. Like that's much more of an appeal to like individuals, right? And like character motivations or like the things that drive people. And like to me, that strikes me as like universal in the sense that you're exploring like the human experience, like regardless of whatever the backdrop is or like whatever political sort of influences that you'd want to attach to it. Like what is the story of like I'm just like, what is this story? If you're looking at the story of like Luthen, and then of course, like leading up to his big speech, essentially about the nature of like how he sacrifices himself as a being, like down to his very core, in pursuit of the goal that he wants. Like, how would this guy look at that and go, see, yeah, that's not a timeless story because one of the actresses in the show said that it was about Trump. Like,
That's what I mean.
it's just-
Ignore the cringe comments about what it is. Pay attention to what it is. Like, cut out the
Please.
because we've said this before, but like it's rare to get commentary from actors that really improves the work, and it happened once recently. So I was looking at an interview people were sharing of Paddy Considine talking about Viserys, that he really worked with what he learned when his mum was experiencing something similar to what Viserys goes through, and he drew from that. And that it's an incredible, like, it's all about how much he wants to do for his family. It's going to keep him going, and that, he would have, that's how much it matters to him, and that's what he's trying to channel. And I think Matt Smith is there just being like, yeah, these characters have a lot, and you're just sitting there like, like, I don't need to, if any of them had said, like, Viserys is actually commentary on modern Trumpism, you'd just be like, it's appealing to those fundamentals. But it's rare. You get a lot of people who like that thing that was in like loads of my TFA videos, right? The character and actions from good old Gwendolyn Christie trying to talk about the character of Phasma, but there is no character, so she can't. And you feel bad for her.
Bless her. She tried. She tried
Well,
her best.
Yeah, the other half of what she had to say was she's the first female villain, and it was like, oh, shut the fuck up.
True.
Andor is not Star Wars.
First female villain was Eve.
Point two.
All right, what's the point
Which
number 2?
I believe is the biggest point.
Yes, let's do it.
Oh, all
when
right.
you break
Good.
Star Wars
My
down
favorite points.
into its most basic elements,
Jar Jar.
Jar Jar
You
is
have-
the key to all this.
a timeless story of good versus evil.
That's point one.
You already
We
said
talked
this.
Yeah.
Maybe he's
Yeah.
going to say something
I
else.
see where he's going with it.
You have the
True.
hero's journey of Luke Skywalker. You have a great redemption story in Han Solo, in him coming around. You have all these other great things going on. But the one thing,
Okay.
All right.
the
Oh,
one
sick.
thing
All
that
right, there we go.
separates Star Wars
From
from every other
The animals, yes.
sci-fi show
you could still be Jar Jar. I don't know. We're still
It
in.
could be Jar Jar. I have not seen
Ever
Jar
been
Jar in
created?
anything besides Star Wars.
Oh,
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
ding 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 ding
fuck.
ding ding ding.
Well,
You just scored on your
yeah.
bingo sheet there,
Yeah.
Platoon.
All right. Well. Yep. Okay. Cool. So no real arguments.
You know what's
here,
funny
surely.
is that the Force, as named, of course, doesn't turn up in like Star Trek or whatever. But what, telekinesis? It's like it's in a lot of stuff. Then you'd be like, well, no, not telekinesis that's drawn from like the universe, as though we're parts of it, and that we have to like be in tune or whatever. It's like, oh, that's got to be in plenty of fantasy shit. Come on. Like, as a
Remember-
mechanic, it's not like some incredible unique thing.
Think about A New Hope. Like, the Force is used so sparingly in that
Mhm.
movie.
Yep.
You could really argue that, like,
Well, to the point that one of the guys in the one of the Imperials is like, "Oh, that's some bullshit sorcery shit. Like that ain't real." The guy,
Yeah,
they
I
find
Han
know.
out.
Solo says that.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's the reason why I already know that I'm just going to be like pissed off with this argument. There are many people in the Star Wars world who just live their lives independent of like whatever's going on with the Jedi or the Sith or any of that stuff. And like, yeah, maybe the Force is there and it's present and it has some influence on their lives, but like they're not aware of it. It's not that important to them. Like it's doesn't inform them just going to work and getting on with their daily lives. And the notion that like that kind of story can't be told about like, I guess you could say more banal, normal kind of circumstances, situations, or like people. The idea that that is like necessarily precluded from a Star Wars story, like I just don't like that.
Yeah,
it feels
it's
like
like-
incredibly limiting.
it's like you've got to be one of these chosen few who has this, like, innate ability in order to, like, qualify for being a character that's got a worthwhile story to tell about them. It's such bullshit.
That's
It's almost
just really limiting.
necessarily
Really,
related to your
really, really
bloodline.
Well,
limiting
and
and
so
lame.
like that,
there are
yeah.
so many counters to this, but one of the ones I'm curious about is he has mysteriously left out the prequels whenever he mentions like true, real Star Wars. The prequels have more the Force in them than the OT does.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Drinker said, the Force doesn't show up that much in A New Hope.
So why isn't the
But-
prequels like supercharged Star Wars then? Shouldn't it be
That's right.
more Star Wars than the OTs?
Well,
and then, of
I mean,
course,
that doesn't necessarily mean that the Force, like it's not like the Force is an exponential force on how Star Wars story is.
Well, so
based
yeah,
on its
the-
minutes of screen time.
reasonable conclusion must be that it has to simply be present. And then it's like, okay, so what about scenes
It
in
is
the
present
OT?
in Andor, though.
What about scenes in the OT where it is not present?
Well,
are they
I
bad
mean,
scenes,
I might
or-
go cringe. It's present everywhere. It's everything. It's
Oh.
everywhere all the time.
Well, then, yeah, we're fine. It's in
finds
everything.
us, it penetrates us, or whatever Obi-Wan said.
I am the Force, and the Force is
everywhere.
with me. Remember?
Yeah.
Remember that?
I do. I remember the thing he said.
And what happens if a Force user shows up in Andor season 2? Does it therefore become
Become
Star
good.
Wars?
It becomes real.
Yeah, it becomes
Acceptable
Star
then.
Wars.
I love the idea that like all we needed was just one moment where Luther, pushes a pencil over with the Force. And we're like, yes, we're Star Wars again. Like, it's got to be more complicated than that, right? Like, he just listed like Han's arc as being, quintessential Star Wars. It's got nothing to do with the Force.
Mm-hmm.
No, but in his mind, this is the number one most important thing in all of Star Wars. The Force. That's
Which is
all you
funny
got.
because I would have argued back at him, no, the other things you mentioned are much more fundamental to Star Wars than the Force.
Absolutely.
Like
Or
the hero's
rather,
journey in the
like-
form of Luke, like that's probably
But it's
bedrock right
also,
there.
That's the core story.
The Force in and of itself doesn't really mean anything. It's how people perceive the Force and use the Force and react to it, right? Like, it's not that the Force is present, it's that Luke chooses to be good, right? That he chooses the light side, that he chooses, not to succumb to essentially rage and hatred.
Yeah.
Like that,
It's also-
it's, yeah.
It's also it's a stand-in sort of representative for true faith as well, which is that once it is established in the universe that the Force is indeed a thing, it makes characters interesting. Their interactions or non-interactions with the Force are partly what defines their worldview. So Han's cynicism about it at first, his eventual sort of coming to accept it in Empire Strikes Back and onwards, even without really understanding it and still being a little bit sort of cynical. That his relationship with the Force, whether he uses it or not, defines him as a character. The same thing is true of Andor. We know in universe the Force is a thing that exists. It plays out in many different character relationships very, very differently. There's nothing to say that it won't be invoked or referred to in Andor. In fact, I think someone does say, "May the Force be with you" at some point in Andor. I can't remember if they do. I think they do.
Did
They
Marva say
definitely
it?
do. Yeah, they
So
definitely do.
it still exists in the universe. It's just that you're not seeing it all that often. But as Morley, you said, you don't see it all that often in A New Hope anyway. It's not supposed to be this all-powerful, ever-present thing. It's a stand-in for belief, something you believe in, a sense that the universe does have some sort of moral purpose and direction, albeit one you have to fight to win.
Well,
That's what makes it interesting.
I would argue there's a good chance Andor Season 2 will have it because of the fact that someone probably was breathing down Gilroy's neck, being like, why weren't they Jedi in this? Why weren't there Force in this? We've checked out the general feedback, and they're annoyed there wasn't as many laser blasts and colourful swords. You'd be like, oh.
Filoni sidles into the room and says, "Hey, I've got this cartoon character you might want to know."
Can you put
She's orange,
Ahsoka
isn't
into
that
your
cool?
show and make it so that she wins the day?
Yeah, now I'm starting to almost get annoyed because now I'm thinking about like Mando shit. Mando's got like the Force and all that shit in it. It was fucking vacuous.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
just
want that
vacuous
to be Star
bullshit. It
Wars.
has
It
nothing
sucks
in
that
it.
that's Star Wars.
There's
Whereas
it's
like
got
what
no
Andor
real
has to
meaning
say
behind it.
is way more valuable than anything that's in Mandalorian.
There was a particularly, prominent person reviewing good old Andor, and he was annoyed that there wasn't more references to all of those things, and instead more so like bricks and the cement used to create buildings. That's not very Star Wars. Where's my Force users? Where's my Jedi? And it's like, no, it's not fair that Star Wars should have to suffer this way. That Baby Yoda, like, blocking out what even was that? Like a capital ship crashing into an enormous Empire facility, blocking all of the fires. It's like, that's Star Wars. Like, no.
Oh, then Star Wars, maybe it should fucking die.
Don't make that Star Wars. That sucks.
It's just such a deracinated view of what the universe is supposed to be. The most interesting characters are the ones who don't have the Force most of the time. Because it's, it implies weakness. They have to rely on other things. They have to rely on skills and ingenuity and character.
I love I'm not going to defend it as like
a feeling?
some great scene or anything, but I just love the fact that Boba Fett, sorry, not that's indicative. Jango Fett has to take on Obi-Wan when he doesn't have the Force. That's tough. A bounty hunter have to take on a fucking Force user. It's like, you guys have magic. It's not exactly fair.
Well, remember the one thing that we kind of enjoyed about Obi-Wan Kenobi was Uncle Owen just making a stand against Reva. It's like, just a guy with, like, all he's got is like a spear or something. He's up against someone who can crush him with the Force, and he makes a stand anyway, and he refuses to back down. And we just all thought, yeah, nice one, Uncle Owen. You're pretty fucking
good
awesome.
on you, man.
That's
What a hero.
That's how the Rebels beat the Empire, was a lot of non-Force users. Like, working with, really, like, a few pivotal Force users, and in the end, just one to, like, well, two, I guess, in Darth Vader, but, like, to destroy the Empire. It's like a lot of people who don't have the Force, who aren't Jedi, like, doing heroic things. It's not like, this is such a strange thing to appeal to determine what is and isn't Star Wars.
It's a little juvenile. It's like there's no Star Wars as a whole universe, which is so rich in potential. It can't be Star Wars if there's not a Jedi involved.
We'll say
when 99.9% of all the galaxy is non-Force users,
and again, a lot of people's favorite
you can't tell their stories.
The fundamental canon that we were given from the OT described that the Force was basically dead in the universe.
It's
nobody's using it.
Quote, "The Jedi are dead, their fire has gone out of the universe. You, my friend, are all that is left of their old religion." That's his exact quote to Vader. That people are not really aware of the Force, or they're not in communion with the Force anymore. The Jedi don't really exist, except that, of course, now Disney keeps insisting that hundreds of them still do.
Billions survived Order 66.
Millions, in fact.
I think there were more Jedi after Order 66 than there were
I'm starting
before.
to think that, they showed up to the Jedi Temple and it was just like empty. Like someone clued them in. They pretended they got all the Jedi. It was a PR stunt.
They just forgot to take the younglings with them when they left. Tragically.
Yes, forgot.
But I will say though, this argument, as much as it could be considered strange, it doesn't surprise me at all. This is one I would expect to be on the bingo list, along with lightsabers and Jedi.
Yeah,
the Force.
All right.
When you leave out the Jedi and the Sith and the Force, you no longer have Star Wars.
Why?
You have
Why?
The Expanse.
No, you fucking
no,
don't.
okay, so this is going to be really lame. Is his argument actually like without the Force, the Star Wars is like any other sort of like science fiction story?
That's so wrong. So unfair.
I think that's
it's also
like
shitting on the
insanely
Expanse.
reductive. It's just it's super fucking reductive.
It'd be like
It's
saying,
I mean,
Star Trek is Star Wars if you just add the Force. You'd be like, no. These are some very unique IPs in terms of
the idea that Andor is like the Expanse. What are you talking about, dude? Like, that's just not true at all.
What makes Star Wars unique? He even mentioned those other aspects, but now he's like thrown them out. If you don't have Jedi in this is the worst mindset, because this is what gets us shit like Mandalorian Season 3 and Book of Boba Fett. Look, he's on a Rancor. He's riding a Rancor. That's Star Wars. Rancor is Star Wars.
You have Battlestar Galactica. You have.
Oh, okay. So now.
It's just but how are those things the same? They don't have the Force, and they're distinctly different.
There's got a lot of follow-up questions being prompted here. It's like, wait, do you think they're bad? Do you think Expanse and Battlestar Galactica are bad?
I don't think he's appealing to. I'm not sure why you keep saying bad. Actually, he's saying it's not that it's bad. It's just not Star Wars.
No,
I think that's his argument.
The draw you get is that the implication is lesser than. They are Star Wars without the Force. So Star Wars is like a package.
I see.
And it's like, well, as long as they're still,
I think that's,
it doesn't matter if they're good. But what I'm trying to argue is that
way to read it.
The logical way that he would have to result this is like, yes, of course they're not bad, because I doubt he would ever take that position. Like, Expanse and Battlestar Galactica are bad. Therefore, Star Wars without the Force is, like, well, a good sci-fi? Like, yeah, okay, fine, but it's not Star Wars. It's like, ugh.
It's like, okay.
And what about, like, what was it? The Han Solo show, right? The Solo movie. There was virtually no Force in that. I think.
Well, yeah, but
there was the blind guy and the Darth Maul cameo.
You need to have references to things that people like that aren't Disney Star Wars. So you got to look at like games. Like, was there any Force users in, like Republic Commando, or I mean, you certainly don't play as one. Or
the first Star Wars Battlefront. I think there was
actually
in that, but not as playable.
But the thing is that there are Force. I'm trying to think of like, is it? But the problem is, I know that there are plenty of characters who aren't Force users, like that everybody loves, and you can
you can't have their adventures.
Games, so here's novels, like they're from all over the place.
I was talking to Rags about this the other day because I was just reminded of it. Star Wars Battlefront 2 campaign, the original game. They could easily turn that into a really solid movie, but probably a TV show. Is it the 501st you control?
Yeah.
So the challenge now is, could I make that and not have a single reference to the Force? Like, well, it's going to be difficult because there's obviously like the Order 66 shit. But, you know, just for sake of experiment in your own head, if we dealt with several missions, and some of them, for example, the reopening of certain factories on Mustafar / whatever separatist colonies by one of the leaders that escaped Anakin's, killing spree. And he had an army of droids that he's reset up with a bunch of Geonosians and stuff. It's like, no Force, just clones, Empire against older remnants of the Separatists who haven't been squashed out yet. We did several missions like that, several references to how they're having to deal with it. It's like, do you really think Star Wars fans are not going to eat the fuck up out of that? Like, that, if it was good? Don't need the Force. Alright? I'm okay. I'm happy with the Force. It's good stuff, but you don't need it. It's time we learn this, okay?
It's something. It was the thing that pissed me off the most about Mandalorian. The more it progressed, is I wanted a story that was divorced from like the main saga stuff with like Jedi and Sith and everything, and just more like localized on small stake stories. But they couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it. It had to be about like crazy world-shattering shit going on.
Oh shit! And someone just mentioned, I completely forgot. Vader's in Rogue One. So.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
But remember, Rogue One's not Star Wars.
But it has to be. It's
wait, it has to be because he used the Force.
He choked someone. It's the Force.
Oh no!
And then the scene at the end.
Rip. Yeah, that is rip. Whoops.
My God, do I fucking love that scene?
Oh no!
That whole way.
And the blind guy with the Force.
That scene destroys the argument. It can't work.
But
incongruent.
There are no Jedi in Rogue One.
You don't need Jedi. He said the Sith and...
He said Jedi and Sith and the Force.
Yeah, and the Force. So
you only got 2 out of 3.
Well,
You needed that third
Oh,
one.
no.
No Jedi
There's
doesn't count.
references to Jedi
well,
on Jedi.
and remember, Leia's in it, and she can use the Force.
Oh shit! In
Not
canon,
yet,
she's
but
currently a
she can.
Jedi of
Yeah,
sorts.
Whoops, game over. Oh well, yeah. Whoops, sorry, buddy.
Stargate SG-1. You have
Dude, it's so fucking weird to say that like all those other sci-fi shows are all the same because if you add the Force, they become Star Wars, but without the Force, they're not. Like it's a binary of sci-fi shows. Either you have the Force or you don't. It's like what?
Star Trek.
I'm actually really sad he mentioned Star Trek. Star Trek has so much of a different character to Star Wars.
Yeah,
It
that'll
goes
piss
well
people
beyond the
off,
fucking
right?
Force.
Well,
Just listen to this section again, right? Like, what is Star Wars without the Force? It is Star Trek, Stargate, Star everything else.
Oh yeah, when you pile them
have
up, it gets worse and
The
worse.
Expanse. You have Battlestar Galactica. You have Stargate SG-1. You have Star Trek.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, that's
Star
shit.
Wars
Like that's actually
minus
really
the Force
lame.
is Star Trek.
No.
That'll piss people off, right?
No.
Yeah, that's gonna piss
That's
people off.
such like
How
an
you guys
insult to
feeling,
Gene
chat?
Roddenberry.
Just no. I'm not
You
even
know,
that
like,
familiar with
everything
Star
that he
Trek.
created.
I'm not that familiar
Like,
with Star Trek either,
they're
but from
so
what I understand, they're
fucking
substantially different. And the big thing is that they're different in terms of character, like the tone of those stories and what they're about.
They're so different. They're just so I mean, spaceships, sure, it's sci-fi, whatever, but like that is such a broad, massive genre that it really is insulting to Roddenberry to say that. Yeah, you're just Star Wars without the Force.
I don't even.
Yeah,
I can't be
actually,
insulted. It's so silly. Like,
Yeah,
no.
sorry, the longer it's gone over, the more I do agree with what you're saying, Muller. That like in terms of the way that he has broken it down, it's just like there's Star Wars, and then there's these other science fiction stories.
It makes it
all,
sound like Star Wars is
together
held
in a
above
nice
them all
bundle.
because of the Force, which is like that doesn't even.
Which
I
is-
disagree with so much of what's being said.
Yeah, this is
Star
like
Wars
absurd.
is just the Force, really? Like, come on,
Damn.
man. Like the majority of the Star Wars content doesn't have any Force
Well,
involved
no, he's
in
not.
it.
He's not saying it's just the Force. It's like Muller said. It's almost like the Force elevates it above everything else.
Because it has what everything else has, but it also has the
If
Force.
anything, it's an
Yeah, the
if
problem
anything,
is,
it's like an anchor that it has to it's cursed to constantly drag
Abso-fucking-lutely.
around
In a
with
sense,
itself everywhere.
it's very cursed by that. But and then there's just the fact that it's like, yeah, you remove the Force because I mean it just logically follows. If you remove the Force and then you have Star Trek, The Expanse, Stargate, Battlestar Galactica, just it logically follows that you were saying that those four things are like very similar, if not
Yeah.
the same.
Which is insane.
just
Expanse
deductively,
and Star
which is
Trek?
absurd.
Like,
Like the idea that The Expanse and Star Trek are similar is like absurd. They're very different.
I'm surprised Drinker hasn't exploded. Are you okay, buddy?
I just the insanity of it. It's like I just don't even know how to respond to it.
That's it. Plain and simple.
That's it. Yeah.
That's
wow.
it.
Nailed
Plain
it.
and
Right here.
simple.
You looking
It's
at
so
his notes?
reductive.
It says
Well,
Ah.
okay, we better read this. I guess.
Andor,
Yeah, because he's not
Andor-
going.
Or-
Who said this? What is this?
It doesn't
What the
matter.
fuck-
Just
what
read
is
it. He put it on screen for us to
And-
read.
all
Damn
right.
it.
Andor
is
is-
the first live-action Star Wars show. I'm ahead of you, so I'll read it. Andor is the
That's
first
fair.
live-action Star Wars show to eliminate the need for Jedi, Sith, or the Force itself by focusing on the day-to-day problems of an average citizen like Cassian. This punctuation, what the hell is going on?
Also, he
Wait.
capitalized by for some reason.
Yeah, so okay, that's why I got confused. I think that it's meant to be
Right.
the Force itself, full stop, by
Yeah.
focusing on the day-to-day problems. Because when I read that, I figured that Cassian was
like
like,
a
the
new
end of the
thought or
sentence.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that it was and it's like, no, by focusing on the day-to-day problems of an average citizen like Cassian, Star Wars has become far more gritty and realistic than the mystical Force has ever been. That's a very weird statement. And despite there being several Jedi alive, holy shit. And despite there being several Jedi alive during Andor's timeline, it must continue, right?
Yeah, it's got
It must.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's see. Maybe he reads this out. Maybe he reads something else. This
Maybe
is
he
the
does
adventure
read
of this
it out.
video.
even though Andor has Jedi out there in the world,
Apparently, it's
while
from a
this
Screen
show's
Rant
going
article.
on,
What? Sorry.
Not many
Apparently,
though.
it's from like a Screen Rant article.
Okay.
Someone mentioned that in chat.
they chose to ignore them.
Okay.
Yeah.
maybe 'cause
Everything
they're
that isn't
not
in
a
the
relevant
show
part
is-
of this
yeah.
narrative.
Dude,
It's ignoring
fucking
Darth Vader. It's
New Hope.
ignoring the Emperor. It's ignoring all this other stuff because
And-
you can't show everything. It can't be about everything.
as
And
has been
honestly,
mentioned with
thank
different
fucking God we're not
aspects.
having another Jedi show. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
well, we're about to get one with Ahsoka, right? It's gonna be filled with fucking Jedi and Sith. So
No,
you'll be
yeah,
fine.
there.
I'm sure it'll be
Watch
great.
Ahsoka, that'll be real Star Wars. Yeah.
But yeah, A New Hope didn't have any Boba Fett. He's Star Wars.
Well, I mean,
I'm trying to remember. I have a feeling A New Hope references the Emperor as often as Andor references the Force, which is to say once or twice.
I believe the Emperor's name is mentioned in Andor at least once as well, right?
Yeah, but I mean, so if the Force is, and Jedi and the Force are, classes being ignored in Andor because they're not present on the screen and they're barely referenced, then is A New Hope ignoring the Emperor by only mentioning him once or twice and never showing him by the same standard?
The reality is that like the show in itself existing like cannot ignore them, because what the story is about is like a logic. It follows from the events that happened that were surrounding the Jedi, which is involved with the collapse of the Republic and the rise of the Empire.
Mhm.
Like it's necessarily like influenced by these events, because Andor is a show that does actually recognize where it exists in the timeline and tries to pull references from like other stories.
It's
Just not quite in the way that he wants, I guess.
It's so funny though, because like I think when we found out the idea that Andor's probably not going to have a Jedi in it, we were like, ooh,
That was so refreshing.
Yep.
finally.
Oh, it's so refreshing.
Yeah. I'm sick of it. If you'd done it well, I'd be more excited. But the simple, plain fact of the matter is that I just don't fucking care about the Jedi and lightsabers.
It makes you
I just
feel
don't
like
fucking
shit,
care.
You said it perfectly, Rags, earlier. Like at a certain point, you have to have a fresh perspective on it. You have to do something different instead of just trotting out the member berries, just giving us the same simplistic elements that we've seen every time. Just trotted out with no particular context or no thought how they fit together into a larger narrative. Just putting them in there because people recognize them. What's the point in keeping doing that? I would much rather have a well-constructed story that might omit some of those elements because they're not needed to this story. Like, that's fine. You can do that.
Take the heist arc, right, across 4, 5, 6. If we had, as part of the team, a guy called, Jonah Shitto, who's the brother of Glub Shitto, so you got your references in, and he's a Jedi, and during the whole thing, it's his job to mind trick some of the people who are at the front gate or whatever, and during the part where it all falls apart, he gets shot in the back, and down he goes. He had a lightsaber, he blocked a few shots beforehand. Does this make Andor better now? No.
In this guy's mind, it does. It makes
No.
it more Star Wars.
Well, yeah, that's the correct question. Does it make it more Star Wars? Which to me is just like, what? Why? Why does there have to be a fucking Jedi in every single corner of the fucking galaxy every time?
They're like rats.
And I think that he's reading a much more sort of
Like rats.
the ignore thing, like as a much more like malicious thing, where it's just like, well, it's not even really ignoring them; they're just not in these places.
Well,
But
as
it's
well,
also
like,
emphasized.
remember when I mentioned earlier, right? Like security and law enforcement and stuff at these like kind of outer rim planets that are not all that important. Like, it's handled by local security guys. And when the Empire show up with their stormtroopers, that's when you know shit's getting real, and it gives them so much more significance when they do. You can make the same argument here with things like lightsaber, Jedi, and stuff. The fact that they're not in this particular narrative, they haven't shown up yet. I mean, God knows what will happen in season 2, but it lends that air of importance to them because they're almost like beyond what's going on here. And if they do come in, it's like, well, it's probably going to be a really big deal, as it should be, because they're extremely rare. They're meant to be at this point in the history of Star Wars.
It's such a fucking monkey's paw thing too, because you know what? The next big movie in the series of Star Wars movies may very well be Rey training up new Jedi. You'll get your Jedi, and you'll fucking love it.
You'll get
It'll
all
be
the
great.
Jedi you can handle.
You'll be missing Andor because you'll only get 2 seasons and it'll be stopped because it's just not good enough. Not got enough eyes on it, unfortunately.
They chose not to do it. They chose not to have anything Star Warsy in Star Wars.
Well, so
No,
that's
that's what-
so
that's
they
what you
have
used
the
then.
Empire.
I guess
they
those
have the
TIE fighters
rebels,
just
they
didn't
have all
exist
the
then.
Well, yeah,
starships,
literal fucking
exactly.
stormtroopers are in the show.
Yeah.
Are they Star Warsy?
Exactly.
Like people say, the Empire.
Yeah, like, and it's pretty funny, right? Because this is coming from us. We've said, like, man, we could have used a few more aliens. I think that would have been nice. A few more aliens or a few robot characters. Like, goddamn, there is shit tons of like Star Wars material. I mean, he looked it up on Wikipedia, like to know what to have in there and to have that stuff in there. I find it so weird, like that whole it's got bricks in it, especially when it's like, dude, it's still like. This is an expansive universe that's going to have like, well, it was really cool. I can't remember. It was Ferrex. That was a planet that Andor lived on. That was a cool planet. That was like a really interesting.
I remember
looking place.
First thing we thought when he was walking through that, we were like, "Oh God, it's not Tatooine, and it's not volume screen."
Not Tatooine.
Yep. It actually looks like a place
interesting-
where people have been living for a long
It
time.
looks like an
God.
industrial city, like an industrial city on a kind of barrenish, but not too barren
Yeah,
planet.
it's not miserable. It's not great. It's just pretty. Like, okay, people live here.
It's
a place to live.
it was and of course the fact that like it felt like a place that people lived in as he was moving through the town, because it felt like people were actually going about their lives. Like, it was even simple stuff like seeing the guys leaving work and then putting up their gloves, like sort of clocking in, clocking out.
Yeah.
The different sort of places to go to like get off world, like repair shops and everything. It was like a lot of great texture that made that place feel like lived in and real, and that was awesome to see that. And like and in the Star Wars universe, which is like an expansive galaxy filled with like tons of populated planets, you're gonna see a lot of variety there. Like, that variety is welcome.
If he was to say yes, fine to all of this, but I'm not saying it's bad, just not Star Wars, as you said before. Does that mean Kenobi and Boba Fett, they'd be Star Wars?
They'd be Star Wars, but
not
maybe he
good.
doesn't like them.
And it's like,
but they're
yeah,
modern
no, I think
politics,
they're
though.
good.
But remember, modern politics, that's the thing.
well, maybe he'd say they don't count as Star Wars either, but I guess what I'm saying is, like, they got the fundamental Force aspect.
Yes.
At that point, it's like, what is it worth to be Star Wars, but to also be shit? It's like, I don't care. Like qualifying as Star Wars by this metric is worthless, because it doesn't give you anything. It just gives you, like, oh, look, the Force. I like that. Oh, look, the baby is beating up he pulled a little screw out of the giant robot that was shooting at Mando, because he's a Mandalorian. That's cool.
Ugh, I hate what Star Wars is now.
As do I.
I hate what they made it.
If you made it good, I'd still like it. If it was all Jedi and all lightsabers, and it was full of really cool characters and well-constructed plots that made sense, and man, I'd probably be still be down for it. But you didn't make that. You just made a bunch of crap, and so it has soured my taste on the Force and lightsabers and all that stuff. I'm sick of it.
Very true. And also, Drinker must leave us. He's got drinks to be getting to, I assume. That's all I can ever imagine.
Yeah. I don't want to get too abusive and slurring my words too much. So yeah, it seems like a good time to finish up.
Don't worry, I will let you know what you missed.
I'm sure there's some fantastic arguments. This is where we're going to get into the meat of it. He's going to hit you guys with some points, right, that are going to blow your minds.
And I'm going to end up telling you
from your view
on the next open
We'll
bar
let
that I
you
actually
know,
agree.
yeah.
Andor is not Star Wars.
Yeah.
Certainly not real Star Wars.
not real Star Wars, and we're not real Star Wars fans either.
Yep,
like
because we like Andor, so we're not Star Wars fans. So you gotta choose.
In any case, I feel like I haven't done this in a while. Drinker, why don't you tell everybody what you're up to and where they can find you?
You could find me hanging around the nearest bar, I guess, or a strip club. One of those two. But you can also find me on my YouTube channel, The Critical Drinker, and on a Thursday night, Mauler and I like to hang out.
Talk about how everything is going great.
Yeah. Well, we're super positive. There's so much to like at the moment as
Absolutely.
well. We're really into the season of good stuff.
The Lord of Ring Golem, that's out. We could play that.
I'm so excited for that game. I actually want to play it and stream myself doing it.
I've heard it's boring as hell, but hopefully there's enough bugs to keep you entertained.
Yeah.
But yeah, all right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and links are in chat and description. And yes, join me and Drinker on every Thursday as we talk about everything getting real great and good and awesome.
It's been a pleasure, gents. Catch you later.
Absolutely. Toodle pip.
Toodaloo. Bye.
Now back to Whatever's about to happen
This
next.
is the definitive. This is the definitive take, by the way. The
It's- yeah.
self-described definitive video on why it's not true Star Wars.
It is,
And
and I think he's
I
coming
don't think
toward the
he's
end of
seen
what he
it.
described was his biggest point as well, which is that there's not enough force in it.
But
Which
this is
not
nuts
like,
if
the
he hasn't
most
seen it.
definitive take.
Like, is he actually just going off what people have told him, that there's no scene where anyone lifts anything?
I hope
Now-
not.
I needed a disinterested third party
Oh no.
to help me come up with something. So
What does that mean?
I went to Chat GPT
God.
What?
The fuck does
and
that mean?
I asked it to write me the plot for a basic generic young adult sci-fi novel.
I literally don't care.
I have no
I don't-
fucking
I-
clue where this is
I-
going.
I just don't think it's possible to express how little I give a fuck about anything that Chat GPT generates. I just do not care.
I am actually, my curiosity is piqued. What point is this going to favor?
Is he going to read it out and say it's basically no different than Andor? Because,
How
Andor
could
with
the-
no forces like every other generic sci-fi, guys. I've proven it because I
Because-
just had ChatGPT write one for me.
I guess we've made Chat GPT an authority on like storytelling or
Listen, I
script
think maybe
writing
you're
or
all
what
jumping the
you-
gun. Who knows what he's about to say? This could go anywhere. I'm fascinated that the fact that he even brought up ChatGPT. What in the world is this going to be?
Why young adult? Because when you read young adult novels, it's always one person against this or one girl against that or one. So
Okay.
here's what.
What? That's all right. So let's be very clear. That's just a fucking lie. That's
It's
not true
always
at
one
all.
person against something.
Like I would consider The Hobbit virtually a young adult novel, and anything like that.
Yeah, that's one person against the whole world, Rax. That's what that is.
I mean, like all of the stories about this, that, and the other thing. That's just not true at all. Like whether it's the Lloyd Alexander stuff or I don't know. Jesus Christ.
It's just funny how casually that's said. It's like, it's always a fucking person against,
It's just asserted so confidently, and yet it's
He's
so
almost
wrong.
described storytelling, where it's usually a character going through some form of a struggle. At the very least, you get that.
Chat GPT
All right.
came up with. The story follows a teenage protagonist who lives in a futuristic society with advanced technology and scientific breakthroughs. The protagonist is a misfit or outsider in their community, often feeling like they don't fit in or belong. One day, the protagonist discovers a hidden truth or secret about their society that leads them on a dangerous journey.
So my guess is that the plot twist is, see, this is Andor, but
All right,
already
well-
I can tell like it's not gonna be.
Whether or not he says that, let us run with that just to see how viable it is, okay? The story follows a teenage protagonist, so
already, yeah.
No.
lives in a
It's
futuristic
wrong.
society. It's like, sure, it's got
Well, it was a long time ago, but I get
but
what you
it's-
mean. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
It's true, but it's also a pretty mundane environment that he finds himself in, like a pretty normal sort
Yeah.
of place.
interesting
And
to
he
call
does
it.
fit in. He's got family and friends, and he does like fit in. Like one of the big sort of plot elements of the early episode is him trying to
Maintain
leave
his fitting in.
where he is and
Yeah.
how much
Well,
stress
because-
it causes him.
He is very much not interested in getting involved, and it's that he gets dragged into it very much.
Yeah,
unwillingly.
Arguably, his arc for the season is choose between trying to just go with the flow and be a part of the system, or to break it.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. But then
And he tries to go with the flow. It does not work.
They discover a hidden truth or secret. It's like, well, no, the inciting incident is he gets in trouble. He
Yeah.
gets in big trouble. He does something.
Two people try to
and
rob
it-
him. He kills them.
Yep, and that puts him. So it's not like a hidden truth or and he knows the Empire. Like he knows what it is. He knows how to maneuver through it. It's not like a hidden secret about it. He just doesn't want to get involved. So already, if we ran with this being plot twist, this is Andor. First paragraph already, yeah.
Well, the paragraph ending with
Already.
on a dangerous journey of self-discovery and rebellion against the status quo. It's like, yeah, sure, that applies, but you could say that about
Sure.
Luke.
Yep.
So why is it bad? It's like, there's nothing wrong with that. Along the way, the protagonist meets a group of other teens, wrong, who are also fighting against the system. True, but not all of them are doing
True.
it for the same reason.
And they form a close-knit bond. No, they don't actually.
Nope.
No,
There's a
they
lot of
don't.
Conflict. There's a lot
Yeah, there's
of
conflict
conflicts.
and betrayal and Yeah. And they're very, very suspicious of
it's
each
like
other.
we talked about.
Outs.
They all have different sort of drives and motivations. You've got like it was Nemec, right? Who wrote the manifesto, like very sort of ideologically minded and motivated, like determined and steadfast, devoted to the cause, but young, kind of like not super familiar with how the world works. And then you had the opportunist in the group who was just there to make money, bullshitting his way through it just to get some cash. You had Andor who was there pretty unwillingly, willing to help out and like and actually like help out and work with the team, but like pretty disinterested in a lot of ways of being involved. You had like super devoted
Yeah,
damn, I wish
Luthen
I
got him
remember
in
their
for the
name.
money. Luthen first got
Yeah,
him
pretty much.
in using money as a it's a job. You'll get paid this much money. Don't worry,
'Cause you
guys.
had
He's cool. Yeah.
Mon Mothma's cousin, who was like sort of in charge, but like quite nervous about it all. A lot of information was withheld from her. She was kind of reluctant to actually follow through in the end, but with the nudging of damn it, I wish I remembered her name. It was like her partner with her nudging, like because she's much more like focused, devoted. Her life, like her entire life, revolves around that mission. It's like you've got a set of people who got brought together in a situation who very much did not form a tight-knit bond. There was a lot of conflict there.
Well, and we're going to continue on this track, but people have already noticed something about this set of 3 paragraphs that's very interesting if you think about something else. But we'll get to that in a sec, because continuing the close-knit bond, they encounter advanced technology, dangerous enemies, and a moral dilemma that forces them to question their beliefs and values. That doesn't really happen in the arc with the if we're going from, if we assume this is now regarding the second arc, right, the 456, it's not like he... The moral dilemma and or fate. I guess you could argue maybe it's where it's set in stone that he's got to make a choice and he commits to, not joining.
Mon Mothma's got
Running away,
a moral
running
dilemma
away,
at the
yeah.
end.
But the problem with this is that
That's true.
is there a story where characters don't face a moral dilemma of some form? It's like this is going to be applicable to so
and there's
much.
also something that I'm thinking about as well. Andor's like an ensemble show. Like, yeah, sure, Andor is the main character, but there are a lot of POV characters. There's like a lot of the story that has nothing to do with him.
I'd argue that those are actually the most interesting parts of it as well. Andor is quite a blank protagonist, and that's what allows us to spend so much time looking through the eyes of people like Mon Mothma, which this little story précis doesn't really account for. Like Andor is not like the most integral part of this story, which is slightly unconventional but quite useful.
The way I see it is that he's like the story of a normal person getting completely radicalized, and I mean that in a sense of he goes through some pretty fucking unfair things all at once, and then he realizes something, and that he gets motivated to want to do something. He's at first more than willing to just exist and just carry on doing shit. By the end of it, because Luthen's going to kill him by the end of it, isn't he? Because he's like a liability, but then Andor's basically like, no, I'm actually hoping to join you in your fight. Because when you hit the end of the heist arc, Andor's kind of directionless. He's kind of like, he's got his money, got resources of a kind, he doesn't know what to do.
It's I mean the things with his mother and that kind of gets him on track.
It's the whole prison arc that changes everything quite significantly. And so I kind of agree that he's not even someone that we draw from for significant amounts of substance until I would say later in the show. A lot of what he goes through in the first and second arcs are things that he's trying to do pragmatically, right? To escape the authorities from having killed 2 people and to get money enough to be able to hide. These are very pragmatic goals.
And yeah, I mean he's searching for his sister as well, isn't he? But that's sort of the the doomed quest that then when he realizes it's essentially doomed, that's the moment when he has no cause and nothing to fight for, and then Luthen sort of presents the alternative, which is something that you could, you might not even be fully signed up to by the end, but at least it gives you something toward which to aim, and you might be nihilistic about it, which is sort of way we pick up with Andor in Rogue One, but at least it gives you something, some sort of direction.
Yeah, it's just how he got there. So then the final paragraph is, ultimately the protagonist and their allies work together to overthrow the corrupt government. So Andor dies, and all of his friends die with the Empire more than in power. That's the end of his story. But they've managed to do something that will likely lead to the end of the Empire. They usher in a new era of freedom and equality. No, he doesn't live to see that. If we're being fair here, Luthen is probably going to die, and part of his speech is about how he won't be seeing the era that he's trying to create. The story ends with the protagonist finding their place in the world and feeling a sense of belonging. He's dead at the end. Having made a significant impact on their society and paving the way for a brighter future. Yes, arguable, yeah. He helps pave the way. Now, whether or not that's applicable to Andor is an interesting question. I don't think it really is. I think if we're being generous here, you can say there's pieces, but come on.
Parts in the most general
however,
sense. But
if you think about a different story, maybe that of A New Hope, and read this again. Sorry, I'm a bit ill. The story follows a teenage protagonist who lives in a futuristic society with advanced technology and scientific breakthroughs. Like, even though he's on Tatooine, they've got advanced technology, and of course the same universe, Star Wars, so if it counts for Andor, it counts for A New Hope. The protagonist is a misfit or outsider in the community, often feeling like they don't fit in or belong. It's like, ding, of course, that's Luke. One day, the protagonist discovers a hidden truth or secret about this society that leads him on a dangerous journey of self-discovery and rebellion against the status quo. He learns about the Force. So it's an element of the universe that he wasn't aware of previously.
I mean, it is. That's not the instigating part, though. The instigating part is the death of his.
That's true. Yes, you wouldn't say it led him to that thing, but I'd say it's more applicable to Luke than it is to Andor.
Mm-hmm.
Along the way, the protagonist meets a group of other teens who are also fighting against the system. Wouldn't call them teens, but the rebellion. And they are much more tight-knit as a bond, and they navigate challenges and obstacles. They encounter advanced technology and dangerous enemies, that'd be the Empire, and moral dilemmas that force him to question their beliefs and values, that'd be his father. Ultimately, the protagonists and their allies work together to overthrow the corrupt government, the Empire, an authority figure controlling the society, and usher in a new era of freedom and equality. Yep. The story ends with the protagonist finding their place in the world and feeling a sense of belonging, having made a significant impact on the society and paving the way for it. Yes. I'd say that's way more applicable to Luke.
It is. Or at least, well, the last bit was until the sequel trilogy established that they didn't usher in a new period of equality and peace because nothing actually changed. But
yes.
Yeah, otherwise it's completely applicable to Luke.
So, knowing that, I was just like, all right, so let's see what he has to conclude about these 3 paragraphs.
Self-discovery and rebellion, there's that word, against the status quo.
Yes.
Along the way, the protagonist meets a group of other teens who are also fighting against the system, and they form a close-knit bond as they navigate the challenges and obstacles thrown their way. They encounter advanced technology, dangerous enemies, and moral dilemmas that force them to question their beliefs and values.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the protagonist and their allies work together to overthrow the corrupt government or authority figure controlling their society and usher in a new era of freedom and equality. The story ends with the protagonist finding their place in the world and feeling a sense of belonging, having made a significant impact on their society and paving the way for a brighter future.
Yeah. The OT, it really is.
With a
Written
little
by
tweaking,
George Lucas.
That's Rogue One.
Oh, that's Rogue One.
Oh, that's Rogue One.
Go back a sec.
Consider me surprised.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. Okay.
Not expecting that.
Well, so that would be for
It's still more applicable to A New Hope than Rogue One.
Yeah, it's quite applicable to A New Hope.
Because now it's
the hidden truth about his
because the
lineage
story
and
ends
his
with the
father,
protagonist finding their place in the world. It's like, well, the same still applies.
Well, so
she
running it
dies
again with Rogue One, it would be what's her name? I've forgotten.
Jyn Erso.
Jyn Erso, that's it.
Yeah, that's right.
So teenage protagonist. Well, she's not teenage. Futuristic society, but Star Wars fine. Protagonist a misfit or outsider. She's a bit of a misfit. Yeah. One day the protagonist discovers a hidden truth or secret about the society. No, she gets drafted essentially.
It's not about them finding their place so much as them changing the world around them.
I'm thinking just on the hidden truth point. Is that her father's message when she meets Saw Gerrera? She's already been drafted by the point she meets Saw Gerrera, though.
Yeah,
so,
she's already on the sort of the road there. So
yeah, it's slightly skewed, but
everyone she meets up with, they're not a close-knit, bonded group. She fights with Andor quite a bit. And part of the problem with Rogue One is they don't get to know each other enough before they'll die.
Yeah.
So, wouldn't call it close-knit.
Andor's going to shoot her father while she's off to rescue him, so it's not exactly the close-knit group who's fighting for a common cause and goal at that point.
And they work together to overcome... I mean, we went all through this with how Andor's story ends in that film. It's the same as Jyn, so it doesn't... I don't know. Square Peg, round, hole.
A little tweaking? That's Rogue One.
Also A New Hope.
With a little tweaking? That's Andor.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
with
the plot of Andor.
Virtually no
okay,
tweaking,
well,
it's A New
okay,
Hope.
well,
So,
I was going to say, the
Cool,
least
alright,
tweaking you
cool,
need to do
alright.
makes it A New Hope.
yeah, it's closer to A New Hope than anything else.
With a little tweaking? That's the plot of Battlestar Galactica.
Oh my god, dude.
Is it?
How
What?
can you...
That's not true.
But
That
if
can't
he's-
be- I don't know much about Battlestar Galactica, but that's not true, is it?
But if he spotted that, how is he not spotted? Because this is the thing. If someone said, "Do you really think that describes A New Hope?" I'd be like, "No, not really." But if you're gonna get as broad as he's being, you'd have to
It's
say
broad,
yes.
but yeah, it broadly
With a little
follows the-
tweaking.
yeah.
That's the plot of every sci-fi show out there.
Fucking
Dude, this is
hell.
getting so
That's-
fucking weird.
How is it like? How
That-
the fuck is this like Star Trek?
How is
I
it
was
the
gonna say,
Man, that
Expanse?
is like that
How
is
the
a
fuck?
That's actually
How
a
is
great
this
point. Sorry, how is
TNG or
that Star
Treasure
Trek?
Planet?
Star Trek isn't even remotely like.
wow.
What is happening? Because
What
the
is
other
happening?
This
implication
is
now
basically Blade Runner.
is what George did that was so special is he took that basic template and then threw the Force in there, and it made the most specialist sci-fi fantasy in history.
It's the secret ingredient that just makes it shine. You know,
With a little tweaking, it's E EFAP.
the little tweaking is that's very true.
So, how can this be Star Wars?
How can it
God.
be Battlestar Galactica, Star Trek, Stargate, Star Galaxies? How can it be all of those?
How can something that doesn't have the main element of Star Wars be Star Wars? You
Boo.
can't. It's not. You cannot have a grounded and gritty Star Wars when Star Wars is a fantasy sci-fi show.
Wait, you can't.
Almost
Sorry,
like
sorry, what was the
I
sentence?
think
You
I'm-
can't have a.
Kind of
fantasy-
you can't be
have a-
grounded and gritty if it's sci-fi fantasy.
Why the fuck can't you?
I don't
What
I
about,
don't
like.
I
What about
haven't
Game of Thrones?
I don't know
That's
who wrote the
gritty and
rule.
realistic, but it's also fantasy.
Like whoever put this into law, I'd like to speak to them because I want to know why this got made as a rule.
Yeah, there's tons of grit and realism that goes into like the Lord of the Rings, into House of the Dragon, into these shows that have fantasy and fantastic elements into
Willow.
them.
I mean, you
Willow
can make
is-
the argument that by comparison to a lot
Willow's
of
gritty.
60s, 70s science fiction, Star Wars itself, original Star Wars, is comparatively dark and gritty because it portrays a lived-in universe under a dictatorial regime, as opposed to sort of this shiny, pristine, spotless utopia that so much sci-fi went in for back in the day. It's already more gritty than any comparable sci-fi of its era.
You've got to find. There's got to be someone from back then who said the reason Star Wars doesn't work is because they try to combine like a lofty sci-fi and fantasy ideas with gritty, down to earth, like understandable brick and mortar ideas, which you can't do. They are incompatible.
Instead of
There's no
instead of you saying brick and mortar, I almost thought you said Rick and Morty.
and
I was like,
Rick and
wait,
Morty
what?
ideas.
It's Rick and Morty ideas.
no fantasy in Andor.
There's no fantasy in Andor. For some reason, that's the most compelling thing he said to me in this whole 2 videos, because I'm like, there is sci-fi, but there's a lot less fantasy elements, I would probably agree. But that's, like, what would you guys highlight as the biggest elements of the fantasy in Star Wars?
The biggest elements of the fantasy of Star Wars, what makes it a fantasy more than anything else? I mean, the only thing would be the Force, wouldn't it? Everything else is some sort of technology or scientific explanation, but the Force is essentially magic.
Almost at spaceships.
I guess
Spaceships aren't fantasy.
the technology is relatively fantastical next to hard science fiction. There's no real attempt to explain until you get hyperfuel and all that bollocks. But there's no real attempt to explain sort of the mechanics of spaceships, how lightsabers work. It's not hard science fiction. It does rely on a little bit more leaps of imagination and good faith and fantastical elements to allow for its technology to slide. But I'm not
don't
sure
think
that
very
really rises
much.
to the level of fantasy. No, I mean momentum in space, like stuff like that, lightsabers existing, the Force is. You're right, the Force is by far the biggest one. But
Oh, you
Even with
mean
the
like
lightsaber,
it-
they talk about like the crystals and
I
putting
guess the
together
thing is,
this
it depends.
machine.
It
and-
depends
Yeah,
if we
focus on
define
crystals.
like science fiction as necessarily hard science fiction, or if there's room for essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Softer
let's be
science
real.
fiction.
Like where we're playing with our reality a little bit here just to make it work.
Well, and there's
but
the
it would still
question
be
of something like the Rancor. Does that feel more fantasy or more sci-fi?
I have no idea.
It's hard to say. It's like, well, I mean, alternate worlds in the middle of space could have all kinds of creatures in them. Does that automatically make it fantasy? And it's like, well, I guess I've never thought about it. I've never thought about all the tick boxes for what makes
More
something.
defined by what's around it than
It's just
itself.
these definitions, like
Yeah, it becomes complicated, and that's kind of where I wanted to get to. Where it's like, so Andor not being fantasy enough is just like, God, this feels like, why are we here?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we talk about how well written the characters are? How much it supports the overall world of Star Wars?
When I'm here watching the Battle of Helm's Deep, I'm like, where the fuck's all the magic? This is just like arrows and swords and shit. What the
It's too
fuck? I
gritty.
thought this was fantasy.
The Force is sci-fi because of midichlorians. Oh no.
There's no fantasy in Rogue One. You know where there is fantasy? Episodes 1 through 6.
Oh, there you go. The prequels got a mention.
Okay.
The
You have
prequels count. Okay.
the Jedi.
Yeah,
and
but
the
the
Sith,
prequels suck.
and the Force.
And also
They're-
the sequels count.
And also the sequels are absolutely very fantasy. They're still dragging that anchor, and they suck.
That's what I mean. Like, it's if he actually was to say, like, yeah, the sequels definitely qualify way more as Star Wars than Andor does. It's like, oh.
I mean, there is a graveyard and even past that, there is a massive. You couldn't name all of the movies that are super fantasy where it's just like you have no idea what the fuck is going on. Where
Also,
there's just no grounding to reality.
And they do. They talk about kyber crystals and Jedi in Rogue One, and you have, the Force is with me guy. It's not.
Yeah, the place where
There's
they're
not nothing in there.
There are other components at play, but it is surrounded by the Force. Without the Force,
Not
there
really
would be
surrounded.
no Empire.
No.
So much of the OT is
Anything,
not
the Force is surrounded by it's surrounded by the secular stuff. The Force is the parts that have the whole world surrounding it. Like, if the Force disappeared from the Star Wars universe, it would just carry on without the Force, right? But you can't just leave the Force elements there. You'd have to completely restructure the world from the ground up.
Well, we know plenty of the world of Star Wars has to operate as though the Force isn't even a thing. A lot of them don't even know what it is in the OT. So,
yeah, I don't even think it's real. I mean, Han Solo thinks he didn't think it's
thinks
real
it's bullshit
when they first met. It's just it's an old bunch of old nonsense.
Empire to
Bunch of
fight
hooey.
against. The EU, which Disney decanonized, but they're now reaching back and cannibalizing it so they can have more content because they can't come up with an original idea to save their lives.
No, they have
Well,
original
they did.
ideas.
They did.
It's,
They tried to do an original ideas. You hate it. You. I don't even know if you hate it. You haven't seen it. I guess. I don't even know.
They
If
also-
anything, Disney is doing the opposite.
They also have the
I want them
original
to
idea of taking the superficial of what happened in the EU and then, butchering it. But then they did that with
if he's
normal
about
stuff
to
too.
go on and make a full-throated defense of the EU, he will have to grapple with the fact that the EU contains a huge number of stories where the Jedi are not present and the Force is not heavily involved. So he will have to be more selective about what he's quoting from the EU because, there are like Boba Fett comics where there are no Jedi there. There's a lot of stuff in the EU which is not tied to the Force in exactly the way that he criticizes Andor, for example. For me, I would make a defense of Andor as saying that Andor is probably the most like the old expanded universe model of storytelling of anything that Disney's put out. One of the virtues of it is also one of its pitfalls, which is that you don't actually need to watch it, as I think we said right at the beginning. If you don't like it, if it's not your thing, if it's too slow for you, if you don't like the tone, if it's boring to you, fine. You don't have to see it to understand everything else. That doesn't make it not Star Wars any more than an equivalent comic in the EU you didn't like wasn't part of the EU. It's probably stupid to demand consistency of this person, but it would be nice.
You go back to Darth Bane
Mm-hmm.
and the rule of two.
Mm-hmm.
That's dumb, though.
He
Shut up, Rex.
decided that 2 Sith were going to be it. And those 2 Sith were going to manipulate galactic events so that one day a Sith would be able to rule the galaxy.
One of those two, because it would be difficult. You could have 3 Sith manipulating, or 4, or even like a whole bunch of them, because that would just be
Well,
dumb.
so I don't know if little
And one
Platoon
has to
or
eventually
someone in
kill the
chat
other.
knows, but wasn't there like a great culling of Sith on a planet or something?
Korriban, I think it was, yeah.
Which whenever I've heard people describe it to me, I was just like, what? There are things in the expanded universe that sound very silly. I'm going to put it that way.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of silly stuff in it. There is some good stuff in it as well. But I think Lucas tiered it, didn't he? He had like a gold star system, gold star, silver star, bronze star. Gold was officially canon, silver was sort of semi-canon, and bronze was kind of just there, the equivalent of Legends today. But I've been ages since I read almost any of it though, so I'd have to sort of go back to the Korriban stuff. But I think you play through it in Knights of the Old Republic, but you sort of have the option to bring that place down. It depends on your moral decisions of character.
Palpatine is the culmination of that Sith working.
Okay.
Not only did they manipulate the government and the economics and everything else going on, but they had to use the Force. They had to use the dark side to help them get things done.
Okay.
You can't do that without the Force. You can't manipulate governments without the Force. Why are we even talking about this?
What about all of the things that are happening in that universe that aren't those two? What about that? Is there anything interesting happening? Is it just like, no, none of that's interesting. That's boring. It's not Star Wars.
A galaxy full of planets and civilizations and cultures and technologies and wars and conflicts, and it has to be about these fucking Sith people with their Force whatevers making their silly noises.
Many of Palpatine's most consequential actions did not require the Force. They were his political machinations. The reason that the Army of the Republic is created is because he and his bureaucrats play off of Jar Jar Binks' good intentions. They essentially just manipulate him based on his character to sign through an incredibly short-sighted militaristic bill. Then he manipulates the Senate. The reason he's not detected by the Jedi is the Force stuff, the dark side nebulously clouding their vision and all that. But his great skill isn't really using the Force to sway people's minds. It's his political machinations, because of course a politician is the person who brings an end to the glory days of the Republic.
Yeah, I've heard there's fighting over that for Star Wars fans as to whether or not how much Palpatine used the Force to, like mind control his way, get into different parts. Because I think a lot of people don't like the idea that he used the Force to do it, because they like the idea that he was smart enough to manipulate, a lot of different events to push things in place to get him to where he was. Which, again, I have more respect for that kind of storytelling than every single time Palpatine had a problem politically, went, let's have a meeting together, one-on-one in this room, and then he just holds up his arm and he's like, you agree with me? And they go, okay. And then it's like eventually becomes Emperor. It's like, yeah, that's not really as interesting as he actually did different operations, move different pieces around the board, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, part of what's annoying about this is we follow so many characters in the OT that are just non-Force users that are pivotally important. Han Solo is the reason both Death Stars blow up. I'm not saying the only reason, but he's a huge portion for why both of them were destroyed. He doesn't fucking use the Force. He thinks it's a joke. Like, why are we pretending like it's like this thing that just cannot be divorced from any moment of Star Wars? Totally can.
I mean, the Force had nothing to do with the escape from Hoth. With all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I guess it's a shame that that he is focused so hard on the Force element when it seems very limiting to what Star Wars is.
The Empire probably wouldn't exist. There would be no Star Wars.
You could write the story to where the Force isn't necessary. It just happened this way because that's what the story is. But if you wanted to make a story like this, where, well, I mean, that's every other story about political subversion. It doesn't involve magic. It's about that's what essentially Game of Thrones is almost not 90% just people
talking,
getting alliances and backstabbing and creating treaties and defensive pacts and marriages and bloodlines and controlling this and that. It's like that. Let's not pretend it's some novel concept that you need to have these mystical elements to have political.
Well, you do if you want it to be Star Wars, right? See, when Tarkin is making his political orders to crush rebellions and stuff. It's all about the Force, kinda. It totally is. It's not like the Death Star represents a really cold, mechanical, like overthrowing of or response almost to the power of nature.
So trying to keep the Jedi and the Sith and the Force out makes it not Star Wars.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I got.
That's it.
Nothing.
Let the debate
really.
begin. We're
Let-
going to
let
talk
it- let it
about this in the
start.
comments, I'm sure.
Oh, we've been debating for a while. It's all good.
I mean, I guess we've been pulling a bit of weight on this one though. These were a lot of assertions made without any claims. Just like this is how it is, so that's why it is how it is that way. It's just very compelling. No,
Sure.
nothing into the true fan stuff. Nothing into
I was
what makes
expecting
Star
more.
Wars, Star Wars really. Yeah, that was 17 minutes, and I mean, well,
Well-
maybe he'll pull a real banger out here in the last minute, but
He's like, quick fire round.
Let me know. Am I off my rocker?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I completely miles away from the truth? Or
Yes.
Mhm.
are you guys with me?
What's
And
to
am
be
I
with?
speaking truth? And you see my point of view, and you're like, yep, you know what?
What, your point of view that if you remove,
You got it.
like, for the Force from Star Wars, it's Star Trek.
There's not a lot.
No, Free,
This
it's
is not what I would
Battlestar
call a
Galactica.
very compelling video.
That's
If anyone, I can't imagine there's anyone who agrees with you who didn't already go in agreeing with you. I have no idea how this would be convincing to anybody. If anything,
hit
it
the
makes
nail
you think about why they wouldn't agree with you.
On the head. Please let me know in the comments what you think. I've gotten a lot of new subscribers. I want to thank you guys. You guys are great. I appreciate each and every one of you.
Yay.
We are growing this
This is
small
good
little
stuff.
channel, and I'm happy to be able to bring videos like this to you guys.
Think how much better the
I'm-
video would
I'm
be if
glad
you'd
you're-
watched Andor.
Yeah, imagine if you got some references and explained why. Oh, well, this happened and this happened, so it's not real Star Wars because real Star Wars is this, 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 and this, and it's
Mhm.
this way because of these things. And if you take these parts away, it stops being Star Wars. Whereas I'm basically of the opinion that, well, I guess anything by definition that takes place in the Star Wars universe is Star Wars. But
Mostly, yeah. And it
yeah,
can even be begrudgingly,
basically,
right?
yeah.
Like the sequels, are
Oh,
they
yeah.
Star Wars? Like, well, yeah.
Yeah, they're Star Wars. They sure are.
I don't want it to be Star Wars. Like,
I
it's kind of
take
it's.
no joy in it.
It
but,
feels like a
you know.
sister argument to the what is canon. Like, well, any meaningful definition is probably going to involve who has the rights to the IP or what you consider in your own head, and it's totally viable to choose either, I suppose. But for example, if I said Indiana Jones and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull can't count as Indiana Jones because it doesn't have. I'm trying to think of like what element that almost comes across as superficial that is present in the first three but not in that one. It's like a younger Indiana Jones. If you don't have that, you're not Indiana Jones. Like, oh. And then it makes you think like, well, that could work though. You could make that work. And so it's like, why do you say it then? And it's like, well, because I just think it's so fucking awful. I wish it weren't. We don't say like this random fan fiction we found in the middle of the dark web made by, John Smith 321 about Indiana Jones is not Indiana Jones. Like, nobody says that. But you only say it about the stuff that is officially canon because of how fucking awful it is. You don't want it to be. Obviously the reason we break down a lot of the stuff like the sequels, or we're gonna talk about Dial of Destiny. I can fucking guarantee that shit. Why? Because that's the newest entry to who owns the IP to that wonderful franchise that's going down in flames. And so, by that logic then, is Andor Star Wars? Like, well, yeah, and it's good to be that Star Wars, because it's like the closest thing we've gotten to substantive fucking content from the Star Wars IP in forever. But, I guess that closes out this video. What else we got?
Hopefully, this will be the last video I need to make about why Andor isn't Star Wars.
Dude, just watch it.
I don't know, man. This video is shit. I don't know what to say. There's nothing in here that even approaches compelling. It probably damages your point of view more than anything else.
If he said he was making a follow-up video once he checks out blah, 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 I'd just be like, please just watch it. I know that it's going to be a painful 12 hours because there's no force in it or however long it takes, but just watch it. I would actually genuinely like to know what he thought if he was to watch it.
Yeah, this
this-
video, if he actually had a bunch of references and things, could have been, while not correct, interesting. So I don't know.
This will be the video I refer everyone back to
Oh, yeah.
when
not
someone
good.
says Andor is Star Wars. So
You just said it isn't.
if you're watching from the future,
No, I guess he refers the people who say that to this.
Yeah.
hello.
Well,
Like if someone
Well,
says
I'm
Andor
saying all
is Star
he's-
Wars, he will refer them here.
yeah, but all he's saying is basically that it isn't, because like no force and
He said there was no force, and he said that it has modern audience appealing
some-
writing.
some-
That's what kills it.
From the past. If you're watching today, thank you for
Well, House of the, like we take a show like House of the Dragon, right? There's a lot in
Mhm.
there that appeals to modern audiences. Same thing with I
Like
don't know,
what?
like Arcane.
Well, using his
Arcane.
standard of
There are
of
Well, that would be
lesbians.
bad.
There are lesbians in both
There are.
Arcane and House of the Dragon. So.
lesbians. I was thinking his preferred tactic is I found an actor saying something which
Right.
is arguably unwise. So House of the Dragon, I don't remember if it was one of the writers or one of the actors who
Sapotnik.
said of the
It was
sort of
Miguel
the death of the
Sapotnik who
baby
said it.
scene that it's kind of redolent of the current American issues around Roe versus Wade, for example.
I have
by
no
which-
fucking idea how it does. But,
No,
like,
I'm not
okay,
It's the
entirely
same
sure.
situation where you're
Okay.
like, shut up. Stop ruining the show.
I was like, how? What? You made that up. You just lied.
You're a
you made that
liar.
up. You just lied.
If you
That's
buy
not
into the
true.
forced birth narrative, I guess you could.
I
you could
don't
make
like
that point, but-
it's such a bullshit lie. Like they made all of that shit. That would have been written well before the Roe v. Wade stuff kicked up. They just like trying to adopt it in to be like, see, we're relevant. We talk about it. It's like the show is good. Okay, you don't need to do all that shit.
Just say the characters are great and the story is awesome and it's got good music and awesome sets and great acting.
I mean,
and boy, oh boy.
We were talking about earlier, right?
there's-
Like Patty talking about the character, his values, what he was going through and stuff. Like, oh, that's great. When fucking director is like, you know, Roe v. Wade, like we kind of covered that, and the show's like, shh, 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 just don't.
I'll make you cry watching me walk to a chair.
And he did.
I did have a question that was sort of at the back of my mind about House of the Dragon, which is that, Game of Thrones, of course, famously does not end particularly well.
Mhm.
House of the Dragon, I don't know if it was hotly anticipated, but it gained a huge viewership over time because people watched it, were pleasantly surprised, and stuck with it. Is there the difference between that and Andor then? Why did the audience latch onto one and not the other?
I think part of the reason is so I think I alluded to it earlier, but I think that unfortunately Disney has the audience they cultivated for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
If Disney makes a show that's really good and thoughtful and has good actors and neat themes and all that sort of thing, like that, like why would a modern Star Wars audience like that? It's not full of references. It's not full of stupid fucking dumb action. It's not like poorly paced. It's not, it's Andor is like the antithesis of what what Star Wars is currently. So yeah, I can see why Star Wars audiences wouldn't like it, and that's really unfortunate. But the people who are interested in Game of Thrones and like fantasy dramas and political intrigue and that sort of thing, they want what House of the Dragon did, and it executed it well. So I think that has a big, thing in it. Like if you're the kind of person who sees Star Wars and goes like Star Wars written as a new show, or you hear about a new Star Wars show and you go, ooh, a new Star Wars thing, we're gonna have to see that. Then it's not gonna be like any Star Wars around it, and you are not gonna like it very possibly. But if you're into House of the Dragon stuff, and let's say you really liked Game of Thrones and you hated the ending, and you hear that there's a new Game of Thrones show, you're like, oh boy, I do like it. When Game of Thrones was good, I really, really liked it. So, hopefully if it's like that, I'll really like House of the Dragon. And it seems that people really did.
If after Game
'Cause
of
it was
Thrones,
very reminiscent of Game of Thrones in its heyday.
if after Game of Thrones wrapped up, they had Book of Dunk and Egg or Eddard Stark, the TV show, and they were both horrible. Like everyone hated the fuck out of them. Yeah, I think then going like House of the Dragon is like, because the thing about House of the Dragon is, as Game of Thrones, like almost on a superficial level, fans like, what has it got? It's like it's all about the Targaryens and dragons. It's like, ooh, I like Targaryens and dragons. It's got Matt Smith in it. Ooh, I like him from the Doctor Who and the other things that I have seen him in which like Morbius. I'm a big fan of his work.
I like Morbius is not a sentence I've heard often, but
And you know, and then you get the trailers, and you're like, you know what, yeah, I could give this a shot. Meanwhile, like, there's just no. We went over this. There's no hook for Andor, and the best time to have released it would have been right after Rogue One. That was its slot, and it probably would have been way more successful and well received. But Star Wars' gas is at an all-time low, and they're starting to realize that because didn't they even say the numbers for Mando were failing? It's like, oh shit, didn't it not pull the numbers of Book of Boba Fett? That was the realization they had. They were like, "Oh,
yeah, I believe it did worse than Obi-Wan and Book of Boba Fett, I think."
So like Star Wars is going the same way as like, I guess, name another like Doctor Who that you could argue. Doctor Who is in serious trouble.
It's on life support
Seems like
essentially. It looks like it's about to get the defibrillator, and if it doesn't, jump it back to life, it might just be proper dead.
So, you know, like Star Wars, if they make another Rey movie and it's awful, and then they release Mando season 4 and it's awful, it's like Marvel will be doing this eventually. They need every last banger they can find, and they can't seem to produce any. You know, like audience critical acclaim, at least Guardians got higher than they've had in forever, but that's not happening again. At least not anytime soon. So, yeah, I don't know. There's just different sort of scenes that they've been released into, and yeah, the other thing I think House of Dragon has that Andor didn't was I think it hit the ground faster than Andor did. A lot of people gave Andor 3 episodes, and that wasn't enough to hook them in.
Guess it was a bit slow paced. It took its time.
I'm happy to concede that.
But,
it's just
but yeah, it took a time to get to where it needed to get to.
If you do 3 for House of the Dragon, it's you've already got the Stepstone Wars done at that point.
For sticking around this long and watching, I really do appreciate it. And
you bet.
I will see you on the next video.
He kept it for the outro. Yeah. I love it. Well, all right. Yeah.
That means if you watch a playlist, you get to hear it twice.
I've got nothing that I really want to develop further than go watch it first. Just go watch it. I don't care if you hate every episode. Go watch it first.
Like, it feels like that was like a complete waste of time, really. Like, fucking hell. Like, if I don't know. Like, we achieved nothing. We got nowhere.
We achieved plenty. We got to discuss all kinds of concepts.
We had a great chat.
Sure, but I guess what I'm saying is, if like you didn't have anybody to talk to about the video, what do you gain from that?
Nothing.
Oh yeah, that video is extremely. Yeah,
I think you lose information because it's kind of misleading.
I think it's just like the argumentation was really vacuous, and like not it just didn't follow. Like there were a lot of sweeping conclusions drawn based on limited information and like bizarre sort of non sequitur arguments. I did not like that.
What I've got now for us to follow up is something that was shared a while back on the subreddit. That's how I was made aware of it, and I kept it. And I felt like this is the best time. It's a video of Tony Gilroy being on a podcast called the X-Ray Vision podcast. He talks about what he was doing with Andor. Now, considering everything you heard in those 2 videos, let's put it against what the man himself says about the show after being asked questions about it. I reckon this should be relatively interesting. Let's see what we got.
Mm-hmm. Right. The great thing about this show is you can sort of needle drop and do I could take we could take something from the Haitian Revolution, I could take something from here, take something from the Russian Revolution. So that's the beauty of it. And that's
not very modern politics, is it?
Really Haitian Revolution, that's relatively
Haitian
modern.
Revolution, 19th century. That was 19th century, right?
Yeah,
you're asking me like I know. I don't know.
No,
but you know what? I hope I hope everyone had a good time.
Yeah.
To character. What happens next to the people you care about and making you care about?
I think this is like
Tony Gilroy, if you're going on this X-Ray Vision podcast with 28,000 subs, you should come talk to us. Come to EFAP. Come on to EFAP and we'll chat with you about Andor, and we'll explain to you why. We'll tell you the top 5 things you could do for season 2 to make it true Star Wars.
I don't care if it's true Star Wars. I just want it to be actual Star Wars.
Yeah, verifiably Star Wars. Definitely Star Wars.
I have no idea what the copyright situation is here. I'm just going to be vaguely
Yeah,
careful.
I've
Question
got
mark.
no clue.
Yeah, sure.
This sounds like
looking in
non-copyrighted
here.
music.
Just generic.
Tony, thanks so
sort
much
of
for joining
rhythm
us.
movie.
I think one of the things that's really knocked Rosie and I out about your story is how it shows how regular people not.
It seems like a really odd place for a PlayStation 5.
Oh, there it is.
On
Yeah.
the bedside table.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's an
Yeah,
odd
that is
place for a
weird.
PlayStation 5.
Now I'm
Why is
starting to
it-
think, like,
why-
where's the
why-
TV? Where's
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Where's the TV for this PlayStation 5 that's just sitting there by the bed by the
Because
wall?
I have
on the
I have a
nightstand?
clock on my bedside table. Alarm clock.
I've got a little
Maybe she has a really, really long HDMI lead. and the
I
TV
think
is-
that I think that's it.
Maybe.
I think
Maybe a
the logic
super long
is I can
HDMI
replace
cable.
the discs right here from my bed. Like,
Yeah, I don't even have to get up to change what game I'm playing, which is I can't imagine doing that myself. But it's a modern world we live in.
They trying to start up a meme there in chat with a little tweaking. It's a nice setup. Like,
Not necessarily
Better than this guy's hotel
Jedi,
room.
space wizards, etc., would get enmeshed in a fight like this. Would either rebel or decide to join the forces that would oppress the rebellion. What was the genesis of this story?
Well, I mean, it started from the concept from Lucasfilm, which was that they were interested in doing a prequel from Rogue One and doing the 5 years of Cassian Andor's story before Rogue One, and so that was the very first, that was the buy-in. And then what's your version of that? I think they did try a couple of the versions of it with different approaches. My attitude about it, sort of from the sidelines along the way, was it seems to me it's pretty obvious what you have to do if you have this incredibly accomplished character in Rogue One, who is, the tactical leader, the person that the Alliance trusts to go on the most important mission possible, and a guy who exhibits all these incredible leadership skills along the way, tactically, and he changes his mind and he lies and he does all the things that a leader has to do on a mission like that. And then the guy gives his life for everybody willingly.
it's a generous view of the characterization.
Yeah, I think
but
it's a bit
I'll allow
generous.
it. Like, I get what you're trying to say. You got to gas up
the
Cassian
idea's
a little
there.
bit when you're talking about how you made a prequel
Yeah.
show.
Cassian Andor.
But who is that person? So my idea is, I said, well, if you're going to do a show about that person, what's going to happen to them. You want to take them as far away from that as possible. 5 years ago, you want to have a show about becoming.
Yeah.
And our show, in many ways, is about becoming. It's a revolution becoming a revolution. It's about Cassian Andor becoming a revolutionary and then becoming a leader. It's about a lot of people becoming different things. So.
And when it came to, you knew you were going to show the becoming. So when it came to building the world, one of the things that's kind of blown us away, Star Wars has always been analogous, but this feels like a show that has a lot of very radical things to say about building a rebellion and the becoming of a rebellion and what kind of world that encourages a rebellion, a world with horrific prison labor, a world that oppresses the most vulnerable. Could you speak a little bit about building that world that would encourage Cassian to become the person that we see in Rogue One?
Well, canonically, in Star Wars, in the 5 years, I have a 5-year tranche.
A writer talking about what's canon and trying to.
He probably
take
read
into
that off
consideration?
Wikipedia. That doesn't count.
Yeah, that's true.
I was going to
history
say,
to
doesn't he
take
have
care of.
more trouble? Because, talking about earlier about his characterization of the characterization of Andor in Rogue One being a bit generous, I always thought he must have had quite a difficult job with Andor, a character in this show, because Andor is so sort of lowly and non-present even in Rogue One. Like, he's not really building a character toward a great moral height, because that's the journey he has to start going on when Rogue One happens. And I sort of thought that might have been why they spent longer building up everything around him than really building up the character himself, because they can't do too much work with him without treading on the toes of the film that comes after.
I think that you're right, and I think that he has to talk around that, because Andor, what we're doing, it seems, is reducing him down to neutral man, and he's going to become guy who wants to take out the Empire by the time we hit Andor, Rogue One. It's like, yeah, this shouldn't be too difficult to do. He's going to have a couple of experiences to get him there, but ultimately it's not going to be that complicated, at least not compared to someone like Mon Mothma or Luthen, who've got a shit ton more going on, all these different networks, and like the way that the struggles and weights of different pressures coming at them and going this way and the other. Andor is like, I'm not going to say it's not bad, it's just very straightforward what you have to do with him. Because the implication from what he said is like we're going to see him learn to like all leadership skills. We're going to see him learn to become a skilled liar or a skilled blah blah. And it's like not really. He's pretty okay at a lot of stuff because he's just a general handyman, but he's also just trying to survive the situations he's put in, and he's mostly a gunslinger. In all of them, which is okay. It's just that it's going to motivate him to be in the position he is in Rogue One. But I don't think you can. That doesn't sound that enticing compared to what he said. Like I said, it's his job to make it sound a hell of a lot better than, he's a guy who's going to become anti-Empire. It's like, yeah, okay.
5 years. I have a 5-year tranche of history to take care of. I have a 5-year calendar. So I know what happens in those 5 years. I don't really have to spend very much time thinking about anything else. And so I have to, those 5 years are canonically clear to me. There's no question of the established atrocities and motivations of the empire, right? I mean, that's known.
Yeah.
And we know how bitter and horrifying and genocidal the battle will ultimately be, and how devastating it'll be to Alderaan and everything else. So all that. But all that said, I do never start anything with an agenda. I start with characters and I have my.
That's funny. That's really funny.
Well,
Isn't that brilliant?
Now, if we had watched this yesterday, then I wouldn't have known that he was a filthy liar. You see, because I have it from the Nerd Way. I have on good authority. You're not being truthful.
By the way,
Tony,
that should be music to that other guy we covered's ears. The fact that he just said, no, not interested in agenda, character first. This quote didn't pop up anywhere.
With an agenda. I start with characters and I have my personal beliefs that I hope will, in some way osmotically, work their way through, but I don't ever think about, I have an axe to grind about this. I'm going to talk about this. Or I didn't start Michael Clayton because I wanted to do a story about industrial atrocity. I started because I was like, this guy was a fixer, and what happens to this guy? So I'm really interested in the characters, and I've learned over time that it works for me, and it's just what I'm interested in. I start very, very small, and I build my way out.
This is what we need. I'm just saying, this is a really good attitude.
100%.
Not even just for Star Wars, just for writing.
But Mola, how do you respond to people who say like, but it is agenda informed, even if he said this?
Well, that's what we wanted. We wanted them to give examples. That was the whole thing, and you can't do that. You haven't fucking watched it. It's gonna be difficult.
I know there's been a lot of there's a lot of political. I've been watching the conversations. It's fascinating to watch all the conversations that the show is engendered over the past couple months, but and I know the show, there's all kinds of people that trying to lay claim in different ways to the politics of the show, but to me, I've been studying history just as an amateur, as an idiot, a DIY historian for years, and there isn't anything in our show that hasn't been going on for 3,000 years. I mean, colonialism, slavery, oppression, hard behavior, torture, whatever, it's all there. So the great thing about this show is you can sort of needle drop and do we could take something from the Haitian Revolution, I could take something from here, take something from the Russian Revolution. So that's the beauty of it. And
I think it's hilarious that he's pointed out that different people are trying to lay claim to it as like supporting their thing or whatever. It's just so fucking true with any story that is particularly well constructed. A lot of people are like, don't you see, it proves my point. You're like, no, it proves my point. But then you'll also get people being like, it supports this awful thing that we hate, so we hate it. Like, oh.
And meanwhile, it's just like, I was just thinking about characters first and foremost, and
and
sort of exploring their struggles.
General explorations of different realities of human nature clashing. is all you can ever really ask for. That's what we want from stories.
General Exploration was one of my favorite Star Wars characters.
Yeah.
Clone Wars. I really liked him.
But my way in is really through character. What happens next to the people you care about and making you care about them.
Thinking about your work, from the cutting edge all the way up through the board. I love the cutting edge. Just
come
FYI.
on.
That's a movie about revolution. But anyway,
one of the great rom-coms.
I don't think that's been fully analyzed yet. I don't think
I'm ready to write a piece. That's the episode.
But thinking about your work in that way, it's often these characters who find themselves, for one reason or another, in a context that they were not necessarily prepared for, and now they have to make do with what they have. You have the ice skater, the hockey player who now can no longer play hockey, now has to do figure skating. You have the spy who was brainwashed but now has their agency back and they're cut loose in the world. In Michael Clayton, you have a guy who's the scales fall from his eyes. He's a fixer for much bigger figures and realizes he's caught between these two worlds of power and powerlessness and his morality. Looking at Andor in that kind of context, I'm really struck by how it seems like, and I know you say you don't start with with any kind of like agenda, but I wonder if you might talk about how you build a character and where this kind of character falls in the kind of characters that you've built in the past. I love Cutting Edge again. It's a great movie.
No, I mean, hopefully they're all unique. I mean, every single one of them wants to be, bespoke and they want to be their own thing. I mean, I think that I've come to believe over time that the single most important part of this is empathy, and you have to be ridiculously empathetic to all of the people that you're building. And really care about them. Doesn't matter if they're
like MODOK,
Orson Krennic, or Doug Dorsey in the Cutting Edge. You gotta get in there. You gotta really live it with them, and you gotta really. So, I don't have a holistic answer to that. I have a very personal. Every one of them is a little temple, and they're all, that makes it sound pretentious and bullshitty, but like they're all real to me.
I like him.
I kind of like him, yeah. What's gonna piss me off is if like you get all the people who make this shitty stuff who get more and more and more jobs, and this guy doesn't get anything else. That's gonna piss me off, man.
I mean, he's gonna get season 2, but who knows what that'll look like, and then who knows what happens after that.
I mean, hopefully it ends up. Goddamn, I really hope it's good. It'd be nice to have like a good, complete,
a little oasis,
yeah, pretty much. Because Andor right now, it's a little oasis, but it's incomplete, right? In a certain sense.
Yeah,
there's still a story pending.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's fucking depressed about the fact it's like, oh, my show's gonna be going down while Mando's already on its 4th season. Because I'm pretty sure, isn't Gilroy the one that said something along the lines of like he wanted to focus? There was another quote people were sending around where he wanted to focus on the characters rather than the recognizable aspects of things and stuff. Like I'm sure there was a quote from him, and there's ones from like James Gunn about how things have become really shit with how it's like recognizing elements instead of the heart, the character. It's really cool that he basically just said like, no matter what character he's dealing with, he's got to understand them. It's got to be like, work with them, walk with them, understand them, and put the work according to that. Because
I think that really comes across with the villains as well in Andor. So, Partagaz is probably one of the better recent villains, not just in Star Wars, but across a lot of media. Partagaz is. You can tell that he's not just been put on screen because the screen needs a generic bad guy. This is a guy who is, he's competent, intelligent. He has a goal. He has self-fulfillment. He has his own personal wants. He has his own ideological convictions and commitment. And that all comes across in his character, who is also, very well performed. But you don't get that unless you're very committed to having empathy with all of your characters and not just, the conventional heroes of the piece. Otherwise, you're just given stock villains, and no one. There's the problem with the recognizable aspects part versus the formation of new character. If everyone just keeps making references back to recognizable things, you're not going to get the next great villain in Star Wars because everyone is just sitting on the sofa drooling, waiting for Darth Vader's next cameo. It's about time somebody actually took the time to say, yeah, who would be the kind of person to head the ISB? This guy sounds interesting. What can we do with him?
I think that's one of the big problems that Disney's kind of running into, is that they're sort of they're really getting to the end of all the fuel they can burn.
Yeah.
With these live action sequels or remakes, with the Star Wars shows, they have created so little of actual value or merit or anything that's worth watching, and they have constantly been roasting for fuel all of the old stuff that people really like that got them here. And I just don't. It doesn't seem to be a sustainable thing. It's.
Well,
I
I
mean,
mean,
you see it with the
like, if you
MCU.
told-
Like, what do we have left from the golden age, so to speak? It's all gone, basically.
I think that's a good point, because if you told somebody, you know, like, oh, there's going to be Boba Fett season 2, it's like, you know, like, it's like, oh shit, you've kind of like you've spent that card.
Yeah,
Boba Fett
Boba
is
Fett doesn't
not
mean
useful
anything
to you
anymore.
anymore. He's
Yeah,
not
why should
useful
I
as
give a
like
shit
an
about
easy
Boba Fett?
Well, on
quick
that-
make a bunch of money.
On that note, if I could just read this quickly, because I knew I'd read this somewhere. Because you, especially with Platoon, just mentioning Vader, right? It's like, article, Star Wars, how much will Hayden Christensen be in the Ahsoka show? Like, wait, what?
Really?
And then you're like, with the announced cast, including Rosario Dawson, Natasha Louis Bordizzo, I don't know, this is fine. Dawson let it slip last year that Hayden Christensen would be reprising his role as Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker yet again. The question on fans' minds then is, how much will we see him appear? Just like, fuck off.
And I just don't care. Don't care.
So done. Leave Vader alone.
They'll
After
never leave him
Kenobi,
alone.
it was already way too much. It's like, yeah, but it's Filoni. It's like, oh,
Oh yeah, it's Filoni. Yeah.
I like the idea that they offered Vader to Gilroy, and he was like, "Nah, I'm all right. Don't need it."
I
God,
got
do you think
Andor.
that would piss everyone off, or do you think it would play well? I don't know at this point.
Well, it would
Sure,
play
the nerd
well
way
if he
wasn't
said-
very.
It would play well with us to know that he was offered to have Vader in the show, and he could have had whole scenes with Vader's like, "Hey, Partagaz, you'll do as I say, because I'm big and scary." And then Partagaz goes, "Yes, Mr. Vader. Oh, my jeez." But he
But it's
turned
kind
it
of
down.
interesting when people make that choice, because that was James Gunn got offered everything and he chose to Suicide Squad, right? He could have done anything, but he got that one, or he chose that one. It's like, huh, it's kind of interesting. Like that you would choose something that doesn't seem like the obvious choice, you know, like Superman, or in the case of Star Wars, like, yeah, Darth Vader or Boba Fett or, you know, Obi-Wan.
Well, yeah, and we've talked about how it's funny how it gets you to a point of, would you prefer to take it so that you can at least kind of do something with it, where everyone else is doing bullshit, but simultaneously it's like, no, just do whatever you want. Also, I see chat like froze for a long time there. I don't know if I was everything still running? Everything okay? Oops, sorry.
Where is
No,
Chad?
I mean-
Is he safe?
Is
it
the chat all
alright?
right? Like,
Seems to be working
I
okay.
think
yeah.
we're okay, yeah,
I
okay.
just pulled up. Yeah, it looks like it's fine.
Alrighty, just checking.
To me, and they couldn't sound like anybody other than themselves. And I think you can always tell that when you read someone's writing. You know, if you read a writer and if all the characters sort of sound the same, or if someone's IQ goes up and down based on what they want the story to do or whatever. Then you know
Oh,
it's someone-
Yes,
really
thank
like
you
this
so
guy.
much for saying
Guys,
that.
come on.
Jeez.
This is, look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
It's man, you're preaching to the choir here at EFAP, man. Oh, geez, thank you.
whoa.
That's
who's
the
not
entirety
maybe-
of some television
It's
shows.
funny, because we'll be like, well, that's just basic, isn't it? It's like, when do you ever hear this from anyone? Like, who's like higher up in fucking any of these things?
all the characters sort of sound the same, or if someone's IQ goes up and down based on what they want the story to do or whatever, then you know you're with somebody who's not maybe not
Say it.
not sticking to the rigor of that. Good writing
Oh,
is really
that's very
That was
funny.
a, that was a very
That's very,
diplomatic.
Not sticking
that was
to
a
the
very
rigor of
diplomatic
that.
Answer. Diplomatic answer.
They're not
That's
one of them
okay.
rigor stickers. Oh,
That's a way to put it.
where the writers are invested in the people so much that they could only do what they do.
Yeah, and
Oh.
something that I found like really unique as from a writing standpoint of Andor is this choice of the arcs. and kind of telling these small stories within the
You just wish you could be there to ask a question, don't you?
Yeah, I do. It's like, shut the fuck up. I'm going to ask proper questions.
bigger kind of.
You know, what, Mr. Gilroy, when you said lacking vigor, or can we expand? What do you mean?
Did you have somebody in
Elaborate.
mind?
What do you
Elaborate
think
with
is
examples.
Yeah,
And
what do you think
names.
is like the biggest problem facing writing today? Or what do you think is the worst element of writing and storytelling that seems to be pervasive within the general storytelling community, let's call it? You know, like, come on, man. I feel like there's a part of Tony that wants to be like, oh, they all suck. They're terrible.
We
They're
almost want to
shit.
bait him and be like, the one thing I think your show really is missing is good old Vader. Are you going to bring him in? About time, don't you think?
When are we seeing Darth Vader? Are we gonna see his red lightsaber? Is it gonna glow? Is it gonna go?
When's the Mandalorian crossover? We all want that.
Season. Could you talk a little bit about that choice and kind of the why that felt like the best route to go?
Well, a lot of people do, you know. I mean, when we started out, there were people, I remember, you know, it used to be, I dipped my toe into television over the last 20, 30 years, and network television a couple times, tried to do things. And the dictum always was, oh, your first episode has to be your 20th episode, or your first episode has to be your 50th episode. I mean, that was really what the old system was. And then, you know, and then you move into a more, you know, as the stories have gotten more long-term and you know, and more complicated, there's a different kind of structure for how they work. But I don't think that there's any clear, I think everybody's doing everything for the first time now in many ways. I think we're just at the frontier of streaming and we're watching these huge shows. I mean, these are the beginning of something really new. I don't think there's any rule about what to do. And the way our show laid out, it was like, well, coincidentally, directors direct 3 episodes for us. The directors come in and they direct a block of 3. So it sort of became a weird organizing principle in its own way. And you kind of lean into it a little bit. We're not perfect because you see in 7 we drop, and 7 is a standalone episode, and then 8, 9, and 10, and then our last 2 episodes will be sort of a piece a little bit, I guess.
I did think that was weird because I was told it was 3333, but it's 33132. If it, yeah, because the thing about it is I consider it 3342, but I could see the argument for how, because like 7 ends with them going to the prison. Like, well, it's kind of like the prison arc then, isn't it? It's like, yeah,
leads into it.
We're not. I don't think we're not. You know, it's not this rigorous, strict thing. It's kind of the way it laid out and kind of the way it worked for the directors. And I think that there are no rules. I think the main rule is, do you want to see what happens next? That's really, that's the only rule that matters, right?
Yeah. Well, you mentioned dipping your toe in TV before. Obviously, this is a TV property. You've moved from screenwriting to directing, and now you're a showrunner working with directors. What's that transition been like, and how does it change your perspective?
I want to ask you more writing questions.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. What does it mean to shift from like strictly writing to basically running like a whole production with a bunch of different people?
As a person who's telling stories.
Yeah, I'll talk about that. I want to talk about the directing thing because that's an old story for me. But the showrunning thing is fascinating because I was going to direct the first 3 episodes of this, and I was like, okay, that's what I'm here for, and I'll do this, and then I'll get them. And then, you know, you realize what the gig is, and I was just incredibly naive. And COVID really saved our show because we got completely shut down and just everything just went on hold for 6 or 7 months. And then I couldn't come back to London. I didn't want to come back to London and direct in the midst. There was no vaccine or anything like that at that point. And it just turned into like, okay, and I started rewriting my episodes and rewriting everybody else's episodes and tuning everything up. And came time to hire directors. And I don't
understand how that happened when Michael Waldron said in the behind the scenes for Doctor Strange 2 that COVID made them throw out the script.
I've heard so many times that COVID is an excuse for bad productions throughout 2022.
I'm guessing that in his case, what's happened is like it happened, production got delayed, that gave us more time to write.
Well, yeah, no, that's what he said. It's just
I guess what I imagine is the case for like other productions is it happened and then the production shifted dramatically to where like certain things became less feasible to impossible.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my guess. That like the script can't work because there's locations that you don't have access to anymore, or the schedules of actors have changed to a point that's really disruptive. Maybe that'd be what they'd be appealing to.
If you remember the quote directly, and it was really funny because it's the way I delivered it in the Doctor Strange 2 video as well. And like I remember chat being like shocked at the first piece of information, then it kept getting worse. So Michael Waldron says he was phoned and he had 3 weeks to make the script, which is already just like fucking hell. 3 weeks.
Nowhere near enough time. 3 weeks to write a whole screenplay. Fuck.
Yeah.
Then
And
he
was
found
like,
out.
Fuck it. I'll just take an afternoon, whatever.
Hot Fuzz, by the way, I'm pretty sure Hot Fuzz took 18 months to write. By comparison,
it shows.
Yeah.
So yeah, then he goes on to say he got cut down by a week. He only had 2. It wasn't 3 in reality. And it's just like, fucking hell. Then you find out that he completes it in the 2, whatever the hell it was, and COVID hit, and then everything got thrown out. Everything was on pause, and that script got thrown out. And he said that script was definitely worse than the one that I came up with once I came back, and they were already filming.
Say that, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
but he came up with a script while they were filming, and it feels like, in retrospect, it's like, are you not telling me the truth, which is that your script prior was useless because they weren't going to build the film based on it. They were instead going to build something, and then they needed you to bind it all together into some kind of story when you get here. Like in terms of sets, costumes, and events. They just knew stuff was going to happen. It's not their job to be concerned with how they connect. That's your job. Which
which is a fucking
That's
that just
insane.
seems like a really shit way to do it.
Especially
Absolutely.
when you consider all the hundreds of millions of dollars that will go into the production, and they're just like, just figure it out. You just kind of make it all work together. And I'm like, holy shit! Like none of you, like it's the attitude of no one who makes these decisions. I'm like, yeah, this is Disney's money. It's not my money. Fuck
It is. It's just kind of it's kind of gross, isn't it? The lack of respect for writing that is on display with that kind of approach
this
to
is
like
creation
filmmaking.
of art.
It's just, I think writing's super important, and so it's just really lame when it's that sort of attitude seems to be taken. Like, fuck it, fucking figure it out. Like that. It's not like that's the most. It's not like we need the fucking script to like even know what the story is, because the story boiled down to its basics is the shit you write down on the page that people say and do.
Yeah,
And you have this unprecedented position in human civilization with your level of the power that you have to create not just the kind of art that you can create with the technology and the budget, but how instantly it can catch on in culture and expand. Is like it's never been like this before. And you're essentially the wet dream of anybody who just aspires to create, influential cultural iconography or just anything really, and they're just pissing it away. No one respects what they have.
From what I gather, Quantumania had the same thing as MOM in terms of it was written as it was being filmed. And the one thing I still don't quite grasp, right? I get how difficult it would be to even have a good, quote-unquote screenplay when you're coming in as it's being filmed and you have to bind everything together. But the thing I don't get, and some people mention this in chat, is like, whenever there's jokes, or at least you know that broadly the film is going to have, let's say, for example, Kang and Ant-Man are going to fight, or that Doctor Strange will give some kind of speech to America Chavez that's going to, like, something broad like that, you can work on that while you're out, while you're waiting, You can tool
if
away
you have
with
an idea, you could write it down. You could sit down with someone and they're like back and forth, like I'll be her and I'll be me, and let's have a conversation back and forth, and we'll tighten this up. Like you could give a shit.
It's not you can't work on, like, that moment where he was sent away for 2 weeks or whatever until he was asked to come back and then restart. Like, you could still have had, like, my note sheet, and it has a bunch of, generic jokes that apply to Doctor Strange, or, because you must have known broadly what was going to happen. Michael Waldron claims that he's the reason why Wanda's the villain in that film. Apparently that was what he wanted. So it's like, that's a lot of control. That's not nothing. That changes everything. So yeah, it's interesting to compare that then to this, where he's like, COVID hits, and I took the time to just rewrite and retool and tweak all the scripts to be tighter. It's just like, wow.
I mean, as you would write, instead of just sitting on your ass.
As you would hope people would do.
The story. Yeah.
We've talked about it before, but it's just one of the easiest things. If you have all of them lined up, all 12 episodes, then you're like, oh man, when this part happens in episode 12, it would mean a lot more if maybe a character mentions this sort of concept back in episode 1. Is there anywhere I can put that? It's like, oh, kind of here. There we go. Now it's this
Yeah.
big callback that means a lot more and shows what I'm trying to say. It's like, oh wow, look at that. Redrafting, everybody. The funny thing is, of course, like, what's the point in extolling the virtue of fucking redrafting if you don't even draft?
Well, or I guess if you have to redraft 33 times.
Right. I don't even see
No,
at that
I
point.
don't even think that constitutes redrafting. That feels like it's not like it's like the script. There's not one full script at that point. It's not like a document beginning to end. It's like some segmented like set of notes at that point, it seems.
Directors before, and that's a really fascinating. I didn't take it quite as seriously in the beginning as I think I thought it would be easier. It's very, very difficult. You have to watch lots of stuff, incredible amount of stuff. You have to find a way to parse your way through it. There's an incredible amount of competition between shows because there's so many shows. It's really, really hard to get directors, and there's a limited.
Is the implication there that he was watching other shows to find directors? Because that's interesting as well. It's probably in the plus column again, getting familiar with the people who make the thing you're going to be writing.
Or he
Hard to
might
find
be
directors. I better
that
watch
he's
shows
talking
to find directors.
It might be the sheer amount of footage he had to review as well. Maybe like on any given day, right
Yeah.
after you shoot, you review what you've done, figure out what you keep, and then like going through the editing process. Maybe that's what
The
she's
number of
talking
directors who have, we need directors who have a certain amount of flight time. You can't. This is like flying a 747. You can't just get so we have a different criteria than they had to be.
Fuck it, just give it to anyone at this point. I'm just like, shit.
Very
Things are so bad.
Unanticipatedly
Steve,
difficult.
you do it.
We lucked out the first time around. I think we've lucked out this time around. We have 3 new directors that are coming back for this the second half. We start shooting in November, but man, it's. I'll tell you one thing. The competition is really, really tough to find people that not to find. If you have a smaller show where you could swing away and be loose, you know, thing, but you can't figure out how to do this show on the job. Not.
I love that.
So weird.
It's
Yeah.
so funny.
Think about
Like,
this.
we gotta organize everything and get it all scheduled to make sure everything's right. And then there's fucking Cloud Marvel over there just being like, well, let's just do it all as we go. And I say that as if it's not applicable to Star Wars shows too. That's obviously what Boba Fett and Kenobi did. On the fly, do whatever.
Yeah, just scraping it together. Yeah. Flying on the
Right,
seat of
it's
their pants.
It's just like too many people have just drowned. So the Venn diagram of what you're looking for, and then everybody's after the same people. So it's very tricky that.
And it was such a long, like you talked about, being shut down by COVID, this new experience of a showrunner searching for these directors. How did it, and obviously the nature of filming a show like this is very different to a smaller film or a smaller show. How did it feel once you started to see the fully finished episodes and kind of see the end of that first part of the journey of making the first season?
Well, quite honestly, I've been on it for 3 years now. And in the middle of it, I'll be honest, you're just wondering, what did I do to my life?
Yeah.
Seriously, is it worth it? Waking up many days going like, what have I done? I could be doing anything I want to do. I could be writing a play. I could make a movie. What am I doing? What did I do to my life? Is it worth it? And it really wasn't until, about a year ago.
Yeah, I wonder how much Michael Waldron and people like that really look back at their work and go, man, that's something to be proud of. I made I wrote Multiverse of Madness. Isn't that incredible? I wrote Loki. These are just such incredible, stories. And I really was able to show my talent. This is some really good stuff here. And I could be proud of this for years to come. I don't know. Or do they just treat it like, it's a job? I got paid. I showed up. I did the work. And, the movie got made. And, I'm still here. So, that's good. Yeah. How much do you really care? How much really goes into it?
It's kind of interesting. If I were the interviewers here, he's repeated this 3 times. Is it worth it? I would not be laughing at this point. I'd be waiting for him to finish, and then I'd be like, is that something that you consider to be integral to when you choose a project? It has to mean something. It has to become something, and you have to see that is a potential. Because it sounds very serious to him. And it's when you bring up Michael Waldron, I was going to do it in a different way. I was going to be like, do you think he's ever had the thought, oh, look at all this time and effort that I've put into this. Is it going to be worth it? It's like, I doubt it, right? Because he's brought on they'll be filming, and you'll be fucking around, maybe write some jokes here and there, but briefly write some form of a connecting scene. It's like, yeah, Doctor Strange, he falls into a portal, and now he's in New York City, but it's not the same one, it's got flowers. And then he goes to the Sanctum Sanctorum, and then he gets captured. Now he's in the Illuminati. That's the next set they're doing. I have no idea what's going to happen in the third act. They just have to tell me what sets we've got, and then I'll figure something out. You know, and how long does that even take as a process? It's done so quickly. Yeah, it would be stressful, but it's going to be done relatively quick compared to this guy who's spending 3 years doing a season of TV when he could have done, theoretically, like several, maybe episodes of different TV shows or a film or... You know, and it's like, oh wow, that's so much more interesting to explore compared to Michael, who probably be like, I feel bad shitting on him so much, but like I mean, he made one of the worst scripts in history, but theoretically it's not even a script. It's just a bunch of random thoughts trying to piece something together. The disparate nature of the approach of the work ethic here is insane, and they're under the umbrella, both of them, of Disney.
He sounds like he actually cares about the creative process and making something that, he could be proud of and that means something. And it's like, yeah, it's like a night and day difference.
When we really did start to put the episodes together in a kind of way that we could actually sort of, and solve some of the, really some of the visual effects started coming in. We started to do stuff. And my brother John is sort of the post-production overlord. And he was, so, once the show started to come together and we could look at them in a whole piece and have other people outside of our little tiny community look at them, it started to be like, oh my God, maybe this was really worth it. And that's the feeling more than anything else of like, oh my God, I haven't wasted the last 3 years. Because it really, there's times along the way where you could get on a movie, you could be on a movie and you could hate the people that you're in business with, or you could, whatever, you could survive it. Now,
there's so many questions I want to ask this guy.
Yeah, it's just so interesting to me hearing this, because it's just interesting to hear him basically be this honest about the amount of doubt that he had in the thing that he was creating, of like earnestly, seriously wondering like, what the fuck am I making here? Like, what am I doing? What's the point of all this? Only to eventually come out on the other side with something that's super worthwhile and valuable.
It seems making a movie seems like nothing to me now.
Mm-hmm.
This is like, you're just, oh my God, I'm on a whaling version, a whaling mission. I'm in Papaiti, and how am I ever going to get back to Nantucket?
Yeah. Well, Tony, you've made something really
what's
incredible.
Up, Rags? How you doing?
We're big fans of your work,
funny.
And congratulations on the show. We can't wait to see how it ends.
All right,
Thanks
man.
for
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This was cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
God, if I could get him on, or like a writer or something like this on, I'd be like, oh shit, like guys, we're gonna have to, like, we gotta think of some really, like, what questions has Easy probably sick of answering. We're not gonna ask him those.
Where do you get your ideas
kinda,
from?
Where do you get your ideas
So
from?
this thing you're making is like, it's a TV show, right? What's that like?
What does television mean to you?
What do you do?
Are we gonna see any Voodoo hide in season 2?
I certainly hope so.
Andor? Oh man. But yeah, I just
that was interesting.
It was.
Yeah. What a cool dude. I hope I hope he gets something really cool to work on next, because obviously, I mean, cross fingers that Andor season 2 is good, and when it ends, everybody's like, "Wow, that's incredible," and it has this legacy. But
you got to put that up.
The
meme.
think I get the thing.
Cracker pizzeria.
Look at him.
Okay.
Oh, I got little.
They don't put the crack.
there.
Let's be clear. They don't put the crackers on the pizza. The crackers are in a separate they're like little square saltines that are often brought with or given freely to people, like on the side. Just so we're clear, like a little plastic packet. Like the kind of thing they'd give you at, like, like a pizza place that also makes salads. Like they would give you those, and they just hand them out. They just hand out crackers.
It's just so weird. We don't get that. We get dip at best, and that's it. You have to order chips separately.
I like how mad Rags is. Like, mad both in terms of anger and losing his mind.
I like
am
Drinker.
not losing my mind. My mind is secure. I am stalwart in my grasp on
Okay,
reality.
all right,
I
whatever
think
you say,
Fringy
buddy.
looks the most stalwart in this. You know, he's got it. He knows what's up. He's
I know
determined
what's
the
up,
truth.
yeah.
Where
Crikey,
in that
those
very
shot, right?
accurate artist depiction of the scene, where in that pizza box are the chips?
Oh,
chips?
they're on the. You see, they're on
The
pizza.
crackers?
See, all
Crackers
the crackers
even,
are on
sorry,
the
yes.
pizza.
Yeah, you can
False
see them.
Yeah,
There they are.
They're on
Yeah,
the
they're on the
pizza.
pizza.
What do you think, though?
I thought they were in a separate box, you said.
That's what I'm. No, they're not in
That's
like
what
a
he's
separate
saying,
box.
but we're
They're
making
in-
fun of him.
Listen, they're not on the pizza. They come with it, but not on it, in their own little plastic, packaging, like like saltines do.
No, but okay.
Look, Drinker's convinced, I think.
Yeah, Drinker's buying it.
Just a little tipsy, that's all.
He knows what's up.
And
Been there.
so, I guess closes our wonderful adventure through Andor. That was not exactly 100% expected, but I was always interested in talking about, its role in the middle of Star Wars, and this will be a nice run-up to when we eventually get Season 2.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it'll be good.
Fingers crossed. I hope so
Fingers
too.
crossed.
Was what he was saying in that interview regarding Season 2? Because he said the second
Said
half.
Part 2, didn't he? Yeah.
I'm guessing it's season 2. Yeah.
So yeah, I hope so, and I hope that what was implied by what he said was that he said he got lucky again with the teams he's managed to draw together for it. So, though I
Fingers
guess
crossed.
he won't have as much time to do the script this time, maybe, unless we get another COVID.
Who knows what the process will be for that? I don't know. How do
Oh,
we
yeah.
get to that end point that we want if we don't have as many seasons to do it? What do we leave behind? What do
And
we create instead?
when will we get Obi-Wan Kenobi Season 2 and Book of Boba Fett Season
True.
2?
We gotta see Boba Fett and lightsabers and flashbacks with Hayden Christensen, and we gotta see Pooh Kloon and Yaddle jumping around.
This is drawn by
yeah.
Beowin, by the way, for anyone who's curious.
Yeah.
The
Very
style
good.
is very clear and gorgeous.
Pizza. I like pizza.
On that note, that draws us to the end of this wonderful EFAP. As is the now going to be the style going forward. I've mentioned it a couple of times, but it's pretty much going to be the way that we do it. Is the Wednesdays will just be the episode or an episode super chats, and I'm thinking we might even be able to maybe combo up the episode's memes into that as well. That might actually sort out our problem of running behind on memes. That would make some sense, because most of the memes will have come out by then, so that when we record, I was thinking, we're kind of breaks it up. And it gives us more time to be able to cool down and recharge between each of everything that happens.
Yep.
Because we're still... 4 hours is still a long podcast, damn you.
It is.
It is a 4-hour
It's
podcast.
long.
That was 4 hours.
And you're here like, it's short. It needs to be 10. We did that. That was very long.
How long have you guys been doing those B-Sup episodes? What's your average on them?
I don't know. I think the average is probably between 3 and 4. The longest is 5. The shortest is probably 3.
I was not on the longest, sad face.
Sad, no. I think that it did prove to be the longest, but we just ended up going off the rails with super chats after you left. So that was the longest episode. You were on the longest episode, but you were not present for the long part of it.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, that's.
Bouncing away.
I'm figuring it out still in my head, I think.
Sorry, I was vaguely distracted by Gilroy said he stepped away from Andor because of the strike. It's like, that wouldn't surprise me. He'd probably stand with the strike and stuff.
I mean, he's clearly very writing focused. So,
Yeah. I'm sure
yeah.
he's going to talk about how they need to, get better pay and all that sort of stuff. Like I said, I don't know the exact specifics of how much each person is being paid or whether or not there's right things going on, but I know that the actors are considering or have gotten involved in striking as well. Hollywood's a bit of a mess. So, Andor's probably on pause for now.
Pick it up. Do something.
You got to do better, as Falcon would tell them.
You gotta do better, Hollywood.
But yeah, by the way, I don't know enough about Tony Gilroy to say how much I like him as not only from his work or everything that he says. I'm just saying from what we've seen in that interview, he seemed pretty cool. And
Yeah, he seemed like a
judging
cool
from Andor
guy.
as well.
I think there's a lot of cool questions you could ask him, and he seems like the kind of person where you'd really want to see what he thinks behind clothes, like private conversation, like, man, like between you and me, like just tell me everything that I think that I suspect you want to get off your chest.
God, yeah. You can imagine some of the stuff you might be able to get out of him. You don't have to name names, Tony. Just
Name names and shows.
Name them. All right.
Do it.
So, before we head out, Little Platoon, thank you so much for joining us. Why don't you tell chat what you've been up to? What have you been making lately? I know what you've been making lately because I watched it. It's your Peter Pan video where you savaged that innocent film.
Yeah. Oh god, that was an absolute nightmare with copyright. That should have been out 2 weeks before it was out. I spent 2 weeks trying to get past copyright. It claimed 4-second clips and blocked them. It claimed 2 3-second clips as one full clip and blocked those. And in the end, I thought, sod it, I'd appealed the weeks before, and so that went up in the end. So that was an adventure. It was only supposed to be a short little side thing. But the next one is going to be I've on a Disney binge. So The Little Mermaid has come out. I saw that yesterday. Which meant I had to rewatch the original, which I don't really like a huge amount anyway. But I also got to reread the fairy tale, which I do like. That is
it's not
up for release, I think, next Monday. And then I have a huge backlog of stuff because I still need to do Guardians at some point, and Mando Part 2 as well at some point. So there's a lot of stuff coming. And then we do Beat Up live every Monday night. So plenty of stuff coming. But thank you for having me on again. It's always great fun.
Always a pleasure to have you. What's I remember you had one of the more controversial Guardians takes, didn't you? Is that going to reflect the video?
I think so. I mean, it's. I want to rewatch it just to confirm a few things, but essentially that film is that there's one very strong arc within it. The rest of the film is just a hodgepodge mess of various things that should probably have been separated out into at least 1 or 2 more films. And it felt a bit sort of perfunctory and played as safely as possible, really. Like, this has happened before. This is a Guardians bit. This bit must be in because, hey, why the hell not? So I like the rocket stuff, but the rest of it is, subpar.
Alrighty. Well, again, thank you so much for joining us and for giving your insights on all things Andor and otherwise. Rags, Fringy, anything you wanted to say before we close out?
Suppose not. Just kind of working on some stuff in the back. Hopefully I'll have some things out soon. Smaller things, probably before the big thing. And then we'll see what happens after that. But progress is getting made. So every day is a day closer to when it's finished.
Yeah, you know the deal. I'm just working.
Yeah, I like to try and find something to give as a form of an update, but the grand update is just you'll like it when it's done. And there's a thing being worked on, and it's long and takes a lot. It's just every day at this point. The grind indeed. And we love doing EFAP related things, and you're going to be getting a lot more of them as time goes on as well. It's a fucking horror right now. There are, I don't mind saying this, totally fine. There are 4 EFAP movies and the supercut of Mando. I'm cycling them all. I put them in. YouTube says no, I don't like this part, and I'm like, cool. Sort out, put it back in. Then it's like, no, I don't like this part. Literally rendering, uploading, back and forth, over and over and over again. And some of them, do I love it when they say it's fine, it's good, and then a week later they're like, I don't like this part. And it's like, oh, cool. Now these are videos, some of them that you might not even see for a fucking year, but this is happening. It's annoying as hell. And I'm just working while it's getting done. There's so much EFAP content you would have seen by now if, not for the copyright system, as Platoon was just saying. It's a fucking nightmare. And it's almost randomly a nightmare. You can't fully learn it. You'll always get caught up with random shit where it's just like, oh, we've changed our minds. This is a rule now. And it's like,
like, tell me what the fucking rules are. It's like, I might obey them if I knew what they were.
So... the hope was to get the supercut out before starting to release Gotham Knights, which frankly will just give more time to the editor to be able to get them done as well. There's more stuff that's on the way, but it's starting to look like this year will be more of a prep year for a lot of stuff while I'm getting copyright sorted, and then everything will be ready to shoot out to you guys in a more consistent way. And we'll be looking back at now being maybe a time where less, things came out in terms of frequency, but that plenty of fun, because they did get the Wings Boogie thing, all right? That was the thing that happened, and all of
That was the
Mandalorian.
thing.
That
And
that
you
was
didn't
a
see it
historic
coming.
occasion. Yeah.
So, like I said, work is constantly being done to try and get stuff done. The famed war movie arc, it's happening. It's getting there. And part of what I'm referring to in terms of this copyright stuff is all of that. We're getting there, folks. And what a wonderful time it'll be when I can release to you perhaps a trailer that will show you everything that we've got coming. But it's really funny because I can't imagine what it would be like to be a viewer sometimes with, like, they'll hear from Gary or from Drinker or from Az or from Jay Longbone or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, I watched Thingy last night with the EFAP guys recorded. It's like, Jesus Christ, how many fucking EFAP movies have been recorded? It's like, you don't want to know. But they're coming. They're all coming. It's gonna be a thing to enjoy. I am certain of it. And meanwhile, of course, mainline stuff is gonna be happening too. So hang in there, and I suppose we'll see you in the next EFAP related thing, if not other streams. Who knows
Yeah.
what will happen next?
Yeah.
How exciting.
Yes. On that note, everyone, we shall see you next time. Toodle pip.
Yeah.
Boy.
Cheerio.
Goodbye, everyone. See you later.
Boy.